Show Me a Mistaken Identity. A Cowboy Crossing Romance. Written by Alexa Verde. Text copyright 2021 by Alexa Verde. Production copyright 2022 by Alexa Verde. Dedicated to Tandy, with love and gratitude for all your help and support. Prologue. Cat Larson's gut tightened, and she tensed. She glanced around the street near the coffee shop she'd just exited, doing her best to determine what caused that unease. Years of living on the streets in her teens had taught Cat, who'd used her middle name for years, to always be on guard, even if she was safe now. She suppressed a shudder at the memories as she made careful steps forward and watched reflections in the shop windows. Those times of hunger and humiliation were thankfully gone. As she caught her reflection, a slight jolt of satisfaction zinged through her, overturning her life around, the feeling as warm and sweet as the coffee she'd just enjoyed. No sign of torn clothes sizes too big, thin dirty hair, sunken cheeks, or desperate eyes in the reflection. Her light cream-colored coat was stylish, like her matching boots, and her shiny blonde hair covered her shoulders in waves, slightly messy, thanks to the fresh breeze. She loved the Show Me State in spring, the symbol of renewal, of nature and her life. It might be a crazy idea to move here from Texas, but she wanted to stay close to her stepbrother, even if she couldn't reveal she was still alive to Connor yet. He was the only family she had left, as her father couldn't be considered family. The move wasn't a hardship. She'd moved a lot from one state to the other before, though she realized one could never escape memories. Thankfully, she could work online for the most part. No need to hunt for a job. She shouldn't be too smug. Her life had been turned upside down once, and it could happen again. Why the recent unease, though? Maybe her subconscious had picked up on something her consciousness hadn't. But what? Oh. The bulky bearded man across the road was watching her. She saw him reflected in the glass and felt rather than noticed the sharp gaze drilling a hole in her back. A shiver ran down her spine, and she resisted the urge to run her hands over her forearms. One would think that, after years of living in a cardboard box, she'd be more resistant to the cold, internal or external. Her fingers slid into her purse to find the reassuring cool smoothness of her gun. Then she flinched. The weapon wasn't there. Of all days, to forget it at home after she'd taken it out to clean it. Unforgivable mistake. She grimaced as she made a few steps, then stopped, and studied the man's reflection in a different shop window. This was one of the days when everything seemed to go wrong. She'd burned her breakfast, missed an important phone call, left her car at the dealership, and now this. On the other hand, if she'd told her miserable 15-year-old self about her day, that girl would laugh at her and say, "I wish I had your problems." Time to move. A premonition twisted her heart. As she walked, the man moved in the same direction, and her heartbeat increased. She slipped inside a clothing boutique and browsed dresses without much interest. She shifted aside as a woman with perfume so strong Cat nearly sneezed snatched a nearby dress. When she left the store, the guy was still there. The beard covered most of his face, and his brown hat was drawn low. When he threw away an empty pack of cigarettes, bile rose inside her, and she did her best to push it down as goosebumps erupted over her skin. The name on the pack was a coincidence. It had to be. Breathe. But, as she inhaled the fresh spring air, she could still smell the cigarette smoke. Could feel the sharp pain from the belt buckle, hear her father's mocking laugh. Then an image of another bearded man invaded her memory, and this time it included his large, strong hands pressed to her neck, strangling her. Every breath came at a cost. Even as she started running, she knew she was fine now. She'd come a long way from that scared, helpless teenager. But the command flee was ingrained too deep in her mind. Her concentration was on the man, so when she noticed a pothole, it was too late. Her ankle twisted, pain shooting through her leg. As dirty water sprayed her cream-colored coat, she barely avoided landing in a puddle. Her training had prevented her from falling, allowing her to regroup in time, but it was a small consolation for her hurting ankle. Horror filled her as the feeling of no escape overpowered her again. She wouldn't be able to run with her sore ankle. The man marched to her across the street. No way out. No. A cab. None was coming. Her body shuddered. She stopped thinking rationally, and instincts took over. Her gaze slid to a car right near her, an older model that wouldn't be so difficult to steal. What was she thinking? This was crazy. Totally crazy. She knew how to boost a car from the days she'd learned way more than she'd ever wanted to. But she was never, ever going to take a car for a ride again. She led a life with dignity now, and taught other women to do the same. The man was closer, and just as before, taking another breath became difficult. She opened her mouth to scream, but no word came out, as if there was too much pressure on her windpipe again, not allowing air out, or in. You're helpless. There's nothing you can do. There was. The car alarm might shriek, scaring the guy away, and that was all she needed. The alarm didn't shriek as she opened the door. She felt in a daze. What was she doing? Stupid. So stupid. Okay, she'd return the car in a few minutes. Then training took over, and the motor woke up, growling happily. The man knocked on her window, making her flinch. The man didn't threaten her, didn't harm her yet, but she remembered large hands on her throat, pressure on her windpipe again. She had to get out of here. Now. So she did. She'd circle around the street and return the vehicle to its place. No one would be the wiser. Her heartbeat calmed down somewhat from the staccato as she drove away. She'd be back as soon as she could be sure the man was gone. Then a child's voice from the back seat reached her. Who are you? Where are we going? Are we there yet? Her heart about stopped beating before resuming its staccato. What in the world? She glanced in the rearview mirror before returning her attention to the road. How hadn't she noticed a child in the back seat? Why hadn't she checked in the first place? What are you doing here? Waiting for my daddy. Cat's hands flew up in the air in frustration before clenching on the steering wheel. Really, what kind of an irresponsible father leaves a child in the car? Chapter 1. Roberto Moore couldn't believe his eyes. What? How? He'd left his car for only a minute, okay, maybe two, to run back into the pastry shop. Fine, it had been irresponsible on his part to leave his daughter in the vehicle, even if the spring weather was neither too hot nor too cold today. He'd forgotten Gianna's pastry on the counter, and she'd been reluctant to leave the video game since she'd already been strapped in her harnessed seat. Where had the car gone? Panic slammed into him worse than any hit-and-run driver could have struck him. His heart thundering, he blinked as if that could make his vehicle miraculously appear at the curb. He was sure he'd locked the car. So it was stolen. No. What had he done? How could he be so negligent? With trembling fingers, he dialed 911. His heart beat wildly against his rib cage as if trying to break it as he listened to long beeps. A scream lodged in his throat. This couldn't be happening. He was a horrible father, and his child was going to pay for it. Every parent's worst nightmare was happening to him, and he only had himself to blame. He paced the sidewalk, bumping into a few passers-by, muttering apologies. The paper bag with pastries dropped to the ground. Immediately, a stray dog snatched it, and Roberto let it be. Lord, please keep my daughter safe. Please bring her back to me unharmed. Please. What's your emergency? A female voice asked on the phone after what seemed like an eternity, but was probably only a second later. The phone almost slipped from his fingers. His sedan glided to the same place he'd left it, a blonde woman behind the steering wheel. Did God answer his desperate prayer? His daughter. Was she okay? On weak legs, he rushed to the vehicle. Please speak up. What's your emergency? The female voice in the phone rose an octave. I'll call back if needed. He disconnected, slipped the phone into his pocket, and focused all his attention on the back seat. Lord, please help Gianna be okay. He opened the door fast, happy tears prickling his eyes at the sight of his daughter. Dressed in a pink jacket with white polka dots and her favorite matching boots, she still played the video game, safe and sound. Hey, Daddy. Her just below the chin bob shifted as she looked up. Air whooshed out of his lungs as he hugged her as much as the harnessed seat allowed. He blinked fast, this time not letting those happy tears slip. He didn't want to scare his precious girl. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Are you okay? Are you hurt? Didn't he already say that? I'm good, Daddy. A dimpled grin confirmed her words. Anger shoved aside the relief as he turned to the thief, now climbing out of the driver's seat and closing the car door. He closed the back door as well and was ready to give her a piece of his mind when she placed her hands on her hips and glowered at him. He was prepared to chase the thief, but she didn't even try to run away. This is unfathomable, he started. I'm going to. Unfathomable and unforgivable, she interrupted before he could say he was going to report her to the police. What kind of a father leaves his child in a car? His jaw slackened. The audacity. What did you just say? She folded her arms. You heard me. I can't believe this. Do you realize how irresponsible it is to leave a child in a vehicle? She could have gotten cold. The car could have gotten stolen. Anger boiling his insides, he made it to the blonde in a few hurried strides and snatched her wrist to ensure the thief wouldn't escape. How dare you? You are the one who stole the car. Her electric blue eyes zapped him, then turned icy. Well, that just proves my point, doesn't it? Cat was in a predicament, and she knew it. At least the man who'd scared her into acting so irrationally was gone, and she was grateful for that. Fine, it was silly to aggravate her situation further with arguments, but fathers who couldn't be bothered to take care of their children were her pet peeve. Maybe after her tirade, this guy would remember not to repeat the mistake that could have become the worst of his life. Even if Cat didn't exactly have the moral ground to teach him a valuable lesson. He stared at her. Are you for real? Despite her insides trembling and pain shooting from her unhappy ankle, she lifted her chin. You'd better believe it. You might want to keep your voice down, though. You're attracting attention. And scaring the child. A muscle moved in his square jaw. I'm taking you to the police station right now. Her heart sank, though what else could she expect? She did her best to gauge his character from his appearance. Attractive. Hazel eyes. A strong nose and jaw. Broad shoulders and biceps that suggested frequent visits to the gym or work outdoors. Based on his tan skin, cowboy hat and scuffed cowboy boots, plus muscular legs and wranglers, most likely work outdoors. Trim waist. Normally, a beard would have bothered her, but his was short and carefully trimmed, so not a threat to her subconscious. Not a reminder of danger strong enough to prompt her to run. He smelled faintly of leather and hay and reminded her of one good part of her sad childhood. Her heart fluttered in a strange way, and she ignored it. Besides a less than desired first meeting, she'd suffered from abuse long enough to learn to stay far away from men, and she wouldn't forget those painful lessons now. Considering that his fingers wrapped around her wrist right now, the latter was problematic. Besides, she couldn't run on a sprained ankle. What was she going to do? How could she escape? If not for the sprain, it wouldn't be so difficult, but now. Nausea climbed her throat, but she pushed it down. Let me go, she said through gritted teeth. His eyes shadowed. You should be held responsible for your actions. Exactly. Can you imagine what could have happened to your child if I didn't come back? If I left the car somewhere else? Despite his grave tone, she didn't feel a threat, something that didn't happen often in her life. A shudder reverberated through him. I can't even imagine it. Look, I shouldn't have taken your car. She softened her voice. Not all fathers were like her own or the men she'd met while living on the streets. Her mind whirled. Grand theft auto was a felony, and though she'd be a first-time offender, she couldn't chance that she'd be given probation. She deserved to pay for it, but who'd help all the abused and struggling women while she was away? His eyes narrowed as if he didn't believe her. He did have such magnetic piercing eyes. Well, enough small talk. Now or never. Her self-defense skills were good for more than her volunteer duties at the Women's Community Center. She jerked her wrist at the same time she delivered a hit into the guy's solar plexus. Her fist seemed to connect with steel, but he did let her hand go. Wincing from pain in her ankle, she wasn't doing her ligaments any favors right now. She limped away as fast as she could and tried to flag down a car. Yes, hitchhiking could be dangerous. But the idea of going to the police didn't exactly thrill her, either. Then sharper pain shot up from her leg, and she yelped and stumbled. She would have landed on the asphalt in a puddle if not for those strong hands that scooped her up close to the water. Hay and leather and soap scents teased her nostrils while she squirmed. I'll scream. I'll scream that you're hurting me. You might be the one dragged to the police then. Scream, he said. She opened her mouth, then closed it. He had a point. She needed to take responsibility for her actions, and her heart dropped to the asphalt. What are you doing? She asked as he stepped forward. What does it look like? Carrying you to the car. His voice remained calm and no nonsense, as if he did this sort of thing every day. And if you continue squirming, I'll drop you in the nearest puddle. She didn't move anymore. She'd already done some damage to her body today and didn't need to add a broken back. The last time a man carried her was, never. A strange wave enveloped her. If circumstances were different, the feeling could be, well, pleasant. She swallowed hard. The circumstances weren't different. Several people smiled at them, most likely taking them for a romantic couple, while nothing could be further from the truth. He placed her on the front passenger seat with more gentleness than she'd expected and buckled her in. For a moment, their gazes met and held, and his eyes were close enough for her to see tiny dots in pools like the tea with honey Grandma B used to make. Unlike that tea, there was nothing warm and sweet in those expressive eyes now. But for some reason, his gaze lingered on her, and weird awareness swirled between them. She couldn't tell whether he wanted to shake her or. Of course, he wanted to shake her. But where was the girl's mother? Cat's gaze slid to his ring finger, a finger blissfully bare, and it gave her a surprising jolt. Silly reaction. The absence of the ring didn't mean he wasn't married or in a relationship. And even if they'd met in a different situation, she'd have kept on going. She couldn't be someone's sweetheart or adoring wife without them eventually hurting her. Her disastrous marriage and failed relationships provided painful proof of that. Are you gonna come to the ranch with us? The girl asked from the back seat. He jerked back and bumped his head. Rubbing his head and muttering something, he hurried around the car to the driver's seat. Oh, the sweet innocent child. She didn't think Cat was a car thief who needed to be dragged kicking and screaming to the police station. Had the girl truly believed her explanation that she'd mixed up Gianna's daddy's car with her own because it looked exactly the same? Well, minus the child on the back seat. A trace of fear flared in the girl's eyes for a moment then, so maybe she'd understood more than she'd let on. A ranch, though? So the man was a cowboy. Just like her stepbrother, one of the few guys who'd been kind to her. Interesting. What was she thinking? She should be calling the Women's Community Center, then her lawyer. Thanks to the nature of her job and doing her best to help domestic violence victims, she knew several great lawyers, but she sure never thought she'd be using those connections herself. The car smelled pleasantly of leather seats and coconut air freshener, but Cat's mood was grim. The motor growled, and the car took off. No, sweetie, she isn't going with us. And we're not going to the ranch yet. We need to stop by the police station. His voice was surprisingly soft. Cat glanced back. To think about it, the child appeared healthy, clean, well-dressed, and overall happy. Maybe this man wasn't the horrible father she'd assumed he was. The pink polka dot jacket was charming, and the large white bag with a red cross on it piqued Kat's curiosity. Did it contain medical supplies? Probably so, because there was a name embroidered on the bag, Dr. Gianna. The girl's lower lip stuck forward. Do we gotta? Yes, we gotta, he said firmly. Kat's gut twisted. Well, at least she was alive, and while she was alive, there was hope. She called the center, apologized, and told them she'd be absent for 2 weeks. Then she canceled the next meetings. Thankfully, a lot of her work as a business consultant she could do online, so a sprained ankle wouldn't affect that. As for the meetings, she could do them via online conference rooms, too. Which would be the least of her worries if she was going to get arrested. Where's my pastry? The girl demanded. The man paused. There was a dog who seemed very hungry. So I gave it to him. A sigh traveled from the back seat. Daddy, pastries aren't good for dogs. Can we take that dog home so I can give him proper food? Despite Kat's low spirits, she chuckled. She liked that child already. Not that she had the right to. Another pause. Pumpkin, the dog ran away fast. When Kat glanced back again, the pout on the girl's face endeared the child to her even more. The girl shook her head. But, Daddy, you run fast, too. The man coughed a little as if to buy some time to think. Kat smiled at the girl. I have a dog. And believe me, they can run extremely fast. For example, greyhounds can develop a speed of 45 miles an hour. She eyed the speedometer. Twice as fast as we're going right now. Wow. The child's blue eyes widened. The man's eyes were hazel, and wasn't hazel the dominant gene color? Yes, exactly what Kat should be worrying about right now. She studied him, wondering whether she could plead her case. His profile was handsome, too, especially now when he wasn't frowning. How pathetic could she be? The first time she felt a spark of attraction was for a guy who most likely was attached, ring or no ring. Not to mention the tiny detail of her stealing a car from him. With his child in it. He was driving surprisingly slow, way below the speed limit. Not just the greyhound, her dog could have passed them now. Her heart twisted further. Who was going to take care of Bruno while she was in jail? Her ankle was throbbing now, and she leaned to massage it, grimacing when it didn't help much. What happened? He made a turn. I sprained an ankle. Why would he care? He glanced her way before refocusing on the road. It looks swollen. You should put ice on it and keep it elevated. He made another turn at turtle speed. Why did he drive so slowly? Did he enjoy torturing her? Yeah. They'll be thrilled to help me with that at the police station. She tried to keep the sarcasm out of her voice, honest. Well, after turning her life around, she'd had a good relationship with the police, considering she needed to help her clients. Good relationship until now. Her stomach clenched. Why are we gonna go to the police, Daddy? The girl asked. His forehead crinkled. We're dropping this mess off. That's one way to put it. Kat snorted in an unladylike way. Okay, she didn't have the luxury to be rude or sarcastic. How about introductions? My name is Kat. Care to tell me yours? For some reason, she really wanted to know. She'd find out anyway when he pressed charges, rightfully so, but she wanted to know now. Is Kat even your real name? As his brows knit further, the crinkles on his forehead furrowed deeper. Yes. Well, it was her middle name, but he didn't need to know that. He shrugged. Fine. You'll know it soon enough anyway. I'm Roberto. And you already met my daughter, Gianna. Huh. Their names hinted at an Italian heritage, at least one parent. Interesting. Cat turned back as much as the seatbelt allowed and waved to the girl. A pleasure to meet you, Gianna. I love your name. I love yours. Though I like dogs more than cats. She sighed again. I've been asking Daddy for a puppy forever and ever. Cat suspected Gianna had been asking for the puppy for a few months only, but in a child's terms, that could be forever and ever. Cat had wanted a puppy as a child, too, but she'd known better than to ask. She'd learned the hard way to stay away from her daddy as much as possible. Daddy, I'm hungry. You gave my pastry away. Can we get pancakes and ice cream? Gianna's voice perked up. Only children could guilt the adults into pancakes and ice cream. Or maybe not. Scrambled eggs and hash browns. In a little bit. His lips curved up. Wow. He looked even more handsome when he smiled. Cat's heart skipped a beat. Yes, and he'd look even better when he pressed charges against her. She suppressed a groan and massaged her throbbing ankle again. Daddy, I gotta go to the restroom. Gianna screamed out. He winced. Let me find a place with a restroom. I gotta go now. The girl's voice was demanding. Frowning again, he glanced at Cat, obviously thinking the same thing she did. This was her chance to escape. Chapter 2. Roberto winced from a stab of guilt as he carried Gianna back to the street from a small cafe that thankfully had nice and clean restrooms. He was letting the thief get away. Yet his child was his first priority. He'd already had one bad scare today that he'd never forget. He'd have to give the police her description the best he could. Long blonde hair, natural or a wig to disguise identity? Strikingly blue eyes. Likely color contacts since he'd never seen such a color before, except for one of his cousins. Long shapely legs and high boots. When did he have the time to notice that? A tiny birthmark on her cheek. If she weren't a thief, he'd find her lovely. She wore gloves, so there wouldn't be any fingerprints in his car, but there could be fibers from her coat. He knew she had a dog. That and the description should be something for the police to work on, right? She'd probably given him a false name. He stopped in his tracks as he reached the car, and his jaw slackened. Whoa. She was still there. Granted, she couldn't make it far on a sprained ankle. But she could have hailed a car or a taxi. Disappeared into one of the neighboring shops and cafes. Stolen another vehicle, for that matter. He opened the back door and buckled his daughter into the harnessed seat. Daddy, I'm hungry, remember? She lifted pleading eyes that could melt him in a second. Usually, faster than that. Do you want me to wait in the car while you get Gianna something to eat? Cat asked when he started the engine. Seriously? She must be sarcastic again. He drove off, then glanced at her. Why didn't you leave when you had the chance? Like you said, I have to take responsibility for my actions. A thief with a conscience. What do you do for a living? Why on earth did he ask that? Then he lowered his voice so his daughter wouldn't overhear as he stopped at a red light. I mean, when you're not busy stealing cars. She paused. Why hesitate? Was she trying to come up with something besides the truth? I'm a consultant. Really? He sounded skeptical, even to himself. He moved forward on the green light. What kind of consultant? Daddy, can Miss Cat go eat with us? Gianna said before Cat could answer. Pumpkin, we've got to take her to the police station. Even as he said it, a reluctant pull surprised him. What was wrong with him? This woman had stolen his car, worse, she'd put his child at risk. The stupid spark of attraction wasn't a reason to let her get away with it. People did need to take responsibility for their actions. A foreign concept to his ex-wife. He winced. Celeste was gone, and he shouldn't be thinking bad things about her. Miss Cat, do you want to go to the police station? Oh, for crying out loud. Not at all. Sure enough, Cat wasn't helping his situation. He shifted to peer back at his daughter, trying to come up with something to say. She beat him. See? Miss Cat can go with us then. He eyed Cat as he pulled up to the police station. You shouldn't be putting any weight on that ankle. Was it his imagination, or was it swelling even more? And that feeling stirring him couldn't be compassion. I guess I'll have to carry you inside. Cat turned to him slowly. And leave your daughter in the car again? Didn't you learn anything the first time? He quirked a brow as his irritation mixed with something like respect. The woman had spunk. That reminded him of Celeste, who had the same blonde curls and feisty personality. Look how well that turned out. Yet their tumultuous marriage had given him Gianna, and he'd never regret that. He'd thanked God every day for his girl, most days several times. This strange thief did have a point, though, so he searched his mind for the justification. He didn't want to leave Gianna in the car again. Like anybody would steal a car near the police station. You might be surprised. You should install a much better car alarm. He should, but it was none of Cat's business. He raked his fingers through his hair. What to do? Normally, he was an easygoing and forgiving type of guy. But people should pay for their mistakes. Unlike his ex, who'd justified any of her actions by her addiction. Or his father, who'd gambled the family funds away and disappeared. Daddy, Miss Cat doesn't want to go to the station. Can she come to the ranch with us? Pretty please? Gianna had been spending a lot of time with her second cousins. Pretty please now was a family saying. The children had assumed it opened all the doors. Most of the time, they were right. He steeled himself against the tenderness. No, pumpkin. He kept his voice firm, afraid Gianna might be gearing up to a wail. She'd rarely thrown a tantrum, she hadn't inherited that trait from her mother, thankfully, but when she had, it was a monumental one. He might need help from a police officer. He couldn't carry a squirming woman and drag a reluctant 6-year-old to the police station at the same time, could he? Instead, he leveled his gaze at Cat and lowered his voice again so his daughter wouldn't overhear. Why did you steal my car? Thoughts of his ex's addiction made him flinch. Maybe Cat needed funds fast. Are you an addict? No, she kept his gaze. Those bright blue eyes. Wow. Not a thought he should be having. Based on her clothes and footwear, she didn't look destitute. Then? Look, I saw a man who scared me. He walked in my direction. Obviously, I couldn't run. My car broke down, so I had taken a taxi downtown. I did go into a store, but when I left, the guy was still there. She flicked a curl away from her face in an irritated gesture. It didn't add up. You were in a public place. You didn't think to ask for help? Go into a cafe? I freaked out, she whispered. Her hand flew to her throat and rubbed it. I know. I overreacted. Her voice shook. It brought up bad memories. When she glanced back at him, the torment in her eyes took him aback. Was she this good an actress? His curiosity stirred. She didn't look like a typical car thief, but then he'd never met a car thief. And what exactly did a consultant mean? Consultant about what? How did you open the car? He kept his voice low. She shrugged nonchalantly as if it were no big deal. I've got skills. Look, if you wonder, I don't have a criminal record. He sensed the sincerity in her voice. Besides, if that wasn't the truth, he could find out soon enough in the police station. Then how did one acquire those kinds of skills and why? It wasn't like one could get a degree in stealing cars. Couldn't you, I don't know, call a friend or a relative? He hoped, if his sister was in a similar predicament, she'd call him. He'd drop everything and go help her in a heartbeat. She turned away. I'm new in town. And no blood family left. With such profound sadness in her voice and body language, he doubted she'd made that up. His rib cage constricted. Daddy, why are we still here? Gianna's question filtered through his musings. I'm sorry, darling. We'll go in a moment. He gave Gianna an apologetic look. Okay. She sighed. Thank you. He smiled at her. She was a wonderful girl. A blessing, especially considering how her mother had turned out. Let's get this over with. Cat placed her hand on the car handle. I'll do my best to make it quick, for the girl's sake. I think I can hop toward the police station. This time, her voice came low, barely audible. For what it's worth, I'm very sorry I took your car. I planned on returning after going around the block. You don't have to believe me. But I needed to say it. He hesitated. What if she told the truth? And she had brought his daughter and car back. She could have driven away in his car while he'd taken Gianna to the bathroom. He'd taken the car key with him, of course, but that hadn't stopped her the first time. She obviously knew how to connect wires or something to start the car. The point was, she could have escaped. Lord, what should I do? Huh. He just couldn't do it. He frowned, guilt needling him. He was a law-abiding citizen. What was wrong with him today? Let's go through a drive-thru for a late breakfast, and then I will drop you off. He started the engine again. What a fool he was. He'd been a sucker for beautiful blue eyes before, and it hadn't ended well. Eventually, his relationship with Celeste had become a torture, with her leaving them, then coming back and promising to get clean, then failing again. He'd loved her so much, he'd taken her back every time. Then she'd filed for divorce. She'd stunned him by showing up on his doorstep again, asking for another chance, promising she'd go to rehab. She'd gone to rehab all right, and he'd hoped, oh, how he'd hoped, something might change this time. Until he'd been informed that she'd died from an overdose. How could one overdose in rehab? Wasn't a person there to do, well, the opposite? He'd hired his relatives to investigate the case, as if it could ease his guilt over sending Celeste to that center. Breathing became difficult, and his fingers tightened around the steering wheel as he pulled out of the police station parking lot. Thank you, Daddy. Gianna's voice perked up. I'm even gonna have a scrambled egg sandwich. Good choice, pumpkin. He relaxed his grip. Celeste had left him the better part of her, and unlike her mother, Gianna had made loving her so easy. What? You're letting me off the hook? Surprise laced Cat's voice. Are you kidding me? He looked straight ahead, avoiding her. Was he such a softie? I wish I was. Chapter 3. 3 days later, Cat grimaced when the doorbell chime threw her out of her book. Right at the most interesting place. She put aside her reader and removed the ice pack from her ankle while Bruno, her Rottweiler rescue, ran to the door and barked. She'd already received the pizza delivery, and she hadn't ordered any groceries. Her eyes narrowed. Quiet, Bruno. I've got it. Thank you, though. The critter plopped on the floor and watched the door, but he stopped barking. Cat hopped on her healthy leg to the door. Hop, 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 hop. She picked up her purse with the gun on the way. Even with a great dog like hers, one could never be too careful. Fine, she didn't live in a dangerous neighborhood like when she'd been a child or a teen, but old habits stayed. By the time she was close to the doorbell chimed again. I'll be right there. Hop, hop. She put an eye to the peephole, blinked, then blinked again. Her pulse spiked for an inexplicable reason. She didn't think she'd ever see that cowboy again. She was sure he'd put aside all memory of her stealing his car together with his child. She'd been shocked and grateful he'd let her go, though, that type of kindness she'd seen rarely in her life. Yet here he was, on her doorstep. Her stomach twisted. Maybe he'd changed his mind and decided to press charges, after all. She glanced in the oval hall mirror. It shouldn't matter that she had a pizza stain on her ragged shirt. Or that sweatpants added a few pounds to her already generous frame. Or that her hair was squished on one side and resembled a bird's nest on the other. Or that Bruno had chewed off a part of her slipper. She'd been well put together in appearance when he'd met her because she'd just left from meeting a client over latte. But home was her territory, and Bruno was totally fine with the way Cat looked. Oh man! Was that marinara sauce in the corner of her mouth? Cringing, she swiped her mouth, raked her fingers through her hair. Great, now she had marinara sauce in her hair, too, and tucked her shirt into her gray sweatpants. It created an unsightly bump on her waist, but at least no stains were visible now. The doorbell chimed again. She drew a deep breath scented with dough and Italian herbs. Preparing herself for the worst, she opened the door and ushered in some fresh air. Oh great. You're okay. I started to worry. He gave her an impish smile. Bruno growled, and she put a hand on his head to calm him. It's okay. Wide-eyed, she stared at the grocery bags in Roberto's hands. If he'd decided to press charges, why on earth would he bring her groceries? Good afternoon to you, too. Are these for me? Well, I wasn't sure whether you had someone helping you. You didn't have a ring, did his neck pink a little? You said you were new in town. No friends yet or a significant other. I mean, I assumed about the latter. Yep, his neck definitely pinked. She was bemused, and relieved she wasn't going to be dragged to jail. You assumed right. She waved him inside, thankful she'd done a little cleanup yesterday. Come on in. Bruno moved closer, probably deciding he'd better keep an eye on the strange visitor. Or maybe he hoped for a treat from one of those grocery bags. Most likely, both. Besides, it's not like you could go grocery shopping with that sprained ankle. And well, you couldn't send your pooch to buy groceries. Roberto stepped inside and shifted the groceries from one hand to the other. A smile inched its way up as she took a few bags from him. Yeah, I don't think Bruno could be trusted with meat and chicken. She grinned at her pet. No offense, buddy. She hopped to the kitchen, leading the way and wishing she'd put away the pizza box. At least no dishes towered in the sink. She'd eaten it right out of the box. Once there, she gestured to the chipped-off counter to place the bags. Bruno, who'd trotted to the kitchen with them, didn't look offended in the least. He tilted his head as if trying to figure out the newcomer. Cat had been doing the same without tilting her head. Then Bruno's tail started tapping against the tile. Tap, tap, tap. Any person who came with food, including dog kibble, was apparently a friend to Bruno. Things were simple in a dog's world. Cat wasn't so sure yet. Maybe it was her messed up experiences with men, but to her, nice guys were like a snow leopard. Pretty much a legend. She knew they existed, but she'd never met them in real life. I figured I'd bring you a few things, in case you're hungry, you know. Roberto placed the bags on the counters and the butcher block. Then his gaze switched to the marinara sauce in her hair. Right. She opened her mouth to say there was such a thing as home delivery, then closed it. It was sweet and unexpected of him to worry about her. Gianna wasn't with him, though, and Cat missed the little mite. Thank you for thinking about me. She made the introductions. While Bruno wasn't a blood family, he was her family, after all. This is Bruno. This is Roberto. You can shake his paw. Bruno and Roberto eyed each other before Bruno gave his paw, somewhat reluctantly. She could understand Bruno's surprise. Since she'd rented this cottage after moving to the Show-Me State from Texas, no man had come inside the house. This particular visit didn't make sense either. Familiar distrust corroded the gratitude. Pardon me, but did you have temporary amnesia about the part where I stole your car? His jaw set in a stubborn line. I might or might not have been hit by a brick yesterday. She resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Really? He lifted his hands in a mocking surrender. Okay, I'll admit it, I had my relatives run a background investigation on you. I didn't ask for the details, just to make sure. Well, a guilty look shadowed his eyes. Wise move. I'd have done the same if I met someone under those circumstances. Good that he didn't ask for the details, though. He might have never shown up otherwise. Oh, glad you think so. His hazel eyes brightened. There was more light in them than she'd ever seen, and Grandma had often repeated that a lot could be learned about a person from how much light they had in their eyes. Most of the men Cat had met had either curtains or blinds. But then, she herself had hurricane shutters, closed tightly even after the hurricane had passed. Roberto's eyes were luminous. I brought you crutches, too. They are in the car. Like I said, you shouldn't be putting any weight on that ankle. Her eyebrows shot up as she leaned against the tiled counter. Was he for real? She flattened her lips. He must have an agenda. No man in her life had done things for her out of the goodness of their hearts. Except for her ex-husband, Reese, but in the end, he'd hurt her, too. Granted, she usually didn't let men anywhere close to her, but that wasn't the point. No thank you, she said in a more clipped tone than she'd intended. His eyes narrowed at her dismissal, but then his lips curved up. So you turned out to be a good hopper? A good what? Well, that's something that no one ever called me before. Besides the delicious scents from the bags, his unique scent of hay, leather, and something musky reached her. It reminded her how he'd carried her to the car, and her heart skipped a beat. From so close, his hazel eyes were mesmerizing. She straightened her spine to its full capacity. She'd never gotten lost in a man's eyes before, and she wasn't about to start now. Then she pinned him with her gaze. Why are you so nice to me? Especially considering what I did to you. You seem to need help. Though, frankly, I'm surprised you gave me your real address to drop you off. Indeed, it was a moment of temporary insanity to let a stranger see where she lived. Even if she had an excellent guard dog, and she was always armed. Must have been the shock that not only had he let go, but he'd also bought breakfast for her. I'm a good hopper, yes, but it would still be too much hopping to pretend to live somewhere else and then hop to my place. Defensiveness turned her voice strident. Her thoughts were as scrambled as the eggs she'd gotten at that drive-thru. I appreciate you doing all this for me. She stared at the grocery bags. Should she offer to make him lunch as a thank you for his effort? She was due to order a grocery delivery today, so all she had to offer was the cardboard from her pizza. No, probably better not. After spending too much time slaving in the kitchen as a child and a teen, only to have the food thrown at her when her father didn't find it to his taste, she'd developed an aversion to cooking, though, strangely enough, not to kitchens. He scanned the room. This place looks like fun. Thanks. She'd rented the quirky old Victorian sight unseen because it reminded her of Grandma Bea's house and flower garden, as if that could make her miss Grandma any less. Nostalgia squeezed Cat's heart while with his help she put the things that needed to be refrigerated into the empty fridge. This looks somewhat like my mama's kitchen. He placed deli meat in the fridge at the same time she put in mozzarella, and their hands touched. He jerked his hand back, and something unfamiliar zipped through her. Attraction? Arg. He cleared his throat. I mean it as praise. I love my mama's kitchen. Love to cook, too. A man who seemed to be kind and loved to cook. Was some museum missing part of its exhibition of rarities? She switched her thoughts to the house and the rest of the food they needed to put away. She didn't mind that the house had floral wallpaper. Quite the opposite, she loved it. The worn-out yellowish tile floor with grooves in the kitchen spoke to her on a level she couldn't explain. The owner had left pots and pans that were useless to Cat but again reminded her of Grandma Bea's kitchen, and the large window hugged by sunshine-hued curtains overlooked a messy garden. Even though Cat didn't cook, she spent a lot of time in the kitchen, hunkering over her laptop on the butcher block, a cup of tea never far away, and Bruno settled in close by. The funky sugar bowl and salt and pepper containers had winking faces on them, and the towels had a big welcome home inscription. Roberto didn't know it yet, but smiley face pillows snuggled into the reupholstered plush sofa in the living room. He picked up one of the containers. I never had sugar wink at me before. Your place should welcome you home, should smile and wink at you and put joy in your heart, she repeated Grandma's words, missing her so much it hurt. He nodded. I agree. Gianna would love it here. This kitchen had been renovated at some point, and the metallic mosaic backsplash was modern, as well as the shiny oak cabinets now containing porcelain teacups, and Grandma's letter Cat had never had the courage to read. But the butcher block countertop was from reclaimed chestnut and was one of Cat's favorite pieces. Grandma had loved recycling and repurposing, and she and Cat had spent some fun afternoons polishing old furniture, repainting it, and giving it a new life. A lot of the pieces Grandma had donated. She'd always had projects going around her old decrepit house, be it a stray limping dog, a bird with a broken wing, or a person who needed help. Grandma had dragged some in from the streets, but once their wings had healed, they usually left. Cat had done the same, to enlist into the army. Unexpected tears prickled her eyes, and she blinked furiously, opened the refrigerator, and stared inside as if taking inventory. She'd give her limb, or her life, to be home that day with Grandma. Her chest tightened. She'd go through it all again, her father's beatings, living on the streets, army training, eating crickets in Africa, just to have that one day back. So she'd be the one to return to the burning house, to get the cat with 3 paws who'd hidden under the bed. Not Grandma B. Is everything okay? Roberto's question brought her back from painful memories. She straightened out fast and closed the fridge door. Everything was never okay in her life, but he didn't need to know that. Fine, she said the word she'd used so often in her life, because she doubted anyone wanted to hear how much it still hurt to lose the only person who'd truly cared about her. Well, except for her stepbrother, but she'd had to leave him behind and hadn't figured out how to re-enter his life yet. She set the pastries he'd bought on a platter. Tea? 2 things she never ran out of, boxes with teas and dog food. The kettle on the stove was still hot, and the mint tea in the teapot fresh. I have peppermint tea already made. Or, if you'd prefer green, peach, chamomile, orange spice, ginger, decaf, mango, passion fruit, mango and passion fruit. Peppermint is great. His grin spread wide, and his eyes became more luminous. They blinded her, making it difficult to look away. I'd love some. She reached for dainty porcelain cups, the only proper way to drink tea. After she poured tea and water, the mint scent spread in the kitchen. He helped her carry the cups and the platter to the small table where the surface boasted as many scratches as Grandma had wrinkles. Bruno trotted toward Cat and licked her hand, sensing her mood, as always. She petted him, drawing strength from his presence and support, then gave him a dog biscuit, which he happily munched on. That's a beautiful dog you have there. Interestingly enough, Bruno allowed Roberto to pet him. Huh. A rescue. Probably a misnomer, because he was the one who rescued me. She washed her hands. Roberto likely expected her to elaborate, but she wouldn't. Bruno stretched, then took his rightful place on the rug nearby. Roberto whispered something, and she realized he'd said grace. Her chest constricted, and she missed another piece of herself, her faith found in Grandma's place and gone with Grandma B, too. Cat took a small sip, allowing the flavorful liquid to warm her. How is consulting going? Was he trying to make small talk? Good. She never had been great at small talk. Growing up with an absent mother and an abusive father might have had something to do with it, but maybe Cat wasn't super sociable to start with. Maybe she should have said she was a volunteer self-defense instructor at the Women's Community Center. That could create a thought-provoking conversation topic. But she doubted any man would want to date a female who taught other women how to knock a man out. Her eyes widened. Not that she expected Roberto to date her, of course. And there was absolutely no reason for this increased heartbeat. None at all. Besides, it would be a miracle for a man like this to be single. I wouldn't want to keep Gianna's mother waiting. She held her breath as she waited expectantly, and her fingers tightened around the cup's smooth handle. Fine, this wasn't a subtle inquiry, but a woman who threw punches first and asked questions later wasn't exactly known for her subtlety. I'm divorced. His jaw setting tight, he rattled his cup back onto the saucer. I'm a single father. Yes. She barely stopped herself from doing a fist pump. It shouldn't matter whether he was single or not. She'd forced herself to let a man close once, had tried so hard to be the wife he'd wanted her to be. It had ended in a disastrous marriage, throwing her to new lows. Her stomach clenched. What was it about her that she'd ended up with the men who'd eventually abuse her? Did she provoke their anger, like they'd stated? Besides, based on the way Roberto's eyes shadowed now, talking about it hurt him, and she'd never been the one to revel in someone's pain. No reason for her initial joy that he might be available. I'm sorry, she whispered. I was married once, too. It's difficult to walk away from a person you once loved. A muscle twitched in his cheek. Celeste was the one who walked away. She was a drug addict. Compassion loosened the tightness in her stomach, her heart softening too. Well, that explained his question the day they'd met. Then she clung to the past tense in his second sentence. Was? So she recovered? She died. From an overdose. While she was at the rehab center. She flinched from her faux pas and took a few hurried sips of her tea. But then he named the rehab center, and she winced. She was told it was a good one. She'd even referred one of the women in the center with an alcoholic brother to it. That's horrible, she whispered. I'm sorry for your loss. Whatever had happened, Celeste was Gianna's mother. The woman Roberto had once loved. Maybe even still had feelings for. Unwelcome jealousy irritated her. Thank you. He finally drank some of his tea, his eyelids lowered, making her miss the light already. I even hired my cousins to investigate to make sure there was no foul play. An idea teased her as she nibbled on a yummy cream-filled pastry and flakes of its apparently homemade goodness melted in her mouth. As a surprisingly successful business consultant, she made her own hours, and besides, she'd cleared her schedule for a while, thinking she might be arrested and facing charges of grand theft auto. The community center wasn't expecting her back for 2 weeks. Her ankle wasn't throbbing like it used to. So, an insider could find out much more than an investigator, right? She could wear a disguise. No, that was none of her business. She pulled her shoulders back. She didn't need to put her nose where it didn't belong. But, what did she have to lose? She liked that rehab center because they had great doctors. Plus, they offered multiple programs from art lessons to support groups to training in how music could assist healing. The personnel often helped women find a new purpose in life. Just like the community center she volunteered for. But, if there was one thing she'd learned from personal and professional experience, it was that the hardest part wasn't to teach people to survive. It was to make them believe they deserved to. Chapter 4. With a heavy heart, Roberto entered the rehab center. The website sang its praises, but the results spoke better than words. Yes, he and Celeste weren't together by the time of her death, for years actually, but he wanted his daughter to have a mother, even if that mother was far from perfect. And yes, Celeste was an addict, but while she was alive, he'd harbored hope things might change. Located on acres of green land surrounded by the proverbial white picket fence, in great condition, from what he could see, the center had many structures. He breathed in the scent of freshly cut grass and spotted the stable afar and a few horses nearby and stilled himself as the image spoke to his soul. Just like Cat, a woman who was unlike any others he'd met before. His heart picked up speed just from the thought of her, and he shook his head. Her quirky house, a character in itself, had surprised him, inviting him in and winking at him, literally. Maybe because of the tea, but he'd felt so comfortable and warm that he didn't want to leave, that was, until he'd remembered Gianna would be back from school soon. He'd blabbered to Cat about Celeste, his siblings, their ranch. But Cat hadn't revealed much about herself, and he'd kept wondering about the sadness in her remarkable blue eyes. He didn't want to read her background report. He wanted her to tell him about herself, but the lid on her secrets was closed like on those funky sugar and spice containers in her kitchen. He rubbed his chest, trying to rub out the pain from her refusal to go to a restaurant with him. He'd never had a woman say no to such an offer before, and he wasn't sure what to do now. He'd ask his family, but he didn't want them to pepper him with questions yet. In this excruciatingly soothing place, he suddenly missed Cat's chewed-up slipper or the winking sugar container with a slightly chipped-off top. This place reminded him of his sister's house when she'd been married. Maybe because her ex-husband, a doctor, actually worked in this place and had given the input in the design of both. Roberto suppressed a grimace, hoping the doctor was off today. Well, enough musing. The main building was white stone with arched windows and an arched green door that opened to a large hall with soothing pastel colors. Small fountains with gurgling waterfalls were supposed to create the soundtrack for recovery. Several plug-ins emanated a faint, calming lavender aroma. Cream-colored armchairs didn't look practical, but were probably soothing as well. Huh. A low whistle slid past his lips. Many paintings, all in oval frames, were done by former residents, according to the inscription plaques. Surprising, not only because the paintings lacked the angry colors he'd expect from the patients here, but also because they revealed the artists' identities. Wouldn't people want to keep their addiction a secret? Even the doctor's photos were in oval frames. Everything was spotless, too. He felt out of place, all sharp angles and scuffed boots. Well, either way, he didn't come here to soothe his soul with fountains and paintings, but to find some answers. While his cousins interviewed former residents and current personnel, they couldn't request Celeste's files from her time here due to confidentiality issues. But he could. Well, hopefully. A slim 20-something blonde dressed in a latte-hued dress, matching high-heeled shoes, and with her face trained to show compassion met him near the entrance. Her hair was pushed back in a bun as tight as her smile. Her name tag said Allison Apland. When he introduced himself and explained what he needed, worry flashed in her eyes before she rearranged her features to show empathy and sadness. "I'm so sorry about your former spouse. Of course, I'll be happy to help you with whatever you need. Follow me, please," she said in a soft sympathy-coated voice. Beige carpet swallowed the sound of her steps, and he felt like he'd started swimming in warm water with strong freezing undercurrents. As he followed her, he wondered whether she knew how Celeste died and, if so, why she didn't try to justify the center, didn't turn defensive. Maybe the lack of defensiveness was a good sign. They passed a few offices until Allison asked him to wait for her and disappeared behind a door he assumed led to the archive with files. He unfolded himself on one of the pristine cream-colored comfortable armchairs that wouldn't stay so pristine long at the ranch, but then the talk down the hall attracted his attention. Despite the hushed tone, he recognized the voice. He glanced in the direction of the voices, and his heart sank. Cat was walking beside a woman in a white coat who obviously worked here. There was a striking difference from the lovely person he'd seen yesterday in a homey kitchen. Instead of being smooth and shiny, Cat's hair hung around her pale face in thin, dirty strands. Black circles surrounded her eyes, and her slumped shoulders showed tiredness and despair. His jaw slackened. What happened? From the low-tone conversation, he gauged Cat considered enrolling in the program, and the woman in the white coat praised the center. Disappointment ripped through him. So Cat had lied to him when she'd said she wasn't an addict. Not that he should be surprised. Celeste had often tried to hide her addiction, too. At least, Cat was seeking help, and he could admire that. But the dramatic change in appearance puzzled him, as if something wasn't right. She'd looked fine and healthy yesterday. How could she have changed this much in one day? Their gazes met, and her eyes widened. An expression he couldn't quite decipher flashed in her striking blue eyes. Was it regret? Embarrassment? Something else? Then she turned away, as if not recognizing him, and the dismissal stung. The office door near him opened and closed. "Here you go." Allison handed him a folder. "I hope you'll find everything you need. Once again, I'm very sorry for your loss." Her voice was firmer now. Perhaps she'd called and consulted someone behind that closed door. He quirked an eyebrow. "Thank you." She smiled, and only by looking closely could he see the smile was a little worn at the edges. "My pleasure. Let me show you to the exit." He knew a dismissal when he saw it. Well, he wasn't done yet. "The paintings," he gestured to the walls. "Did my ex-wife do one?" Allison seemed to hesitate before she nodded. "Yes, she did. It's not great quality, but we liked the feeling it showed. You're welcome to take it with you if you want." He didn't know what to expect, but when she stopped near a sunlit landscape with emerald rolling hills and tender clouds in the cerulean sky, he wasn't sure Allison chose the correct painting. During the last years, Celeste's mood was gloomy, her tone irritated, a great change from the cheerful girl with bright blue eyes and an easy smile he'd met in school. He didn't think she'd create such a joyful work of art. Guilt stabbed him again. Could he have done more during their marriage to help Celeste recover from her addiction? He'd thought he'd done what he could. But obviously, that wasn't enough. His fingers touched the raised surface of oil strokes as if he could touch Celeste's hand that way. He'd felt so much love for her once that it had consumed him, stopped him from looking at any other girl. But the years of struggling had drained away the affection, leaving only guilt and exhausting devastation in the end. "No, I'd rather leave it here. Maybe it'll brighten someone's day. Give them hope recovery is possible." One question. How could Celeste receive drugs here? Allison's lips, covered in beige lipstick, thinned. That shouldn't have happened. Since she was doing so well, she was allowed visitation. That visitor smuggled in drugs for her. She said a name he didn't recognize. So much for that. He turned around and marched toward the exit. He should talk to the staff who'd treated Celeste, members of the support group she'd joined, but this current turmoil didn't allow it. He'd let his cousins attend to it. If he could believe what the painting said, Celeste had started feeling hope in this place. But that hope didn't last for long if she'd returned to her addiction and even got someone to bring drugs here. As he hugged the folder tighter in his hands, he intended to find out why. He didn't want others to go through what happened to Celeste, and that included Cat. Disappointment over Cat's deceit felt bitter, and he still couldn't believe the drastic change in her. Was she or wasn't she an addict? And if she was, could he go through what he'd gone through with Celeste again? Most likely, he wouldn't have to find out, anyway, since she didn't even want to go out with him. Once in the car, he started the engine, then turned it off. He lingered as he watched the parking lot as if reluctant to leave the place where his first love drew her last breath. He missed the cheerful young girl Celeste had been once, grieved the life lost too early, and ached for the future Gianna would never have with her mother. He'd tried to do the right thing when he'd practically dragged Celeste here and paid the fees because she'd dropped her health insurance a long time previously. He'd been thrilled when she'd agreed to stay. But now it didn't look like he'd done the right thing, and regret corroded his insides. Then the front door opened, and he realized Celeste wasn't the only reason he lingered. Cat walked out on crutches, her head hung low, the thin strands falling on her face and hiding her remarkable eyes. A zip of attraction made him cringe. He should have learned his lesson with Celeste and couldn't afford to repeat the mistake. Besides, Gianna was his priority, and the few times he'd considered dating, it was with women who he hoped could be mother material. Maybe it was judgmental on his part, but Gianna had gone through hard times with Celeste already, though hopefully, his daughter didn't remember most of it. Cat was a woman he should be running away from and not looking back. A thief, a liar, and an addict. He couldn't have chosen worse if he'd tried. Yet he couldn't look away from her. Maybe it wasn't just his heart but his conscience that was speaking right now. He didn't save Celeste, but he couldn't let what had happened to her happen to Cat. He had to help her. He raked his fingers through his hair. Yeah, he realized he'd have a better success rate if he stood on the railroad in front of a moving train. And he had a daughter who depended on him. He couldn't act recklessly. Did he lose his mind? Well, yep, he did, because he leaped out of his vehicle and hurried to Cat. He was only going to talk to her for a few minutes. Nothing else. He reached her at the same time she reached her car and clicked on the fob. She balanced her crutches near the car, probably to be able to open the door. They slid to the ground with a thud. "Let me help you with this." He lifted the crutches. He expected her to hide her guilty eyes like Celeste had often done. Instead, Cat tipped her chin and met his gaze head-on. "I'm not using." "Sure you're not." He suppressed a grimace. Celeste had always denied it, too. "We can go to a doctor's office right now if you need proof." Her eyes narrowed. "It's none of my business, anyway." "But if you're not an addict, why are you here then?" He nodded toward the center. I considered enrolling here, well, undercover. Yesterday, a brother of someone I know was transferred from here to the hospital." Her voice lowered as she slid the crutches inside her vehicle. "I referred my friend here. I guess I felt responsible after what you told me about your ex-wife." He winced. "Sorry to hear it." He studied her. Could he trust her? At one time, he'd trusted Celeste with his life, but that had changed. Maybe he was naive, but he wanted to give Cat the benefit of the doubt for now. Or maybe the delicate scent of her perfume, jasmine, and her close proximity affected him too much. "I don't think you should take such a risk." Besides, he'd seen her decrepit, though charming and fun, rental house where nearly all the furniture was refurbished. How would she pay for this expensive rehab facility? By going deeply into debt? Of course, he wouldn't say that. Her chin lifted higher. "I don't think you should tell me what to do." Arg. He was making one faux pas after another around her. She seemed to carry a chip on her shoulder. Or had too many men selfishly tried to order her around? He softened his voice. "I didn't mean it like that." Her features relaxed somewhat. "Frankly, I'm not in the mood to waste several weeks in that place. It looks great, but it seems stifling to me. Ridiculously expensive, too. Besides, they would figure out I'm not an addict soon enough. I do need to do something, though." He should add stubborn to her character traits. "Listen, I already have my relatives investigating Celeste's death. I could share what they find. That should help your case." That didn't sound right. He cleared his throat. "I meant, the case of your friend." Friend. Was it someone dear to her, the same as with him? A jealous flare heated his chest. Well, that was pathetic. Her eyes widened. "You'd do something like that for a stranger? One who stole your car with your daughter inside?" He cringed. Why did she have to remind him of that constantly? God teaches us to forgive others. My parents taught us to believe in kindness and treating people the way we want to be treated. Except his father had gambled away the family savings and disappeared, and his mother and siblings definitely didn't want to be treated that way. Cat studied him. "Well, I find kindness in men strange. If not for my mother, sister, and daughter, I'd find honesty in women strange," he snapped. "Your daughter must be waiting for you." She slid inside the car. Even with irritation tightening his gut, he didn't want her to leave. "Gianna was asking about you." A lot. Cat's lips curved up, a smile finally making an appearance. She closed the car door and rolled down the window. She did? She's a sweetheart. You're blessed to have her. I know. We wanted to go to the Children's Museum tomorrow afternoon. Around 6. We live on a ranch close to Cowboy Crossing. An idea formed, and he knew he should dismiss it as ridiculous. He shouldn't let his daughter near a questionable person like Cat. But his cousin ran a background check on Cat, right? She would have mentioned an addiction. And Cat had volunteered to take a drug test, so she was telling the truth about being clean. He couldn't stop himself from saying, "Care to join us? We could talk while Gianna plays. We have common interests, don't you think? You're not just strange, you're insistent, too." She turned the key in the ignition. Is that a yes? He quirked an eyebrow. What was he doing? Why was he so drawn to her? And why wasn't he running in the opposite direction? I'm not interested in romance. He swallowed something leaden, his stomach sinking with the weight, but he plastered a smile. Neither am I, so we're agreed on that. I'm afraid we are. She rolled up the window and took off, making him feel like a fool. But a hopeful fool nonetheless. Chapter 5. Cat arrived at the Children's Museum early, wearing blue jeans, a custom-made t-shirt with Bruno's picture on it, a jacket over it, and a gray cap drawn low. She colored her hair now, but some disguise wouldn't hurt considering that her stepbrother, who now lived in Cowboy Crossing, had a little girl. And true to its moniker, the Children's Museum seemed to be the children's natural habitat in Cowboy Crossing. She studied the crowd, thankful he wasn't there. Arg. Moving to the show-me state from Texas to follow her stepbrother was ridiculous and crazy. So what if he was her only living relative, and not a blood relative at that? Why did she feel the need to be nearby, in case she'd needed to help him like she had in Texas? But here she was, and she was going to tell him she was alive soon. Very soon. But not yet. She needed to gather a bit more courage before showing up at his place and announcing her father had identified the wrong dead person as Cat. Her ankle felt better, so she limped to the vending machine. She got a latte, then limped to a table near the wall. A few dads offered their help, but she shook her head. The offers might be innocent, but in her life, men rarely offered help unconditionally. Out of habit rather than necessity now, she surveyed the noisy area and breathed in her latte aroma. Grandma B had taught her to use aromatherapy to calm her frayed nerves, and the scent of latte soothed her. Her stepbrother with his daughter wasn't here, and since no one knew her in this small town, she took off her cap and allowed herself to relax. Her phone beeped with an incoming text. She took it out of her pocket and glanced at the screen. Talia. A woman whose struggling business Cat had helped take to a new level since coming to the show-me state. Talia had been a starving artist before Cat met her, but now participated in several well-publicized exhibitions. She was somewhat of a free spirit, totally opposite of Cat. An attractive blonde with high cheeks, Talia also seemed to be successful in love with a boyfriend of several years whom Cat had yet to meet. While Cat and Talia hadn't exactly become friends yet, they'd connected somehow. In a moment of weakness, Cat told Talia about Roberto. Smiling, Cat opened the text. How is your date going? Cat resisted the urge to roll her eyes and replied, It's not a date. The next text appeared right away. Keep telling yourself that. I want to hear all about it later. Hello, Miss Cat. Gianna spotted her from the entrance and rushed to her. Then she stopped near the table and craned around. Oh. No Bruno? Cat chuckled and placed the phone in her pocket. She got up, careful not to put weight on the injured ankle, and shifted her attention from the girl to Roberto. He made simple cowboy boots and hat look so good, and she wished she didn't notice. And I thought that enthusiastic greeting was for me. I didn't think the museum was a proper place for a dog. But he's a kind dog. Dad told me. Gianna's lower lip trembled. Roberto spread his hands. Oops. I shouldn't have told her so much about Bruno. Then he helped his girl shrug out of her pink with white polka dots jacket since it was warm inside. Gianna lifted her eyes and blinked innocently. Maybe we could join you when you take Bruno for a walk? We have a great park here. Lots of room to run around. Roberto's jaw went slack, and this time, he lifted his whole arms in a mocking surrender. I did not put her up to this. Honest? Gianna nodded with the enthusiasm only innocence could conjure. Daddy didn't. Cat loved how his eyes warmed when he as much as looked at his daughter, the protective hands on the girl's shoulders. What a difference from her own upbringing. She bent to the girl. I'll think about it. Now, what's your favorite thing to do in this place? She imagined it wasn't the first time he'd brought her here. Obviously, he'd taken her to the park a lot, too. Gianna grinned. The children's town. I'm gonna be a doctor. She thought a moment and clarified. I'm gonna be a bone doctor. But they don't have a hospital here. She shook her head, showing what exactly she thought about that mishap. So I'm gonna be a regular doctor here. A skip in her step, she headed to where other children already had a classroom with pint-sized teachers, a veterinarian office with plush animal toys for patients, a ranch with small cowboys and cowgirls, a mini cafe, and a clinic. Gianna put a white coat on and wrapped a stethoscope around her neck. She immediately had a patient with a doll, a girl about her age. So much love filled Roberto's gaze as it followed her, softening the hard, sharp angles inside Cat. Would you like me to bring you something? He gestured to the counter. No thank you. She cradled her latte in her hands, then gestured to the chair. Please, join me. So a doctor, huh? He took the seat. I know it means many years of studies and lots of effort, but I'm encouraging her to dream big. His eyes shadowed. Her grandfather on her mother's side died from a heart attack. I'm very sorry, she whispered. Since her mother was a foster child and her dad's father had badly mistreated him, there were no visits from grandparents. But then, at 15, she'd met the best grandmother in the world who'd saved her life. Her heart swelled and ached at the same time. It made an impact on Gianna. Yes, I'm biased, but I'm so proud of her. His lips tugged up. It's a bit weird when your child watches videos of surgeries instead of cartoons or discusses veins and aortas at the playground. Wow. He chuckled. Once, a boy threw a frog at her. She didn't even flinch. Instead, she picked it up, studied it, and explained, in detail, to the boy how she was going to dissect it in the future. The boy ran away. She couldn't help returning his smile, though she wasn't a smiling type. His grin was that contagious. I imagine. She liked the way his eyes crinkled at the corners, the way his large calloused hands could be gentle, the way overwhelming love rang in his voice when he spoke of his daughter, and of course, the way those luminous eyes glowed. Oh. She couldn't like him. Shouldn't. Her few relationships with men proved she was better off alone. Well, not alone. She had Bruno. Roberto would probably say she had Jesus, too, but she wouldn't believe him. Where was Jesus when she'd been beaten up? When Grandmabby died? But then, Cat hadn't been with her, either, away on deployment to provide for herself and earn a college education and health care. She didn't even have a patriotic motive going for her. Her throat clogged up. Instead of dolls, she requested a toy doctor kit, complete with a child-safe scalpel, tweezers, and surgical scissors. He paused as if trying to remember. Thermometer, doctor chart, stethoscope, and some things I don't know the names for. It even included a personalized tote and lab coat. Impressive. Roberto leaned forward. What about you? Who did you want to be when you were little? Invisible, she said without thinking. His eyebrows shot up. Invisible? He might as well know. Maybe then he'd understand staying away from her was in his best interest, because she could only push him away so much. She took a hurried sip to sweeten the bitterness and pushed it around the lump in her throat. My childhood dreams didn't include a profession. I didn't know if I'd make it that far. Wasn't sure I wanted to. From an early age, she'd realized that she needed to learn to be quiet, so very quiet, that sobs would get her more beatings. That she needed to have as many hiding places as possible. Growing up, getting bigger, was scary because she wouldn't fit into those hiding places any longer. Those blending in skills had helped her survive on the streets later, but eventually, she'd gotten so good at disappearing that she could hide even from her own emotions. Not always, but enough to harden herself, to grow the wall around her heart so thick even such a sweet doctor as Gianna, or the girl's father, for that matter, wouldn't be able to get through. Compassion softened his features. Tell me more about your family. Cat wrapped her fingers around her smooth warm cup as if that could help the chilliness inside. I don't think you want to know. When she'd dated Reese, she'd told him, one of the few people she'd ever told about her childhood, only to have him torture her with disdainful words later in their marriage. Those words tortured her now, too. No wonder you turned out like this. You have no clue how to be a good wife. You're not equipped to make any man happy. Reese had never hit her, she wouldn't allow it, and he knew it. But he'd still hurt her badly. Roberto's gaze moved to his daughter, then lingered on Cat's face, causing an erratic heartbeat. Folding his arms on the table, he settled in. I do want to know. The warmth in those eyes, the color of her favorite honeyed tea, told her he might understand. Or maybe it would finally stop whatever was brewing between them. She took a long sip, then set the cup down because she feared her fingers were about to start trembling. Well, here it goes. My father was an abusive type. Mom left when I was 3 years old. Really, I don't blame her. I'm glad she managed to escape. But it would have been nice if she took me with her. He gasped. She left you with an abusive father? It had hurt her for years, but by now, only sadness lingered. One could only take so much pain before reaching a limit. Cat gave a half shrug. I guess she wasn't thinking straight. She just needed to survive. Then she told him the gruesome parts of her childhood. The beatings. The humiliation. The constant reminders she was worthless. Even more worthless than her mother. The one bright moment was when her father remarried and Cat had hoped things might change. But his new wife closed her eyes to the abuse. My stepbrother didn't, though. He was the only person who treated me well then. But he wasn't strong enough to defend me. As a rush of air whispered past his lips, horror flared his eyes. How did you survive? Did you go to the teachers? Or to child protection services? My dad persuaded me no one was going to help me. And he'd punish me worse for snitching. I knew, if I was going to survive, I had to do it on my own. I found an abandoned trailer and started squirreling away non-perishables and blankets. I stole cash from my stepmom's wallet, a few bills here, then a small bill, then another one. She waited for judgment in his eyes. None came, and it gave her strength to continue. The night I escaped, I walked with a backpack to the rest stop, where I cut my hair short and colored it. With baggy clothes and a cap, I hoped I could pass for a boy. I did for some time, and I survived for a few days. Then another man wanted the trailer as his habitat, and the conditions of my rent, a shiver chilling her, she paused. They were unacceptable. When he tried to take by force what wasn't given by free will, I had to run again. She rubbed her neck as breathing became difficult. She closed her eyes and forced herself to take deep breaths. The memory of smoke, of his fingers pressing on her windpipe, the rough feel of his beard against her cheek when he'd whispered that she was going to die. When she opened her eyes, she found her hand in Roberto's. Her heart skipped a beat, and she nearly removed her hand. Then she didn't. She needed the connection, the human contact after not allowing herself that luxury for too long. I hitchhiked and, by some miracle, made it to a different city. I survived on whatever cash I had left, using bathrooms to wash up, sleeping in a park. Then a girl stronger than I was forced me to give up my jacket and the only valuable thing I had, well, valuable to me. The necklace my stepbrother gave me. She paused as she mourned that loss all over again. It also served as a sign she had to toughen up if she wanted to survive. I'm so sorry all this happened to you, Roberto whispered. Strangely enough, that part worked to my advantage. I later learned that girl died, and my darling father was contacted because her clothes, necklace, and hair color matched my description. He identified her as me, probably to make the police stop searching for me. So they did. She stopped talking. But even when Cat was barely getting by while begging or stealing, one thought had always niggled her. With her gone, her father could start abusing her stepbrother. So she'd hitchhiked back and watched from afar. Bruises on his face confirmed her suspicions. She didn't think he could survive on the streets even if he'd run away. He didn't have the extensive training in hiding and bearing pain that she'd had. At that moment, her life had gained an important purpose. She had to steal a knife. Then one night, she'd wait for her father. She'd do everything she could so only one person walked away alive from their family reunion. Chapter 6. The next evening, Roberto took a deep breath of spring air filled with the scents of newborn leaves, fresh grass, and awakening. The park was so peaceful now, with the chirps of birds in the trees greeting their homes and the whispers of trees welcoming the birds back after a long winter. That peacefulness didn't last long. Loud yelps from children and then barking followed a motor. The dog is here. Gianna clapped. My cousins, too. Go greet them. He gave his girl a tiny nudge as if she needed any encouragement before taking off, her little legs in adorable pink and white polka dot boots pumping fast. He should correct her, remind her that her cousins should come before the dog, but it was too late. He'd planned to give Gianna a puppy for her next birthday, a rescue, but that might happen earlier than later. His one condition was that the puppy had to be a smaller one than her cousins. A Newfoundland running around the house could cause some damage, and his daughter was going to spoil the pup rotten. He greeted the children and his cousin, Liberty, who gave him her signature bone-crunching bear hug. She smelled of green apples and hay, and her emerald-hued hair never failed to bemuse him. Hello, Roberto. Haven't seen you in forever. She was exuberant and vivacious, and he secretly suspected she must have some drops of Italian blood in her, though that wasn't confirmed. After she realigned his bones better than any chiropractor could, he gave hugs to his cousin's children. Easiest to call them his nephews and his niece, and they called him uncle. I'm so glad to see you all. And he was. Growing up in a big family with lots of brothers, one sister, and an Italian mother, he was used to the cheer and the noise, thrived on it most of the time. But his rib cage constricted as the one person he wanted to see still wasn't here. Maybe she wouldn't show up at all, and he winced. After all, she'd only promised to think about coming to the park with Bruno. Another growling motor made hope flutter in his chest that bloomed full force when Cat limped in his direction. Her pet trotted by her side. Her fair hair flowed in the breeze, and she'd paired a blazer that matched her striking eyes and an indigo-hued silk scarf with a long silver-colored skirt that swirled around her ankles. The overall effect reminded him of a moonlit lake. His pulse picked up speed. Ridiculous, really, because pursuing a relationship with Cat was senseless, and not only because of their disastrous meetup. Cat was his complete opposite. While he loved company and made friends eagerly and easily, she was reserved and intent on not letting anyone into her world. He talked fast, loud, and gestured a lot, and her words were measured and often quiet. But most importantly, she wasn't interested in romance and family, and he'd be wise to remember it. Yet his heart didn't want to listen to reason, and he couldn't look away. He'd always gravitated toward cheerful, fun girls, and Celeste had been that way before the addiction. Cat was anything but that, an enigma he couldn't figure out, a danger he shouldn't approach, an enticement he couldn't resist, and his pull toward her irked and scared him at the same time. She was a pearl on the bottom of the sea one had to dive for and then to spend a long time trying to open the shell encasing it and peel away the layers to discover the perfection beneath. He probably had a goofy smile and was gawking like a teenager because Liberty elbowed him. "I see your date is here. I'll be glad to watch Gianna if you'd like." Heat rose to his neck. "She's not my date." "But you'd like her to be?" Liberty raised a brow. Once Cat and Bruno approached them, to the delight of the children and their pet, introductions were made. While the boys petted Bruno, his cousin Mac's darling daughter didn't waste any time as she placed her hands on her hips. "Miss Cat, are you Uncle Roberto's girlfriend?" Cat's eyes widened. More heat warmed his face, despite the breeze. "No, she's not." The idea had a lot of appeal, though. Gianna's eyes lit up as she hugged Bruno, who preened under all the attention. Oh. His daughter was already asking about Cat too much, despite Cat not winning any prizes in the social skills department. Cat coughed a little. "We are working on a project together." His heart sank into the grass. Was it all that was between them? Was his attraction one-sided? Huh. Danica, who resembled a cute weeks-old chicken in a yellow coat, gazed up at Roberto, then moved her gaze to Cat. "Well, Miss Cat, maybe you need to be his girlfriend." "I was looking for one for him." "And you got a dog." Apparently, having a pet was a good enough qualification for a girlfriend. While Cat blinked, as though as much at a loss for words as he was, Danica gestured to her cousins, including Gianna. "Let's go. We have something to discuss." Interestingly enough, everyone followed, including the Newfoundland. Gianna dragged Bruno on his leash. Danica whispered loud enough for everyone to hear. "Gotta help Uncle Roberto." "And my daddy," Gianna chimed in. "Right. Gonna be a difficult one." Danica led the rest to a bench. "Good thing we already got a lots of experience." Liberty watched them with laughter in her eyes. "Oh. How did you two meet?" He cleared his throat again, trying to come up with something suitable, not to embarrass Cat. Cat shrugged. "I stole his car." That didn't faze his cousin. Well, that's one way to attract a man's attention. Besides, it could only get better after that, right? Air whooshed out of his lungs. Yep, there was a reason he loved Liberty, and not only because of blood ties. "Thanks." Cat shrugged again. "Well, considering he later took me for a drug addict." He groaned. "I made a mistake." Liberty studied them. "Cat, you'd be welcome to attend a family dinner on Sunday. You might go temporarily deaf from the noise, but the food is great. And I'm sure everyone will be delighted to hear the story of you two. Now, I have to go." The children usually don't sit still for long, and neither does the dog. Without waiting for an answer, Liberty marched away. Cat stared after her. "Wow. Your family is something." "She's only one cousin, a small part of it. Wait till you meet my brothers." Who'd tease him mercilessly? An unreadable expression flashed in her eyes. I'm sure they are as awesome as you and Gianna, but that won't be necessary." Disappointment zipped through him. Then his mind latched onto one word, and he grinned. "So you think I'm awesome?" Her cheeks pinked as she realized her slip. Well. How about we take a walk? You still shouldn't be putting any weight on that ankle." "I'd love to carry you to a bench near the pond." He paused as her eyes narrowed, "but I remember all too well that punch in the gut." Her lips curved up. Finally. Just making her smile felt like a major accomplishment. Doctors now say that sprained ankles should be exercised instead of being immobile for a long time. I can make it. I've had much worse injuries. He had a feeling she had. What she'd shared about her childhood horrified him. He felt especially grateful for the happiness his parents had surrounded their children with, at least until his father had made those grave mistakes. Roberto looked at the children to make sure Gianna was content, and she grinned at him to show she was. Despite Celeste's abysmal parenting skills during the times when she'd fallen back into addiction, Gianna was growing up a well-adjusted child, and he thanked God for it. Though he usually walked at a fast pace, he forced himself to slow down for Cat's sake as they ambled the short distance to the pond. He offered her his elbow. "If you don't want me to carry you, you can at least lean on me. Come on. I won't bite." That silly comment elicited a chuckle, and his heart skipped a beat. She hesitated, then hooked her hand through his elbow, and this time his erratic heartbeat soared at even this small show of trust and physical contact. As they walked, a twinge reminded him that spending time with Cat was wrong. He couldn't fix what was broken even with Celeste, no matter how much he'd tried, no matter how much he'd loved her and she'd loved him. Only God could. And Gianna was his priority, his sunshine, and his world. People had told him even a bad mother was better than none, but he'd found out otherwise. He wanted the best for his daughter. Lord, am I making a big mistake by inviting Cat into our lives? When they reached the bench, he threw his jacket on it so the seat wouldn't be cold for her. Her eyebrows rose a fraction. "You didn't have to do that for me." He took the spot nearby. "I'd do the same for Gianna. Not sure about doing it for Bruno, though. He seems to have pretty thick fur." That gave him another chuckle, and he reveled in it. She sat down. He gazed at the pond's calming surface. Then he found himself telling her about Celeste, how beautiful and fragile she ultimately was, like a butterfly caught in a storm. When her parents divorced and her father moved to New York for a new family and a new job, Celeste had taken it hard. She'd gone back and forth between Cowboy Crossing and New York until she'd stayed there for college. He'd seen how she'd changed, but he'd thought it was because of the divorce. So he'd worked hard to save enough money to go to New York. When he'd finally seen signs of addiction, he'd thought he'd loved Celeste enough and she'd loved him enough for things to change. So he proposed and talked her into coming back to Cowboy Crossing. His family, though a bit dismayed, had helped get her into rehab. After that, the roller coaster started. Rehab, sometime being clean, using again, rinse and repeat. By some miracle, she'd stopped using for a year, and another miracle happened. Gianna was born. 4 months later, Celeste left them, gone to New York. Roberto's family had stepped in to help with the baby. A year later, her father died and Celeste returned with empty eyes and a determination to do better for her daughter. The same roller coaster started again. He had loved her through it all. Then the roller coaster ended like the car went off its tracks, and to his shock, he somehow survived. Cat listened without interrupting. At the end, when he kept silent, staring at the unmoving water, she spoke quietly. "Sometimes people we love the most damage us the most. But maybe it's what makes us what we are. What happened shows how faithful and loving you are. How amazing your family is. And now you also have a treasure, Gianna." And that treasure needed him. Besides, when he gazed into Cat's eyes, he started having crazy thoughts like kissing her, and that wouldn't do. He got up. "Ready to go back?" She rose. "Yes. Could you please email the material your relatives gathered about the rehab center?" He cringed. Was this her only interest in him? While his heart was beating wildly as they walked back and she leaned on him? Even as disappointment cut sharply, he said, "Sure. I can do that." A strand of hair flew onto her face, and he moved it with his free hand. She made a quick breath intake as his palm grazed the smooth skin of her face, and her spectacular blue eyes flared at the edges. Satisfaction jolted him. She was attracted to him, too, but it was like she didn't want to be. When they made it back, Gianna rushed to him with Bruno, who licked Cat's hand. Gianna was disheveled, and her cheeks were pink and bright. Her grin never stopped cheering him up. Daddy, can Miss Cat come to dinner this Sunday? Gianna tugged at his hand as they all walked back to their cars. He drew a lungful of fresh spring air. Pumpkin, we go to your grandma's house on Sunday for dinner. Liberty already invited Miss Cat to her mother's place. Gianna pouted. Grandma cooks yummy. Liberty smiled. I think that's a great idea. And, actually, your mother's dinner was what I meant. Only Liberty could invite a person she'd just met to someone else's dinner. Danica peeked around her aunt and gave Gianna a thumbs up. Yup. Great idea. Oh. A rush of breath slid past his lips as his lungs emptied. His large family could be overwhelming sometimes, and the few dates he'd taken to his mama's house had never showed up there again. A Sunday dinner could be a make-or-break relationship thing. Was he ready for it? Was Cat? Cat's eyes were unreadable, but then, they often were. Thank you for the invite. What should I bring? Did she consider showing up then? He couldn't decipher her. He considered himself an open book, but she was a mysterious encrypted file that required several passwords. Just yourself, he said quickly. But if you do bring something, make sure it doesn't contain peanuts. One of Roberto's nephews has allergies, Liberty said. Cat tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. I'll remember that. I have the best grandma in the world. She's gonna love you, Gianna said with an adorable grin. Considering the circumstances of their first meeting, Roberto wasn't so sure. His mom was very protective of her children and grandchildren. Also, while they were all friendly, his rambunctious family could be intimidating to strangers. This dinner could turn out a disaster. Besides, her standards for prospective daughters-in-law were high. Whoa. He hadn't even gone on a proper date with Cat, so thoughts about marriage shouldn't be appearing in his mind. Lord, if Cat decides to show up to this dinner, please help her survive it. Cat opened the car door for Bruno, who immediately made himself comfortable on the back leather seat. Danica's little chin jutted. No, we have the best grandma in the world. Gianna thought a moment, then nodded. We both have the bestest grandmas in the world. Roberto didn't correct his daughter's grammar. He was too busy getting lost in Cat's electric blue eyes. Then she hugged Gianna, and the girl hugged her back. See you soon, Miss Cat, Gianna said as if it was already decided. Thank you for the amazing day. Cat slid inside and left without giving him a hug, which he found completely, totally, absolutely wrong. He buckled in his daughter while Liberty loaded the other children in her forest green truck and then tied the Newfoundland in the truck bed. Then Liberty stepped to him. She doesn't seem like a hugging type to me, she said as if reading his thoughts. She gave my daughter a hug. Which should be a good sign. Liberty's attentive eyes studied him. It was clear what she was going to see, so he got defensive. Why did you invite Cat to our family dinner? As always, Liberty was unflappable. She placed her hands on her hips, reminding him of his little niece. Because I saw the way you looked at her. You like her, don't you? You like her a lot. If you want a chance with her, why don't you ask her out? Exactly, because I want a chance with her. And I did ask her out, and she turned me down. He glanced at his daughter in the car, already deep in a video game. He noticed Liberty's raised eyebrow and deliberated. I'm surprised Cat agreed to dinner on Sunday. But then she seems to harbor warm affection for my daughter, though, so she probably didn't want to say no to her. He winced as he realized how it sounded. Not that I'd use my daughter like this. I know. Don't worry. My stepson still credits himself and his girlfriend, Danica, for my marriage to his father. She stepped toward her truck, then lingered. I also noticed the way she looked at you when she was sure you weren't looking. His heart began beating faster. How? With more longing than I'd ever seen in my life. Chapter 7. On Sunday, the moment Cat stepped inside the house was the moment she felt like it hugged her like Grandma B used to do. Maybe the scratched-up antique table in the hall reminded her of the kind woman with her wrinkles. Or maybe doilies on it looked so much like the ones Grandma had crocheted. The family matriarch looked nothing like Grandma B, though. Grandma B was a petite woman who wore her shoulder-length white hair sticking out in all directions. She favored thrift stores where she'd often found elegant pantsuits, with a salad green one being her favorite. Her voice was often quiet, and her steps light. But Gianna's grandma, Mama Graziella, as she'd introduced herself, was a large woman with short-cropped salt and pepper hair and earrings as large and as round as her glasses. She wore a peasant blouse and a multicolored skirt resembling a children's art project. Her voice was loud enough to make the neighbors hurry up for dinner, too. A cluster of handmade beads dangled from her neck, seemingly 1,000 bracelets jangled on her wrist, and a gleam shone in her brown eyes. Cat handed the store-bought pecan pie, maybe not the best idea, to Mrs. Moore, and she passed it to one of her sons to take to the kitchen. The introductions were made rapidly, and everyone talked loud, fast, and at the same time. Children ran around with an adult following them. While her head whirled, Cat did her best to remember everyone's names and relationship to Roberto, wishing she'd talked to him and made cheat notes. He smiled his encouragement. Gianna hugged her legs eagerly, and the knot of nerves loosened inside Cat. Everyone ushered her into a room like sunshine, with canary-yellow walls, floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking sprawling emerald hills, and bright paintings with grapes and sunflowers in elaborate gilded frames. Fresh tulips decorated a cherrywood table large enough for the family. Interesting transition, since the hall had equine photos in simple frames and ranch photos. Wild West meets Italy. She brushed a hand over her black faux leather coat that matched her boots and attempted a wobbly smile that might come across as cold. Great. This family was sunrise in Italy, and she was midnight in Antarctica. She wasn't sure why she'd dressed that way, except that she needed to make one more effort to stay away from Roberto, and she couldn't afford to like his family or for his family to like her. Oh. This family was a hugger, which she should have guessed after seeing Liberty hug her cousins. Mama Graziella snatched Cat into an embrace, making it difficult to breathe. Mia figlia, benvenuta in famiglia. Cat's Italian was extremely limited, and the lack of oxygen didn't help her to think. Once she got some air into her lungs, she squeaked, "Grazie." Mama Graziella's brown eyes narrowed slightly. Then she nodded. "Bene. Bene? Good?" Cat wondered whether that meant she passed the first inspection and surprised herself by wanting to, but then she was handed to the rest of the family who hugged her, too, though thankfully not as energetically as their matriarch. "Are you okay?" Roberto whispered once he got close to her. "My family can be overwhelming." "Ah, mio figlio, not overwhelming. Welcoming." His mother boomed and nudged Cat toward the table, from which yummy aromas of lasagna and garlic reached Cat's nostrils. "You sit with my son. May I help in the kitchen?" Cat asked, hoping she wouldn't be taken up on that offer. Then her gaze slid to the main dish, and she cringed. "Shrimp lasagna? Seriously?" She didn't want to be disrespectful, but she couldn't eat shellfish. Mama Graziella waved it off. "You just relax. You're ospite d'onore." "Guest of honor," Roberto interpreted. "Thank you, but I don't deserve it," she whispered. Mama Graziella already noticed the empty place on the table where a salad was supposed to be and rushed off to the kitchen. Was it Cat's impression, or did the floor shake a little? So far, once seated near Roberto, she stayed quiet and studied people. Roberto's sister and the only girl in the family, Aurora, wore her raven black curls loose over her shoulders. A fun headband with tiny sunflowers pushed her hair back from her forehead and exposed almond-shaped hazel eyes under perfectly arched eyebrows. Her immaculate white cowboy boots couldn't possibly have seen a stall in their lifetime, and her sundress pattern matched her headband and, interestingly enough, the still life paintings. Did she subconsciously want to lean on her family while physically not allowing herself to do so? Hmm. A weird thought. Cat took a sip of the drink Roberto had poured for her, remembering all the nights she'd worn Grandma Ba's throw, no matter how threadbare it became. It had comforted her. Cat mentally took inventory of what she'd learned about Aurora. She'd been married to a doctor who'd, interestingly enough, worked in the rehab center Cat had been investigating. Aurora used to work on the family ranch and write songs and sing in restaurants in Springfield. By the looks of it, it wasn't a fitting occupation for the doctor's wife, and she'd stopped after the wedding. After her divorce, she returned to the ranch, but she hadn't started songwriting again. Cat's gaze lingered on Aurora. She sensed a fellow broken-winged bird whose wings had eventually healed but whose spirits never had. Now, Giorgio, the only brother who was married, wore black slacks and a salmon-colored shirt, a surprising color choice probably to match with his little daughter's tutu and ballet slippers and his wife's pink blouse. Maybe from the color, or maybe from their smiles, a positive glow radiated from them. His wife and their little daughter, Bianca, wore necklaces made from beads similar to the ones Mama Graziella had. Okay, so Bianca was the artistic maker of the beads and possibly Mama Graziella's skirt. Maybe dabbled in dancing too, based on the tutu and ballet slippers. This family not only encouraged their children's talents, but they were also proud of them. So different from her childhood, it made Cat's chest constrict wistfully. The boy seated near Bianca was slightly older and, from what Cat understood, a son of one of the Moore's Clark cousins adopted, so no blood relation. Good, because the girl had introduced him as her boyfriend. That had made Cat smile and yet want to warn Bianca that boyfriends only brought heartache. Once everyone stood around the table and all the food was on it, they took hands to say grace, and Cat slid her hands into Roberto's and Aurora's. Aurora wasn't an issue. But weird prickles traveled from Roberto's hand to Cat's, and her pulse became erratic. She hadn't said grace since leaving Grandma Ba's, and her chest constricted even further. When they sat down, everyone filled their plates. Roberto filled hers, and the tightness around her chest hurt. So, with her food allergies, she behaved like the outsider she was and took in the clatter of utensils and conversations instead of eating. Maybe she'd become jaded after her childhood and the charity work with abused women which had made her see too many dysfunctional families. Those became a norm in her mind, a standard she measured other families against. The family dynamics she knew were like drafty old sheds, cold inside and falling apart. For all she knew, she herself was a one-person dysfunctional family. This family looked different, and curiosity stirred her. The mother-in-law smiled at her daughter-in-law. No sibling rivalries aired their grievances. A vibe of warmth and friendliness surprised Cat, and she steeled herself, afraid for it to melt her defenses. To survive, she'd become an iceberg, only allowing people to see the part above the surface. Too much summer heat, and she'd lose herself, her identity. Roberto refilled her glass. Constanzo, Roberto's younger brother with the family's signature charm, did the same for his sister and his son, and they all chatted happily, as though they really cared about each other. Talk about strange. Or was it a show put on for Cat's sake? It shouldn't be. She was no one important, despite the matriarch calling her the guest of honor. From lowered eyelashes, Cat zoomed in on each member. Okay, something was swirling in the air that she couldn't identify. Each family had secrets, and Cat wondered about this one. A father who'd disappeared after gambling away the family wealth was one of them. But there was more. Something about the guilty look in Aurora's eyes when she glanced at Roberto told Cat it concerned him. The damaged sister was hiding something about him. Cat also sensed some sadness behind Constanzo's charming facade. Yes, this family had issues, but it only drew Cat to it more. What would it feel like to be a part of a close-knit, boisterous family like this one? She'd never know, and her chest constricted yet another degree. Maybe she'd had a selfish reason for trying to help abused women, doing her best to encourage them, lift them up. Hearing about dysfunctional families didn't create this ache in her chest, the painful longing to be part of an obnoxiously happy family. Didn't make her want someone like the matriarch of this family to fuss over her. Didn't make her eager to share girlish secrets with Aurora and to have each other's back, like, well, yes, like sisters. Or to be a favorite aunt to these precious children, bring them ice cream, take them to parks, or clap louder than anyone else at their dance rehearsals. Or have Roberto look at her with the same besotted expression Giorgio had when he looked at his wife. Longing intensified. Life was so much easier when she'd stayed away from the families that somehow made it work. Chapter 8. Roberto had said many prayers beyond Grace Way before dinner. He piled up food on his daughter's plate, then stole a glance at his mother and, like expected, found her watching Cat with her usual X-ray vision. Thankfully, his siblings gave their guest space, and the grilling hadn't started yet. Giorgio couldn't take his eyes off his wife and daughter, so there was that. Aurora was surprisingly silent. But then her whole demeanor had changed since her divorce, and compassion stirred him. As the only girl in the family and the youngest child, she'd been slightly spoiled, though she'd always claimed otherwise. That said, she worked at the ranch as hard as her brothers did, despite her petite frame. Maybe because of growing up with brothers, she became a tomboy, but really, the Wrangler shirt and cowboy boots she usually wore suited her. Her personality, while not as outspoken as Liberty's, resembled his favorite cousin somehow. Roberto gave Cat an encouraging smile. She looked paler, stiffer, and stayed even quieter than usual, such a contrast to his loud and easygoing family. Her plate remained full, which his mother could take as an offense to her cooking, and Cat's stiffness could be taken as arrogance and dislike of his family. His heart sank a bit, and he could count the minutes until Mama started clicking her tongue in disapproval. He leaned toward Cat, trying to show his support as well as coax a smile. Giorgio was telling jokes, and Cat was the only one not laughing. More drink? Roberto reached for the carafe since her glass was half empty. Apparently, she considered it half full because she shook her head and raised it to her lips. A sleeve of her faux leather jacket that matched her dark cotton skirt and faux leather boots, such a contrast to his family's bright clothes, slid, revealing a cat tattoo. She moved the sleeve back, but his mother noticed. Despite her age, her vision was razor sharp. His heart sank further. When he'd considered getting a tattoo in his youth, his mom had taken a stance, and she had done the same with his siblings. As independent as they'd considered themselves, they'd obeyed. His mother had an enormous dislike of tattoos. Unlike her famous marinara sauce, her Italian blood didn't simmer. It boiled over. He resisted the urge to groan and refilled the plate for Gianna, who thankfully had a great appetite. Gianna was chatting with her little cousin, and his heart melted like the butter on his garlic toast. But Cat hadn't touched a single thing on her plate, and the line of her mouth was grim. He found Aurora watching Cat intently. Arg. Aurora had a sharp tongue, and several of his former dates had felt it firsthand. Could this dinner get any worse? Lord, please help my family like Cat. So how did you two meet? His mama pinned them with her brown eyes, asking the question he dreaded. He nearly groaned. To his surprise, Cat smiled warmly. It was rather an unusual meeting. He chuckled without mirth. You can say that again. All conversations around the table quieted. Even the little ears perked up. He resisted the urge to hang his head. He should have known this was a crazy idea even if Liberty and Gianna hadn't. His mother was very traditional, so Cat stealing his car with his mother's precious granddaughter in it wouldn't go well at all. I sprained my ankle, and Roberto carried me to the car. It was so romantic. He was a true gentleman. Cat sent him an admiring glance that nearly made him choke on his lasagna. Then a few days later, he visited me and brought a whole bunch of groceries. Can you imagine? He wanted to make sure I was okay. He even brought crutches so that I wouldn't put any weight on my ankle. You raised an amazing son, Mrs. Moore. That's right. The matriarch lifted her chin and nodded. I raised all my children right. The conversation switched to other topics, and then Cat made a quick movement. He couldn't understand what exactly happened, but her plate's contents ended up on her blouse and skirt. Color rose on Cat's cheeks. I'm sorry. Strangely enough, he didn't feel she was sorry. Had she done it on purpose? And had his perceptive mother caught on to that, too? The lasagna in his stomach went sour. Did Cat hate his mother's cooking that much? He scolded himself. She could be genuinely embarrassed, and he was behaving like a jerk. Let me help you. He reached for the napkins. His mother waved her hands. Nonsense. We need to put this to wash, or the stains might not come off later. Cat blinked. But, what am I going to wear? Sure enough, that didn't faze his mother. She snapped her fingers, making it obvious she wasn't going to take no for an answer. You'll have to change. I have something in your size. Cat tried to say something, but Mama kept talking while she practically lifted Cat from the chair and half-guided, half-dragged her in the direction of her bedroom adjacent to the bathroom with the washer and dryer. Cat glanced back, sending him a helpless glance, and he spread his hands, hiding a smile. He wouldn't argue with his mother, and it seemed Cat realized fast that neither should she. Roberto took care of the mess and brought her a fresh plate. Clueless, Constanzo refilled it with lasagna. Roberto's nerves prickled as he waited for Cat and chatted with his daughter. Could Cat just decide to leave? Lord, please help the situation change. If it is thy will, please have Cat stay and my family love her. In Jesus' holy name, amen. While he was his own man, the family's approval meant a lot to him, as well as to each member of the Moores. It was his turn to blink when Cat returned, dressed in a long-sleeved peasant blouse and an ankle-length multicolored skirt. Bianca and her mother had colored themselves, a skirt a couple of sizes too big and held up with the help of a belt and determination. Multiple layers of necklaces from turquoise beads Bianca had also strung together, now coiled around Cat's neck, and earrings of the same beads dangled from her ears. The effect could be comical. Instead, she looked radiant. Seriously, it was like the sun appeared from behind the clouds. Constanzo whistled low, and Roberto felt like doing the same. You look gorgeous, Constanzo said when he pulled the chair out for her. Huh. His brother was reserved to start with. The painful divorce had added to that. But one wouldn't see it by the way he'd interacted with Cat. Cat stared at her plate. This seafood lasagna looks scrumptious, but I'm allergic to shellfish. On the other hand, I'd love that garlic bread. It makes me salivate just smelling the herbs. Understanding brightened his family's faces. His mother beamed. Why didn't you say so earlier? She turned to Roberto. What are you doing still sitting there? Get our guest a new plate. He rushed to the kitchen and replaced the plate. His spirits lifted already. Thank you. Their fingers touched, and something akin to an electric current, only a pleasant one, rushed through his veins. Her lips parted as she peered up at him, and he forgot that members of his family were in the room. Their gazes held for longer than they should have until Aurora cleared her throat. I knew I'd seen you somewhere. Aurora exclaimed. Cat visibly tensed, and so did he. Despite his cousin, Jenna, checking Cat's background, was there something else he didn't know? Something horrible about to be revealed at the family dinner. Just great. Aurora nodded to herself. Yeah. My friend showed me your photo on the website. She said you were amazing. Her catering business was barely afloat, and she'd already remortgaged her house and everything she could. Then her husband lost his job. The car was about to be repossessed. I offered to lend her money, but she didn't want to take it because she didn't know whether she'd be able to repay me. She said you were an answer to her prayers. He gawked at Cat. How come he didn't know any of this? Cat's cheeks pinked, and she gave a dismissive gesture. It's my job. I'm just a good consultant. And she did have a good business. I wouldn't have taken her case on otherwise. After many years of experience, I developed instincts. 90% of businesses fail. My job is to see what can be done for the 10% that are viable but need help. All I did was to create a marketing plan and help her get a few grants and then a few good contacts. Well, she said it was a miracle. Aurora couldn't stop gushing. When she was excited like now, her hazel eyes sparkled and her voice rose. Roberto was glad to see some life back in her. Aurora gestured with her utensils, but thankfully, no food went flying in different directions. She forked another piece of lasagna, and this time, it did fly when she punctuated a statement for emphasis. She said you were a genius. Apparently, he spoke too soon. Lasagna landed on Cat's face. He picked up a linen napkin and carefully wiped a red glob from Cat's cheek. His pulse spiked as he touched her. Her eyes widened as she stared at him, and time stood still. Oh, oops. Sorry about that. His sister's voice pulled him out of his reverie. It's okay. Cat's voice showed no irritation. I'm no genius. Like I said, lots of experience and great instincts. Good education, too. Aurora forked another piece of lasagna to replace the one flown away. He tensed. Aurora munched on lasagna, making air whoosh out of his lungs. I read on the website, you have an MBA. Oh, and you were in the military, so you're a veteran, too. My friend told me you do charity work at the community center, as well. Besides getting grants for it to expand their programs to help women. Cat raised a hand. I didn't join the military out of patriotism. It was the only way for me to get that MBA, plus free food and a uniform. Constanzo winked at Roberto. Wow. A beauty, a kind heart, a genius, and a hero. Why don't I meet women like that? What happened to his quiet brother? The family matriarch glared at Roberto. And you kept this tesoro away from us until now? Huh. Be careful what you pray for. Roberto had heard that saying many times, but this was the first he really felt the meaning of it. Cat was shaking her head. I'm no GE. Miss Cat has a cute dog, too. A rescue, Gianna interrupted her. Ah, several people said in unison. That sealed the deal. His family loved animals. Cat took a bite of garlic bread. Delicious. Mrs. Moore, you're the one who is a genius. A genius in the kitchen. Mama beamed her approval. Call me Mama. All my dogs were rescues. Cat added lower, so only he heard her, only fitting as I'm a rescue myself. I like you. Aurora forked more lasagna and waved it. You're much better than those snotty women my brother brought before you. Or his ex-wife. He straightened his spine. Hey, they weren't snotty. They were snobbish, stuck up, snow. Mia Figlia, we get the message. Mama pinned her with a stare. And we don't talk bad about people here. You did much better this time. Aurora's foot hit him under the table, probably so he wouldn't protest again. Or was it his brother? Like her cousin Liberty, Aurora knew how to pack a punch, so it was hard to tell. They were afraid to break their manicured nails. He frowned. Well, maybe you shouldn't have asked for their help mucking the stables. Why not? His sister learned nothing from her experience, because the glob flew in Cat's direction again, but this time, Cat seemed prepared and ducked. She couldn't duck the next question, though. Aurora pinned her with a stare. Would you help us muck the stables? Roberto groaned. Aurora. We're at the dinner table. Cat nodded. I would. One of my first jobs was cleaning restrooms, and I was thrilled to get it. But I have to admit that having a cold and a stuffed nose did help me to get adjusted to it then. So we're going to add hard working to the list of your great qualities. Constanzo passed her more garlic bread. Roberto winced from an unwelcome stab of jealousy. Was his brother flirting with Roberto's date? Roberto and Constanzo had once competed for Celeste's attention, and Roberto won. Could this be payback time? Constanzo had an MBA as well and now ran the business side of their ranch. Collected, calm, and reserved, it was difficult to believe any Italian blood ran through him. He'd suit Cat better than Roberto could. Unlike his siblings, who had darker hair and olive skin inherited from their mother, Roberto's hair was a shade lighter, like milk chocolate, resembling his father's. He'd prefer it otherwise. And not that Roberto had any right to complain about female attention, but he knew women often went for tall, dark, and gorgeous looks like his brothers. Thank you. Her half-smile his brother's way sent another stab of jealousy through Roberto. I do need to tell you all something bad about myself. A shiver ran down his spine. I don't like to cook. I'm afraid I'd never be able to do something as yummy as this sauce or bread. His mother beamed. Family recipe. Don't worry. All my sons are great cooks, including Roberto here. She gave him a look. He'll teach you, right? He already knew there could be only one answer to this question. Of course. After dinner and before dessert, Cat helped clear the dishes from the table under his mother's approving gaze. Roberto offered to help, but his mother shooed him away. She probably wanted more time alone with Cat, but Roberto now knew Cat could hold her own. Roberto had a quick but efficient talk with his darling younger brother. As he talked to his daughter later, a needling in Roberto's chest told him he might have overreacted. The fact that his all-work and no-play brother flirted with a woman was a good sign. Maybe Constanzo was finally healing from his heartbreak. Then Aurora took the guitar from the wall and sang a song for them for the first time in years while they gathered around the fireplace in the living room. He loved it when she sang. It was like the air, and everybody's hearts filled with fireflies, something incredibly beautiful that lit their hearts to new possibilities. He felt alight with joy, and he knew the others felt the same thing, too. Everyone's eyes glistened. Then they'd all, even the children, help set the table for tiramisu and pecan pie and bicerin. That was when he knew Cat was indeed ospite d'honneur. Bicerin was not only decadently delicious, but also attractive. Its layers of espresso coffee, chocolate, and whipped cream served in stemmed glasses, because such beauty deserved to be seen. His family only had it for special occasions. Constanzo, ever the smartest brother, explained, this drink originated in the 18th century in the Café al Bicerin in Italy. The cafe still serves it today. Thank you. She took an appreciative sip. It's incredible. Never tried it before. I'm a hot tea drinker, but I do enjoy a latte or a cappuccino once in a while. Roberto braced himself for another foray into history. Constanzo brightened for the opportunity. Cappuccino was invented by Capuchin monks in the 17th century. In a monastery close to Rome. In Italy, they never have cappuccino in the afternoon, only in the morning. Then the conversation switched to his mother's aches and pains, and he tensed again. His previous dates, as few of them as there were, had barely endured the part when Mama enumerated every single joint that had bothered her. Cat's face reflected compassion, and then she mentioned what herbs could help aching joints. So the topic changed to spices and herbs, a topic his mother loved, and Cat turned out a wealth of information. She knew which herbs helped to calm nerves or remove headaches. Then they all talked about music, movies, ranch animals, and tons of other topics, and Cat looked like she'd visited with them for years instead of the first time. Later, Cat shocked him by teaching the children an African dance, and everyone joined in, laughing and having a great time. It was like changing into different clothes changed Cat's personality, too, gave her his mother's vivaciousness and exuberance. Or maybe he'd just never noticed it in Cat because he hadn't looked enough. He knew what pirates probably felt when they'd opened a chest and found mountains of gold. Only what he was discovering was even better. What had started as a disaster turned out to be a magical evening. It seemed too good to be true, or something about to end soon. When his mother engaged Cat in a conversation, and Gianna was playing with her cousins under supervision, he followed his sister to the kitchen. He needed to voice his concerns to someone, and he always had a trusting relationship with Aurora. He also could use a woman's perspective on the situation. Maybe even some advice, maybe. Once in the kitchen, he didn't waste time. I need your opinion. Cat is difficult to decipher and more secretive than any woman I've seen. Something undecipherable flashed in Aurora's eyes. She acted weird around him after her divorce, and he missed the sister he'd once known. Well, how do you feel about her? I'm drawn to her. A lot. But after Celeste, I'm afraid to make a mistake. I have my daughter to think about. She needs a good mother, and Cat doesn't look like mother material to me. Aurora lifted a palm in the universal sign to stop. You shouldn't. Never the patient one, he interrupted her. I knew Celeste like my own palm, and still, I didn't catch the signs of her addiction until it was too late. Before this dinner, I knew nothing about Cat's time in the military. Her current job. Even that she has a tattoo. You know, Mama hates tattoos. By the way Aurora's eyes widened, he realized they had a witness. With a sinking feeling, he turned around to see Cat with dessert dishes. He expected anger to flare in her eyes. Guilt making his throat constrict, he rushed to her. But her eyes were blank as she walked past him and settled the saucers in the sink. He placed his fingers on her forearm, wishing she showed some sign of emotion. I'm sorry. I didn't mean. She shook off his hand. Nothing to be sorry about. You said the truth. Every single word of it. She turned to Aurora. Dinner was amazing. Thank you for welcoming me. Please give my heartfelt thanks to the rest of the family. Aurora scowled at him, then smiled at Cat, both expressions with the same intensity. Two things: my brother is an idiot. Hey, I'm still here. And you're welcome here anytime. Aurora grinned. I won't even make you muck the stables. Cat's eyes remained sad, but her lips twitched up. I appreciate it. It was the best Sunday I've had in years, maybe ever. He stepped to Cat, but she shook her head, her eyes becoming icy. His heart froze under that look, then crashed to the tile floor, shattering into shards. Then she pulled her shoulders back, returned to the living room, and mastered a smile. She even said warm goodbyes to the rest of the family and hugged Gianna, as usual. But she didn't let him help with her coat. The moment she left the door, Aurora gestured to the kitchen. Let's get some tea while Mama enjoys spending time with her grands. Looks like you need some of her famous herbs. You look miserable. Thanks, sis. He followed her to the kitchen, then reached into the cupboard for tea, feeling exactly the way his sister said he looked. Do you think I lost her? How would I know? I do know something, though. Aurora propped her hip against the worn-out counter. When we put dishes in the microwave, we started talking about tattoos, and Cat said she has 4. He jolted. 4? Cat showed me and Mama her tattoos, and we took a good look at them. Then Mama hugged her tighter than I'd ever seen her hug anyone, and you know the kind of hugger Mama is. This was definitely an evening of discoveries. I don't understand. A slight sheen of tears pooled in Aurora's eyes. 2 tattoos were on her arms, 2 on her legs. Every one of them was to cover scars. Chapter 9. Cat woke up in the middle of the night, her heart pounding. Since the days when being a light sleeper could make the difference between staying alive and, well, not, she woke up easily. She blinked, letting her eyes adjust to the darkness, and listened intently. What was that sound? Bruno growled low near her. People had told her she shouldn't let him sleep on the bed. At the very least, a dog could bring allergens with him. But she never used half of her queen-size bed anyway. She was grateful for that decision when he'd once interrupted a robbery. What is it? She whispered to him. He slipped from the bed and crouched to the window, his toenails skiing against the hardwood floor. She reached for the gun in the nightstand. A proper way would be to keep it in a safe or a gun locker. But she lived alone, no kids, and Bruno hadn't learned how to shoot yet. Her bare feet cold against the floor. To think about it, she needed to get a rug to place here. She followed him. She peered through the blinds, wishing she'd put more lanterns in the garden. She could distinguish tree silhouettes. No strange figures, but it was hard to say for sure. Bruno stopped growling and returned to bed like nothing happened, and she released a pent-up breath. Yet she stayed near the window, watching. Remembering. The garden was one of the reasons she'd rented this house, sight unseen. There was an option to buy it later, like in some other houses she'd rented. She'd never considered that option before. Until now. Grandma Bee loved gardening and canning the produce. Unlike this garden, however, hers wasn't messy. She'd had a few orange trees and 4 vegetable beds bursting with goodies like tomatoes, carrots, potatoes, and onions. The rest of her garden she'd dedicated to those herbs Cat grew to love. Cat had done her best to help with weeding and watering because she'd seen how difficult it was for Grandma Bee. Her garden had a squeaky wooden bench Cat had kept repainting. They'd spent a lot of summer evenings there with a tall glass of sweet iced tea, watching the sun set. The bench had grooves like Grandma's face, but just like her, it was sturdy and reliable. A reliable person and a warm place was truly a miracle for a freezing, starved, scared girl from the streets, and Cat winced at the memory. She rested her forehead against the cool glass, remembering her favorite part about gardening, gathering herbs in the morning, the scent incredible. Maybe that was why she'd loved Roberto's mother's kitchen immediately. It smelled like herbs, too, reminding Cat of the happiest place she'd ever been in, the one person who'd loved her unconditionally. Even if she wasn't her real grandmother. Oh, how she missed Grandma Bee. If she could change one day in her life, just one day. Tears prickled behind her eyes, but she kept staring out the window. She waited for any movement, but none came. Bruno placed his head on his paws, closed his eyes, and seemed to go back to sleep. False alarm, she whispered rather to herself than to the dog. Sleep would evade her now. So she slid her slippers on and schlepped to the kitchen where she made a cup of orange spice tea. Though Cat had never become a gardener, she'd developed an affection for teas and essential oils. Grandma Bee had believed in the healing power of herbs, and maybe something had rubbed off on Cat, after all. She boiled water the old-fashioned way, in a kettle on the stove, turning it off right before it could whistle and wake up Bruno. Then she steeped tea, breathing in the calming aroma. She reached for the cup and hesitated at the yellowed envelope tucked at the back of the shelves. Her fingers trembled slightly. She should have read that letter. She should have. She couldn't even explain why she'd avoided it all these years. Grandma Bee had left it with a neighbor, saying to give it to Cat if something happened to her. There could be important information there, or at the very least, words of wisdom and encouragement. But it was like, by not opening that letter, Cat could deny that something had happened to Grandma Bee. She knew how ridiculous that sounded, but she couldn't do anything with herself. So she took the delicate porcelain teacup, poured tea and water, carried it to the table, and sipped the hot, flavorful liquid. Like Grandma had taught her to do during sad times, Cat started counting her blessings. Bruno, of course. The job she loved and the opportunity to help others. Meeting Roberto and his family, even if she couldn't be part of it. This house. She still remembered that sleeping in a clean bed, sleeping in a bed, period, could be a luxury, as well as not having to dive into a dumpster for half-rotten food. Besides sentimental value, her recycled furniture meant she left a smaller ecological footprint. There was no need to keep up with the neighbors, because she kept to herself and didn't talk to the neighbors. She'd had to get up-to-date electronics for her job, and her microwave was often in use. Otherwise, her place was like stepping into the previous century. Oil paintings with cracked paint, antique furniture that clearly had several prior owners, including a rocking chair, and worn-out rugs like the ones Grandma B once wove herself, a gift from that kind neighbor who'd taken one look at Cat and told her she'd needed them more. Every piece was loved and treasured, and nostalgia constricted her rib cage. She wouldn't have anyone to pass it all on to. Someone like Gianna. Her thoughts turned to Roberto, and the constriction around her heart tightened painfully. Every one of his words hit her like her father's belt had struck her. But unlike those beatings, she deserved these words. Roberto was right. He needed a sweet, gentle mother for his little girl, who'd suffered enough already, and Cat was anything but that. With parents like hers, would Cat even have a clue how to raise a child? Her father's shout still rang in her ears, and she flinched. The cup in her hand shook, and she clattered it onto the white saucer. "You're worthless. You can't do anything right. You're just like your mother. You're a failure." Having heard it so often, she'd believed it for years. Strangely enough, her ex started repeating those words nearly verbatim once they'd started having issues. No matter how much Cat had tried, Reese could still find something to blame her for. She'd had a few relationships like that afterward until giving up. And why not? She was a magnet for narcissistic, egotistical, angry men. Then another voice, kind and patient, appeared in her memory with the scent of peppermint and verbena. "You're amazing. You're the best thing that happened to me." It was Grandma B who was amazing, of course. When she'd taken in the dirty, scowling teen, Cat had asked her, "Aren't you afraid I might cut your throat while you're asleep?" Grandma B only smiled. "I'm 73. I lived a happy life." With time, Cat had learned Grandma B had many challenges, but she'd gone through all of them with dignity and grace. Cat drained the tea and washed the cup, then checked on Bruno, who was still asleep, which must be a good sign. Gianna would probably miss him, and Cat missed Roberto and Gianna already. Cat squared her shoulders. Grandma B had always said one shouldn't live in the past, but should try to learn from it instead. Roberto and Gianna had to be in the past and could never transition into her future. The sooner Cat accepted it, the more pain she'd spare herself. She marched to the butcher block, sat on the squeaky, rickety chair, Grandma would have loved it, and opened her laptop. True to his word, Roberto had sent her scanned copies of Celeste's file and the interviews his cousins had conducted. Cat wasn't going to interfere with the investigation, but guilt and protective instincts nudged her. If she was going to recommend this rehab center in the future, she needed to know she was sending women toward help and not death. She scrolled through the file first and grimaced at Celeste's grim addiction story. Cat wondered whether Celeste was once as fun, popular, and attractive as Cat's ex. A people magnet, really. Something Cat could never be, and what had drawn her to him in the first place. What might have drawn her to Roberto in the first place, too, and her treacherous heart skipped a beat. He was fun, charming, attractive, well-built, and just looking into those luminous eyes made her swoon. She groaned. She really needed to stop thinking about him, his easy smile, his contagious laughter, and his eyes that lit up when he looked at her as if she truly mattered to him. Enough. She took a deep breath and opened the interview files. She needed to concentrate. After some time of reading, and a little bit of time daydreaming about those hazel eyes, she leaned against the back of her chair, causing it to squeak its cranky protest again. For the most part, the interviews were favorable, just like the testimonials on the center's well-done website. What was she missing then? Something else niggled at her. Something from yesterday's dinner with Roberto's family. It had been wonderful, giving her a longing for her own family, birthing a desire to be part of that close-knit company. Even when they teased each other, they did it with love. But something. Well, Cat didn't understand something. A couple of times she'd noticed guilt when Aurora glanced at Gianna. Becoming an outsider had its advantages. When Cat had been doing work on her laptop in different cafes, she'd watched people and their expressions. Grandma B had taught her how to read subtle nonverbal cues, as well, and then Cat had read multiple books on the subject and watched videos. It had become useful in her profession to determine which business owners to help succeed. Things on paper, or online for that matter, and spreadsheets were one thing, but if the owner didn't have integrity and passion for what they were doing, all Cat's efforts would be in vain. Of course, she could be wrong, but she had a feeling Roberto's spunky sister harbored a secret. But what secret? And why? Cat returned her attention to the files. One of the video interviews attracted her attention. When Roberto's cousin, Jenna, asked Ms. Arkell about Celeste, there was a slight twitch of her lips, a sign of displeasure. Jenna obviously noticed it, too, and pressed on. After some wiggling, Ms. Arkell said she'd suspected Celeste was having an affair with one of the doctors at the center, Dr. Anslow. Cat rubbed her temples. She'd seen him that day at the center. Attractive, distinguished, carrying an air of importance. And as she read the report further, she found an interesting connection to Roberto's family. Dr. Anslow was the ex-husband of Roberto's spunky and outspoken sister. Cat pressed her lips tight. Was the world really that small? She watched the interview again. Ms. Arkell seemed jealous. And the woman had a history of violent outbursts, Cat found out as she read her story. Did it mean Ms. Arkell had a motive to harm Celeste? An opportunity, too. And what about Dr. Anslow? If he indeed had an affair with a patient, he might want to keep it secret. Still, murder seemed too drastic in both cases. Or could the overdose really be an accident? Cat needed to ask Roberto some questions after reading the reports and watching the interviews. That should be a valid reason to call him, right? And fine, yes, she wanted to hear his voice. She could keep it strictly business. Her heart skipped another beat at the thought of his deep baritone and how it caressed her eardrums. I'm pathetic, she whispered. She could use advice from a person who had way more dating experience than she did. She opened the texts from Tulia. She'd spent some time talking to her friend yesterday on the phone, telling her about the Sunday dinner. Tulia thought Cat and Roberto still had a chance. She'd even sent follow-up texts. Did you call him yet? Seriously, the guy sounds like a catch. Call him. With a bright, open personality and a boyfriend who adored her, Tulia didn't seem to grasp the concept that maybe Cat wasn't such a catch, especially for a father with a little girl. As much as Cat was grateful for the support, the thought that Tulia would fit with Roberto better, if she hadn't been in a relationship already, made Cat grimace. Well, she'd see what she'd do in the morning. Suddenly, Bruno bolted to her, barking again, then nudged her toward the living room. Her senses going on high alert, she followed. Then the window crashed. She threw herself over Bruno on the floor, who didn't seem too happy with her for doing so. When she raised her head, a brick lay on the hardwood floor. Twine tied a sheet of paper to it. Seemed someone had a message for her. Chapter 10. In the afternoon, the next day, Cat winced as Bruno barked and rushed to the front door. Eyes narrowed, she followed him. She was getting too jumpy after that unexpected gift thrown through the window. Thankfully, Bruno's bark now was joyful, not a warning one, and he thumped his short tail with tons of enthusiasm. Considering she didn't know many people in this city, did it mean that? Her heart thudded like Bruno's tail as she peeped into the peephole. Gianna stood there with a big grin. Roberto wouldn't let his daughter arrive here on her own, would he? And Gianna didn't seem like the type to run away, nor would she have a reason to, from what Cat knew. She hurried to open the door and waved the girl inside, to the utter delight of Bruno, who started licking her face while Gianna squealed. Then Cat stared at Roberto with a large bouquet of roses. I didn't think you were going to show up. She cringed. Great opening. Not exactly a greeting to make a man welcome. She wouldn't know flirting if it hit her in the face like that brick nearly had. Despite her lack of manners, his grin only widened. I love doing the unexpected. May I come in? Yes. Right. Of course. She stepped aside. She wouldn't win any prizes for social skills, that was for sure. I was torn between giving you a blossoming cactus and roses. But as much as I'd like to surprise you, I decided to go with a traditional choice. He handed her the flowers. Hope you like it. She breathed in the aroma. I do. The man was sending mixed signals. According to his own words, he didn't want to get too close to her. But now, flowers? Her heart started beating faster when he took her hand. He peered into her eyes. My family told me to invite you for the next dinner and not to take no for an answer. Gianna paused in petting the dog, her head tipping sideways and making the bob appear lopsided. Pretty please? He nodded approvingly to his daughter's words. She learned from her second cousins. The jolt shaking Cat's heart told her how much she wanted to say yes. But wasn't it more mixed signals? She'd resolved to have a strictly business relationship with him. How was she supposed to keep that promise when he looked at her like this? I'll consider it, she said carefully. She found a suitable vase and filled it with water in the kitchen, then placed the flowers on the butcher block and returned to the hall. She'd patched up the window the best she could, but it hadn't been replaced yet. She didn't want Roberto and his daughter to see the broken window, so she didn't invite them to pass. If you don't say yes, my family might disown me. His lopsided grin shouldn't affect her so much, but it still did. His eyes gave her a sudden urge for honeyed tea. Bruno lifted his head and barked. See? Bruno says you should come, too. Gianna giggled. Oh, and we're going to the dog's museum now. Join us? Pretty please? The what? She must have misheard. You're going where? The Museum of the Dog, Roberto confirmed. They have paintings, figurines, statues, all of dogs. Cat could see a puppy in the small family's near future. I don't think dogs are allowed, though. Which is unfair, considering it's his museum, too. Roberto gave Bruno a nice belly rub, to the pet's utter delight. On one hand, Cat needed to stay away from the handsome rancher. On the other hand, she needed to talk to him about the overdose case, didn't she? Strictly business. Well, that was her excuse, and she was going to stick to it. She reached for her coat, but he was faster and held it for her. As soon as she shrugged into it, Gianna high-fived her father. Yay! Danica said that was going to work, too. Then her mouth made a perfect oh oops. Roberto's expression tangled a warning glance for his daughter with an undeniable twitch of his lips. So, both sides of his family were trying to throw them together. Cat picked up her purse, apologized to Bruno for leaving him behind while going to his museum, and followed Roberto and Gianna. She took the fresh scent of spring into her lungs, and wondered about purchasing seeds for the garden. She hadn't thought much about putting down roots before, much less planting seeds. Gianna had a skip to her step as she walked to her father's car, and Cat's chest warmed. She'd seen plenty of children, but none touched her the way Gianna did with her big eyes, easy smile, and kind attitude. In Texas, Cat was used to seeing a lot of cowboys, too, cowboy boots and hats and trucks included. But her pulse had never quickened in their presence like it had in Roberto's. Sometimes you just know, Grandma B used to say. As he opened the door for his daughter, then for Cat, Cat marveled how, despite tragic things happening to him, he kept his optimism and faith. Something she could learn from him. She slid into the passenger seat, and he closed the door after her. His car smelled of leather seats and that coconut air freshener, and a little plush puppy greeted her from its place on the dashboard. As Roberto climbed inside and started the engine, Cat clicked her seat belt into place and turned to look at Gianna. You really love dogs, don't you? The girl nodded, her silky bangs rippling with her enthusiasm. Yup. Do you know a dog's sense of smell is 10,000 times better than ours? Cat smiled. She liked Gianna's curious mind. Well, I knew it was better than humans, but not thought much better. Gianna beamed as if glad she impressed Cat. Some dogs can even sniff out medical problems. Cat's eyebrows shot up as the car took off. Really? She knew about dogs being beneficial to patients in lifting their spirits, but this? Well, to think about it, she'd experienced several wrong diagnoses from doctors. Apparently, she might have been better off consulting a dog. The thought made her chuckle. Gianna made me look up those things. I think it was also a subtle hint to get a puppy, Roberto said as he made a turn. A dog's hearing is also much better than ours. Pride laced Gianna's voice. You forgot that greyhounds can develop a speed of 45 miles an hour, Roberto said. Faster than we're going right now. Gianna shook her head, sending her bob flying. No, Daddy, I didn't forget. I just didn't have time to say it yet. Oh, and dogs are people's oldest friend. Your knowledge is impressive. Cat gave the girl an approving nod, eliciting another grin, before turning to her father. Some sources claim dogs were domesticated 15,000 years ago. He glanced at Cat. Her heart did a little jump as if he'd complimented her instead of saying a historical fact. Do you know why a dog's nose is wet? Gianna wasn't done yet. Cat smiled. This dynamic duo fascinated her. No, but I have a feeling you're about to tell me. To absorb scent chemicals. Gianna shouted as if carried away. During their ride, Cat learned more about dogs than she had in her entire life, and she'd owned several of them. And they hadn't even reached the museum yet. She'd also learned another thing. It was going to be difficult to let this small family go when the time came. It was getting dark when they were returning to Springfield after browsing art inspired by dogs and about dogs, and Roberto smiled back at his daughter. He could blame his nosy siblings and overbearing mother or his darling daughter for his visit to Cat. But the truth was, he wanted to see her. Her amazing mix of strength and vulnerability, the enigma of her life and personality, called to him. Her total lack of the desire to appeal puzzled him. Her mysterious past intrigued him. Really, MBA? A year in Africa? What else didn't he know about her? He really should talk to Jenna about that background investigation report. Though he'd rather learn things from Cat. He didn't know what to do with this growing attraction. So he decided to do what he usually did in such circumstances, to go with the flow for now. And after all, they did have a common interest in the investigation, though he hoped that wasn't the only interest she felt toward him. I had a great time today. He reached for her fingers with his right hand while his left hand tightened around the steering wheel. There was a pause, but at least she didn't remove her hand. Me, too. I had a few questions after reading the reports you gave me. Right. Disappointment rippled through him. Sure. Feel free to ask. She glanced back as if to make sure his daughter was asleep and lowered her voice. Do you know the person who smuggled Celeste drugs in rehab? He shook his head. No. Never heard of her. Fake identity, I assume, because so far Jenna hasn't found her. Seems Ms. Arkell spent a lot of time with Celeste. But I sensed she might have been jealous of the attention Dr. Anslow paid to Celeste. Do you think Ms. Arkell could have talked Celeste into starting to use again? Or could she have gotten drugs herself and passed them to Celeste? He racked his brain. He was so much out of his territory here. I don't know. I don't think anyone needed to talk Celeste into using again. She had that overwhelming urge all the time. She told me. His heart ached at the reminder that her addiction was stronger than her love for him or even for her daughter. Why did your sister and Dr. Anslow divorce? He winced. Whoa. That's not exactly about the report, is it? She kept silent until the only background noise was the motor's whirl. Then she squeezed his hand. Well, he worked at the rehab when Celeste died. And there's speculation he had an affair with her. Could it be truth? Technically, they were divorced by that time, but his gut twisted nevertheless. But thinking Celeste might have betrayed him while still married to him. That made a knife turn in his chest. Cat's voice softened as if she understood her faux pas. I'm just trying to see whether he might have been a ladies' man. You want to know whether he cheated on my sister, and that was why they divorced. He frowned. Aurora stated irreconcilable differences. She never talked about the reason. Never complained. Of course, if they'd lived in Cowboy Crossing, we'd get the information through the grapevine. But he wanted to stay in Springfield, so they bought a mansion there. Worthy of his status. Roberto didn't add it, but he didn't need to. I take it your family wasn't too fond of him, she said slowly. He chuckled, without mirth. That puts it mildly. We heard some rumors before they married. But my sister was stubborn. She thought he'd change for her. It rarely happens. I hoped for my father to change for years. He embraced the opportunity to change the topic. Have you ever seen your father again? He didn't add, after she'd waited for him with a knife. Thankfully, she'd told him that, by that time, her stepbrother and his mother had decided to escape. Roberto didn't even want to think what would have happened otherwise. I saw him a few times, purely by accident. She kept quiet for some time again. He didn't pressure her, though based on the road sign they passed, Springfield was close. Finally, she continued. I used to serve in the soup kitchen. And I used to go to the place where the homeless gathered. I brought them food, blankets, warm clothes. I don't mean to brag. It's just I was one of them once upon a time, you know? His fingers tightened around hers as if that could make it easier for her. It's admirable of you. He meant it. She shrugged. Is it? I feel I needed it more than they did. It's like it healed something inside me. They didn't talk to me at first, so I just left the gifts. With time, some of them talked to me. Except for one guy. She paused again. He waited, though his gut twisted as he guessed where this was going. He passed a green sign saying they were entering Springfield, and wistfulness stirred him. If only he had more time with her. I could never get a good look at his face, except for his permanent scowl, and the others didn't know much about him. His beard was dirty and gray, and his coat seemed to consist of more holes than fabric. His shoes showed his toes. One day I brought him a new coat, a sweater, warm socks, and shoes. That was kind of you. His voice was soft. Well, it was easy for me to do. I knew he wasn't going to talk to me, so I placed the clothes and shoes near him and was about to leave. He looked up at me, and tears sheened his eyes. Hopefully, tears of gratitude. He told you thank you? Shaking her head, she rubbed the back of her neck. He spat on the pile of the clothes I left near him and cursed at me. That was when I recognized his voice. It was my father. He didn't recognize me, though. What did you do? I left. Then I returned with a blanket and a packet with food and placed that near him, too. Chapter 11. 2 days later, Bruno gave out his greeting bark and ran to the door, his tail wiggling. Cat followed with the same excitement. She told her fast-beating heart to tone it down as she peered in the peephole. Roberto. Her heart didn't listen to her, neither did her dog, whom she told to sit, while she flung the door open. Gianna wasn't with him, most likely still in school. As always, he didn't come empty-handed. She stared at the bags in his hands. Thank you, but I can get my groceries now. Still, she stepped aside to let him in. Her independent streak didn't faze him. Good afternoon to you, too. Don't kill the messenger. I'm on an official mission to help you learn how to cook. He walked inside and strode into the kitchen. When he glanced over his shoulder and grinned, she melted. He didn't need to know about the melting part, so she pulled her features into a stern expression. I know how to cook. I just don't like doing it. You don't like cooking because you've never done it with me. I'm going to bring the joy of cooking back to you. He was unflappable, and she should have expected it. He placed the grocery bags on the counter. Have you ever cooked pizza? She sked, bemused. You're very full of yourself, you know that? His grin only spread wider. I call it confidence, mia cara. But I'm going to admit I cheated. Her mind joyfully lunged at the Italian endearment. Then her stomach dipped when the words about cheating registered. It wasn't that they actually dated. And she did try to steer the relationship into professional. And she was the one insisting she wasn't interested in romance, but. Did this mean he was seeing someone else? She knew he was too good to be true. Her heart ripped inside her chest. Suddenly weak, she leaned against the counter. And after admitting it, he wanted to cook with her? What do you mean? She asked, though she wasn't sure she wanted to know. He gestured to one of the bags now on the counter. I brought pre-made dough. She wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. You mean you cheated by bringing the dough? Yeah. So we don't have to make it from scratch. Next time, we'll do it all, though. Next time. She closed her eyes, letting the words sweep her up. There would be a next time. She wanted to be around him so much that she'd even cook with him. Wow. Was she falling for him? Her knees went weak for a different reason. He removed his coat and hat and strode into the hall to hang them. When he returned, an unusual for him frown creased his forehead. What happened to your window? Arg. He'd noticed it on the way to the kitchen. Well, she didn't see any point in sugarcoating it. Someone threw a brick through it at night. My landlord finally made arrangements to have it replaced today. Worry shadowed his eyes. Do you know who that might be? I have a few ideas, but nothing definite. The police didn't find any fingerprints. There was a sheet of paper with the words printed out. His jaw set tight, and he stepped closer, giving her a whiff of his scent. Who knew the combo of leather, hay, and soap scents could be so intoxicating? What did it say? Her blood rushed faster at his close proximity. What? Ah, the paper. Watch out. He studied her. Are you involved in something dangerous? His gaze unnerved and excited her at the same time. Yes. Yees? Cooking with you. Which was dangerous to her heart. It didn't sound right, though, so she needed to come up with an explanation. I can be a disaster in the kitchen. At least that was what her father and her ex had always claimed. Oh. Roberto's expression relaxed. It's okay. I'm here. What did the police say? They'll call me when they have something. It's okay. I'll figure it out. She lifted her chin. After all, she'd been through worse. His eyes narrowed. You mean we'll figure it out? For a moment, a pleasant wave spread through her. The idea of we was appealing. But she remembered too well those words she'd overheard him say and her own sad experience with men. Thank you, but no thank you. She washed her hands, the aroma of lavender spreading through the kitchen, and tied a towel around her waist. She didn't even have an apron, didn't need one because she'd avoided cooking since leaving Grandma Be's house to stop being a burden, to stand on her own 2 feet. Suddenly, she wanted to buy an apron and maybe a smaller matching one for Gianna. To bake cookies together. She nearly snorted at her ridiculous thoughts. What was normal for other women most likely would never happen to her, and maybe that was where the real tragedy of her life was. Bruno trotted into the kitchen, got comfortable on the rug, and went to sleep. He liked cooking about as much as she did. Roberto washed his hands and took out an apron from one of the bags. Sure enough, he came prepared. It's still difficult for you to let anyone close, isn't it? She ducked her chin because she didn't want him to read in her eyes how damaged she was. Let's not talk about it. Okay. So. We'll make the sauce first. Make? She gestured to the grocery bags. I thought we're just going to open a can. He looked like he resisted rolling his eyes. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response. Good thing Mama didn't hear you. Despite his gruff tone, Cat couldn't help smiling. She loved his mother already, though on some level the woman scared her. What can I do? You can peel and crush garlic cloves. He pointed to one of the bags. She reached for the small packet with garlic and started doing just that. Meanwhile, he cut tomatoes, then placed them, water, and 2 spoons of olive oil in a blender. Apparently, he'd brought that, too, correctly guessing she didn't have one. Once smooth, he transferred the mixture into a bowl. He added garlic. Bring me vinegar, dry oregano, and basil, por favor. She realized now why Italian was called the language of love. There was something so incredibly attractive in how he rolled those Rs that she forgot to tell him he shouldn't order her around. Besides, he didn't order. He asked. Lovely Rs and all. So she went fetching. Cooking had been a burden when she'd been a child and a teen, and her stomach tightened as her father's shouts rang in her ears. I can't eat this garbage. You're worthless. A statement usually followed by plates and utensils thrown at her. Her ex-husband couldn't be bothered in the kitchen either, considering it a woman's job, and had been nearly as difficult to please. The plates didn't fly, but the contemptuous words had. But there was something magical in watching Roberto's hands dance while he cut vegetables and sang an Italian tune she couldn't understand, clearly enjoying himself. His hips moved slightly to his own tune, and she had a feeling he must be a great dancer. A vision of them dancing came and disappeared. She knew she should look away from him, and still, she couldn't. You don't consider cooking a woman's job, do you? His eyebrows shot up. Are you kidding me? In this time and age? Besides, Mama would smack my head if I even thought something like that. Cat chuckled. I have a feeling she would. Her stomach perked up at the amazing aromas. He mixed the ingredients, transferred them to one of the pots. Cat was grateful to the owner for leaving them. Now we bring it to a boil and let it simmer for an hour. An hour? What? She must have misheard him. How long? Yeah, that's not long enough. Let's make it 2 hours. Whatever we don't use right now, you can use if you cook pasta or pizza later. Thanks. It was sweet of him to think she'd cook later, and a little naive, too. The nearest restaurants surely thanked the day she'd moved to the neighborhood, and she intended to keep it that way. He moved closer to her, and his gaze slipped from her eyes to her lips. What we should do now? Yes? Why did her voice come out so husky? We should. Did his breathing quicken? Or was it her imagination? One thing for sure, her own breathing went shallow as she imagined his lips brushing against hers, his hands circling around her back. He visibly swallowed. We should get the dough ready. And then when she'd respond to his kiss. Wait. What? She blinked fast. The dough? Right. The dough. He cleared his throat. Or did you have another idea? Yes. No, she squeaked. Getting the dough ready sounds right. Oh, wait. Wasn't it ready, well, already? Did she make sense? Her mind was foggy. We still have to roll it out. He cleaned the butcher block made from delightful reclaimed wood and spread flour. Apparently, he could easily be alone with her and not even think about kissing her, while kissing him was the only thing she was thinking about now. What was happening to her? He removed the dough from the packet. Gianna isn't here, so I'm going to share some facts about pizza. I looked up at her request. The mention of Gianna stirred Cat with nostalgia. I take it you cooked pizza with her. Of course. That's what fathers do, don't they? He sent her a puzzled look. A lump formed in her throat. Her father had never cooked with her, or taken her to playgrounds, museums, ice cream parlors, or parks, or if he had, she couldn't remember. For years, she'd thought it was because she was a bad daughter. After all, even her mother didn't want her. Wasn't that the ultimate proof of Cat's unworthiness? Were all her efforts to prove them otherwise, all her successes, still meaningless? He rolled out the dough and grinned at her. Do you want to try? She took over. Like this? His large hands covered hers, causing her to breathe in sharply. Yes, but press a little firmer. Anyway, you didn't ask, but here goes. There's a theory that pizza was invented in China, and maybe it was. But pizza as we know it was invented in Naples. And the word pizza was first documented in AD 997. She needed something, anything, to distract herself from the feeling of his hands on hers, from his breath caressing her cheek, his warmth seeping into her. Maybe talking about pizza was a good idea to keep her mind off him. What is the most popular topping on pizza in the US? His breathing quickened again as if their closeness affected him, too. According to one survey, pepperoni. And in case you wondered, the least popular is anchovies. The bigger the circle of dough in front of her became, the bigger the wave of apprehension inside her. What country consumes the most pizza per capita now? Italy or the US? His hand stopped moving, but he didn't step away, enveloping her in the hug. She barely resisted the urge to close her eyes and lean into him. She was never going to look at the delivery pizza the same again. Neither. It's Norway. His voice dipped lower. You're kidding me. Her heart was beating wildly. Now she realized why so many women loved watching cooking shows, not to mention the real meaning of the expression hot in the kitchen. In fact, her temperature already kicked up a notch. No, he moved away, creating an emptiness inside her no pizza could fill. I'm going to check on the sauce. Right. Way more than tomatoes were going to be simmering here then. She was a woman with a lot of self-restraint, but she'd never met a man like Roberto. What topping do you prefer? He asked. She shrugged. I'm not picky. Pepperoni sounds great. Oh no. We're going to have Italian sausage, Canadian bacon, pepperoni, olives, mushrooms, and onions. His gaze moved to her lips. Did he think about kissing her? Seriously, what was going on here? And if you wanted to ask, the most expensive pizza is the Louis XIII. It costs $12,000. His gaze shifted to her eyes again. She swallowed her disappointment. Right. Yes, that was exactly what I was going to ask. But maybe he needed to have his attention occupied with something besides thoughts of kissing, too. The world's most expensive pizza was as good as any other ideas. To occupy herself, she removed the pack of bacon from the grocery bag. It slipped from her hands, and she tried to catch it. But, instead, she kicked it up higher into the air. Bruno woke up and jumped to his feet, sensing a treat. Trying to keep it out of the dog's reach, she sent the packet into the air. Got it. Roberto caught it and smiled at her. She needed to know before doing something crazy like kiss him herself. Why are you so nice to me? His lips curved up as he set the bacon aside and stirred the sauce. I could say it's because I'm a nice guy, which I am. Or because my family took a shining to you, and I love my family, even my obnoxiously serious brother. But I'm sure the truth is pretty obvious. I like you. I like you a lot. Her heart nearly stopped beating, then resumed with a wild force. She'd longed to hear those words, but she needed to be fair to him and his girl. But I'm not like you. I'm not sunshine and roses. I'm more like clouds and cacti. He grimaced. I should have brought you a cactus instead of roses. Duly noted for the next time. She chuckled. He made it impossible not to smile in his presence. You know what I mean. And that I'm right. I like cacti. So does my daughter, and we have a row of pots at home to prove it. I know they are prickly and all, but when they bloom, it's like a miracle. Their flowers are gorgeous and unique. Gianna and I stare at them in awe for a while. Or until Danica and her kitten come for a visit. The kitten for some reason thinks a blooming cactus is a toy. And he looked at her with awe and admiration right now. Huh. Who could figure out this infuriatingly upbeat man? He tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. As for clouds, they usually bring rain. And we all know how much soil needs rain. He saw her in a much better way than she saw herself, that much was clear. And maybe she'd needed this just like soil needed the rain, too. He shifted toward her, his gaze intense. Her heartbeat spiked, and she knew she should move away. But she didn't. She reminded herself of her experiences. And he probably still wasn't over losing his ex-wife. He'd obviously loved her dearly. Cat had seen such beauty like Celeste in Grandma's garden, gorgeous butterflies gracefully flying from one flower to the other. So fragile with their delicate wings that no one would expect they could deliver the destruction of 1,000 angry wasps. Girls like Celeste could be the envy and admiration of many. But not of Cat. On the other hand, Cat was never a butterfly, but an ant, simple-looking, ready to carry 10 times her weight if needed. But right now, she didn't want to remember any reasons to step away from Roberto. She'd avoided any kind of closeness with men for so long, maybe she could make an exception and create a memory for the years to come. To store it away, like he'd suggested storing away the tomato sauce, now simmering as surely as her feelings. He cupped her face, a question in his eyes. She wove her arms around his neck, hoping he could see the answer in hers. Today, she'd make an exception for her rule, and a wave of awareness rushed through her. Yes, she whispered. It was all the encouragement he'd needed. When he dipped his head and claimed her lips with his, she stilled, waiting for her body's usual reaction. Even if her mind told her otherwise, her body remembered all too well that any man could be a threat, not to be trusted. Her ex's kisses had been gentle in the beginning, but those kisses turned rough and demanding after marriage, leaving her skin raw. She'd done her best to respond to Reese, but he'd still blamed her for being cold. Maybe he was right. However, as butterflies fluttered tender wings in her stomach, she felt anything but cold now. Roberto had ignited an unfamiliar flame inside her, and all her nerve endings seemed to come alive. Her lips opened up to him like the petals of that cactus he'd mentioned. The one that had never bloomed before. There was another first for her. She leaned into the man because of the delicious dizziness. As every cell in her body filled with delight, one thought filtered through her mental fog. She was falling into this euphoria of Roberto's kiss. There was no one to catch her. No one to stop her. She was grateful for that. Chapter 12. The next day, as Kat went through the motions of a morning meeting with a client, working online, taking Bruno for a run, and talking to Tulia, who of course wanted all the details of the kiss, Kat still felt liquid in the aftermath of the best kiss of her life. She probably had a goofy smile the entire day. Their pizza was the best pizza she'd ever tried, too, but she'd expected it. Roberto had said that the most important ingredient in every dish was love. Every meal needed to be cooked with love. Maybe that was the reason her dishes hadn't been that great, though by now she knew her father could find fault in anything she'd done. She hadn't cooked with love. She'd cooked with fear. She munched on the delicious pizza and sipped passion-fruit tea, sitting at the butcher block that now had such wonderful memories. Bruno munched on his kibble, keeping her company. Her thoughts switched to her father. Grandma B had said Kat's father's abuse wasn't Kat's fault, and Grandma repeated it many times. Kat had avoided thinking about it for years, but now she needed to find a logical explanation for why he'd been that way. After her mother left, and with her, the stable income, hot meals, and clean clothes, Kat's father had moved them around a lot. One would think that, with his rental history, he wouldn't be given so many chances. But he'd always managed to play on compassion, saying with tears in his eyes how difficult it was to raise a daughter on his own. Instead of malnutrition, he'd blamed her pale and gaunt looks on her being sick a lot, he'd lost jobs because he'd put caring for his daughter above his heartless manager's demands. Apparently, Cat had anger issues, too, but who could blame her, with a mother like hers? Even marks on her hands and legs could be explained. She had a propensity for self-harm. Not to mention that she was a pathological liar, but he loved her anyway. She had received so many pitying looks she eventually learned to ignore them. She'd found out the hard way that, if she'd said something to someone, people wouldn't believe her and her father would punish her worse. He was so polite and courteous in public, after all. He'd even received free meals from neighbors and loans. By the time the kind neighbors started to get an idea that he was never going to repay them, he was ready to move to a new place. With time, she realized the reason people took his word easily was because he'd first persuaded himself it was true. He was a long-suffering destitute father with a sick, angry daughter doing his best to make things work and never getting a chance. So, if he lost his job, it wasn't because he stayed at home watching TV for days, but because he had to take care of an ill child. If they ran out of funds, it was because of the things Cat needed and not because he'd spent it all on beer, cigarettes, and steaks. If they were evicted, it was because he lost his job, which was because, well, see above. And of course, if no woman ever wanted to stay with him for a long time, it wasn't because of his angry outbursts, but because Cat was a burden to everyone around her. To make things worse for the poor man, despite all his care and love for Cat, his daughter was lazy, demanding, and didn't make an effort to be useful. If she broke a glass, he pushed her, or missed school, she didn't want anyone to see her bruises, or asked to buy clothes, hers were threadbare, it only proved his point. Later, he was telling everyone she stole money from him to buy drugs. Because otherwise, where could it all go? Anything that happened was filtered through the belief that she'd ruined his life. Of course, he had to discipline her. She wouldn't listen to words. After a while, even Cat believed she must be at fault. He could control his anger in public, so it must be her who caused his anger. She was prone to getting colds that she always passed to her father. She was clumsy. She cried too much, which of course must be irritating. She ate too much, which was costly. She said bad things about her father to their neighbors, like making up the lies that he'd hit her. What man wouldn't get angry? No patience could be enough to deal with a daughter like his. Cat had started to believe something was wrong with her. It had taken a kind stepbrother who told her otherwise, who stood up for her to make her realize things needed to change. When her father remarried and the woman actually stayed with him, the stepmother closed her eyes to Cat's abuse because, really, it didn't concern her. But her son hadn't. With the years, when Cat had trained abused women to defend themselves, she'd seen the same pattern in their stories about their husbands or boyfriends. People needed to justify their actions, and once they started doing it, everything had to be twisted as proof for that justification. When she'd talked to those women who'd been often battered and bruised, she should have been baffled how they blamed themselves for making their husbands or boyfriends angry. But she wasn't surprised. Done with the pizza, she sat down on the rug and hugged Bruno. He licked her face, then placed his head on her lap. After a few years as a business consultant in Houston, she started visiting homeless sites. Once she'd had that shocking encounter with her father who didn't even recognize her, she'd started asking other homeless people about the things her father had said to them. A part of her hoped he might have learned something from his experience and regretted, even a little bit, the way he'd treated her. She didn't expect an apology, but she craved a chance at reconciliation. She'd even consider taking him in then. She'd provide for him if he'd changed. Despite his grouchiness, really, how could he not change, at least somewhat? There was a selfish reason, too. Some insecure part of her was desperate to know that she wasn't such a horrible daughter, that she hadn't caused hatred and abandonment from the people who were supposed to love her the most. Her world could have been put on its axis. The reconciliation would give her closure, would finally make everything right again. She found some homeless people had compassion for him, despite him always being in a bad mood. By then, they'd trusted her enough to share, Or maybe they thought she'd bring them more food if they gave her the information she'd requested. One of the men told her that poor man had ended up like he was, because of his ungrateful daughter. Her blood boiled then, and her hands fisted. That's horrible. The old man, who was missing 2 front teeth, nodded. Yes. She must be a horrible person. Slowly, very slowly, she uncoiled her fingers one by one. She didn't receive her closure. Then she heard Grandma Bea's words again. Darling, it's up to you to stay resentful and eventually become like your father, or let go. It had taken her years, but today she lifted her head, blinked away her tears, and did her best to let go. Cat didn't believe violence bred violence. She believed violence bred more violence. People retaliated with a bigger, angrier force, feeling justified to do so, causing more damage than good. She'd done her best not to use her skills in hand-to-hand combat, except for volunteer teaching at the Springfield Community Center. But seeing Nellie with bruises again at the weekly lesson Monday morning made Cat's blood heat up like lava. She kept her anger under wraps on the outside, of course, and her smile firmly in place. But inside, the volcano was about to erupt. She quietly asked Nellie to stay after the session for a talk, using Nellie's brother who'd gone to the rehab center Cat had recommended as a reason for their talk. Cat used her softest voice possible and brought Nellie a cup of calming chamomile tea. Cat always carried a few bags of tea in her purse because one never knew when one might need them. In a quiet corner away from people, Cat settled in a comfortable armchair, sipped her own paper cup filled with hot aromatic liquid, and leaned forward, doing her best to keep judgment from her eyes. Nellie was a 30-something brunette with sad gray eyes. Her soft features could be attractive if they hadn't been decorated with those yellowish-blue bruises even makeup couldn't hide well. When she talked, her voice squeaked sometimes, and she probably sounded like a mouse who'd gotten caught in a trap with cheesy compliments and a false promise of fulfillment. From prior conversations, Cat already knew Nellie grew up with an alcoholic father who got violent when he drank. And he drank most of the time, taking breaks for work, food, and sleep, not necessarily in that order. When drinking started interfering with his work, he realized it was time to give up. So naturally, he gave up his job. Her older brother followed in their father's steps, though at least he didn't inherit the violent streak. Nellie had seen her father chasing her mother with a knife, so when a decent handsome guy started to pay attention to Nellie at 18, she couldn't escape fast enough. A year later, after her small wedding, her father died from liver cirrhosis. On the bright side, her brother whom Cat had referred to that suspicious rehab was doing much better. A prior medical condition had caused his trip to the hospital, so maybe the rehab wasn't at fault, after all. Then Cat gently steered the conversation to Nellie's marriage. The first time her husband yelled at her, Nellie wasn't devastated. She was used to much worse. The man was going through a rough patch at work, poor thing, and she did ruin his favorite shirt when ironing it. Besides, unlike her father, her husband was a good provider for her and the children. He'd bought them a beautiful house, too. A big difference from the dump where she'd grown up. And really, it wasn't his fault he'd hit her. Nellie looked away as she said it. She'd made him angry. She'd do better next time and he wouldn't hit her again. Cat nearly choked on her tea then, but managed to appear calm. After all, she could relate to Nellie better than the woman would ever know. With gentle questions, Cat discovered Nellie's husband had been beating her up for years and things were escalating. When Cat offered help and a place to stay for her and the children, the woman shook her head, her eyes haunted. Didn't Cat understand? Nellie's husband had never hit the children. And he'd never chased her with a knife, unlike her father had done with her mother. Her life was a vast improvement from what she'd seen growing up. Despair clogged up Cat's throat, and she placed the half-empty paper cup aside. When she tried to persuade Nellie it would be better for her children if she got out, the woman covered her face with her hands. It was the children she thought about. Why couldn't Cat understand? Cat softened her voice. I understand. But you came to take my lessons. You do see what's going on. You do know you need to get out before it's too late. Abusers rarely stopped. Cat knew it all too well. I need to run home. Nellie smashed her empty paper cup, jumped to her feet, and rushed out of the building. Her insides hurting, Cat stared at the cup for a moment, smashed the way Nellie's heart probably was. Cat was fairly sure she'd never see the woman again. On some level, she could even admire her sacrifice. At least, she didn't escape, leaving her children behind, like Cat's mother had done. Then Cat threw the cups in the trash can and strode outside to her own car, thankful she'd parked close by. She followed Nellie's minivan because she wanted to know where the woman lived. Later, as Cat went about her day, mainly doing online business consulting, she couldn't stop thinking about Nellie. Cat was out of her league here, and she knew it. Nellie had declined suggestions of taking an assertiveness course, going to the police, or meeting with a marriage counselor. Her husband skillfully alienated Nellie's friends and family, so it wasn't like Cat could go to them. It was clear that Nellie would rather die than leave her husband, and that might happen. The woman's words ricocheted through Cat. He promised he'd change. He feels bad for hitting me. He says he loves me so much. Just look at this ring he bought me. The anger inside Cat didn't subside but grew. She needed to do something. Even if she was going to regret it. At times like this, she wished she could still pray. Every time she imagined Nellie's husband hitting her, Cat felt the pain of her own hits. Yes, that was a memory, but it still hurt, though not as unbearably. And she suspected Nellie was wrong about all this not affecting their children. Her father hadn't started by hurting his daughter, either. He'd started with her mother. Even if Nellie's husband hadn't affected them physically, they'd been hurt emotionally. Spiritually, too, because they'd have to come up with their own ways to survive in a hypocritical house. For a while, Cat's mother had pretended everything was okay when it had been far from it. Cat wanted to scream and bang her head against the wall as she sat in her kitchen. Instead, she studied the guy's profile on Facebook and found his favorite restaurant and the food he liked. Then she called the place and ordered takeout. Soon the steak's aroma spread in her car as she drove to a stucco house on the outskirts that looked so much like those around it. How much domestic violence happened behind the latte-hued stucco walls of the other places? Something cold gripped her when she pulled up to the curb a few houses away and waited. Nellie usually took the children to soccer practice around this time. Sure enough, a few minutes later, two lanky boys piled up in the stereotypical soccer mom minivan. What was Cat doing? This was none of her business. She should go to the police. Then what? Nellie wouldn't give witness to domestic violence charges. Cat doubted Nellie would use the phone number for the domestic violence helpline Cat had given her. Still, Cat knew she needed to drive away. In fact, she'd been in the same situation before when she'd persuaded herself she'd just needed to talk to the woman more and eventually she'd come to her senses and leave. That eventually had never happened. Instead, after one of the hits, the woman fell onto the sharp angle of the table. The woman's sister took in the motherless children, 2 and 3 years old, and Cat's throat constricted every time she'd thought about it. She'd written a large check to her and kept sending her funds for years, but she could never make up for staying on the sidelines. Hot tears burned behind Cat's eyes. After the minivan disappeared behind a curve, Cat hesitated, then remembered the 2 and 3-year-old stricken expressions. She snatched the delivery box and walked to the house nestled amidst immaculate landscaping. She rang the doorbell and announced it was the meal delivery. Like she'd hoped, he opened the door to accept the free meal delivered in error. Huh. He was taller and wider than she'd expected. She was extra grateful for her daily training. With a few silent punches, she made her way inside before he could recover. The conversation was short, and she made sure the physical hurt would be minimal. But she needed him to understand she was serious, and she'd be back if things didn't change. She rubbed her bruised knuckles on the way to her car. There was a chance the man would file assault charges, but she had to take the risk. Adrenaline pumped in her veins as she turned the key in the ignition. She'd expected guilt to twist her stomach. Instead, she felt numb. She dropped her head on the steering wheel for a long moment. She was more like her father than she'd realized. Chapter 13. Almost a week later, Roberto had seen Cat several times and was still basking in the aftermath of the kiss as he worked on the ranch on Tuesday. It meant something to him. No, wrong. It meant a lot to him. Emerging trust on her part. Growing attraction on his. Thank you, Lord. It was a glorious day that God made, with the bright sky and grass all luscious after the night's rain. He loved his job since he'd been a little boy, took pride in feeding the country, providing people with what they needed for survival, great, nutritious food. Unlike his brother, Constanzo, who'd once considered taking a corporate job after graduating from the university, Roberto was happy with what he had. Okay, he'd missed Celeste terribly and was heartbroken when she died. But she was bad for their daughter. If Celeste had followed the path of self-destruction, it was on her, but he couldn't let her drag their innocent child with her. He'd felt a sharp pang when he'd thought that. But despite all his optimism, he preferred seeing things clearly. While he checked the fencing, Cat's image teased him, and the anticipation of seeing her again made his blood rush faster. The feeling was intoxicating. So, okay, maybe he didn't exactly see things clearly. Was this sense of floating on air, of intense pleasure bubbles inside what Celeste had felt while using? No, he'd never want to find out. He smiled as he answered a phone call from his cousin, Jenna, who ran a small female detective agency. I have some news you're not going to like. She didn't waste any time. But then, she never did. He tensed. What happened? Someone filed assault charges against Cat today. I just found out. His phone nearly slipped into the grass. What? That can't be true. Yeah. I was surprised myself. I'll call you when I have more info. The line disconnected. He stared at the screen, refusing to believe this was true. Okay, Cat wasn't a fragile flower, not that he'd want her to be, but to have a propensity for violence? She'd told him about some hurtful things in her past, like her father's abuse, but he suspected even more remained hidden. And what he didn't know in this case could hurt him, or rather, his daughter, and that was even worse. He dismounted because he didn't want the horse to feel his distress. She could get confused or worse, spooked. The horse neighed. He couldn't let her see him weak. He had to stay the leader of the herd. Maintaining respect was important. He saw a spot in the fence that needed fixing, anyway. Lord, am I wrong about Cat? Is she bad news like I once thought? Yet Roberto had sought her out, couldn't stay away from her, just like Celeste knew cocaine was bad for her and still couldn't stay away. But this one was all on him. His body shook as he bent to hammer the wooden piece into place. It was as if he were already going through the withdrawal of not seeing Cat, and he accidentally hit his finger with the hammer. Pain erupted inside him. So he took a deep breath and reached into his pocket. He needed to talk to Cat, not because he needed to hear her breathy voice, though there was that, but because he needed to know the truth. Once she picked up, a jolt of longing prevented him from speaking. Then he took a deep breath of the fresh air he loved so much, but this time it failed to calm him. Hello, Cat. He couldn't call her Mia Cara this time. I heard about the assault charges. He listened to her story while looking into the cerulean sky, his mind refusing to comprehend it. But you said he outweighed you twice, with a known history of violence. What if he knocked you down? Then kept hitting you? Worry and outrage mixed inside him, simmering like a sauce gone sour. How could she not understand that? I was willing to take that risk. Her voice sounded tired, resigned. But not defeated. And yes, I realize I shouldn't use my skills for harm. But I couldn't stand aside and wait until he killed her. Now that her ankle had healed, she could probably knock Roberto out if she wanted to. He didn't consider himself a sexist, admired his female cousins who were women strong in spirit and body. Yet the thought didn't sit well. There were other ways to act. Call the police, for example. Yes. Obviously, she didn't consider that option for long, maybe because they hadn't helped her when she was a child. Then she'd probably felt hunted by the police when she'd run away. But, without her statement, I don't think they could do much. His mind whirled. Well, you could ask me. I would talk to the guy. A sigh traveled down the line. Talking wouldn't help in this case. And he'd punish his wife after you left. Frustration zipped through him. How was what you did any better? I was counting on him being humiliated and a little scared. I did my best for the physical hurt to be minimal. But I figured he must have a fragile ego to need to establish himself at the cost of the weak. Being taken down by a female should hurt that ego. While he didn't approve of her actions, he could see her logic. He wondered if she studied psychology or simply relied on her instincts. But again, he could take out his hurt on the weak, his wife. I told him that, if he hit her again, his friends would know he got beaten up by a woman. She frowned. If he filed assault charges, it didn't work like I hoped it would. What if he didn't open the front door? He wished the guy hadn't, frankly. That was a possibility, but people like free food. Well, maybe with the exception of when you're offered fried crickets or a cooked rat in Africa. Though frankly, when I ran away and slept in the abandoned trailer, I heard squeaking. He winced. Rats? Weren't you scared? I was so starved I considered them for breakfast. My apologies to those who have rats as pets. Sadly, they must have felt it because they disappeared. He'd never met anyone else like her, and he never would. You're unique. She chuckled, without mirth. You mean I'm weird? No. You're truly unique. He was a cowboy and a man with simple wishes and his emotions on the surface. She was intelligent, damaged, jagged, complicated, jaded, kind, broken, all at the same time. Once, when he and his siblings had been teens, their parents had taken the entire family to the Grand Canyon. He'd had the same feeling then. He knew he shouldn't step too close to the edge or he might fall. But no matter the risk, the wonder in front of him made him say, "Thanks to the Lord for creating such beauty." He couldn't look away. Her character had depth he didn't know about. More frightening, she had sharp corners he'd suspected from the beginning. His heart was pounding just like then. And just like when he'd seen the Grand Canyon, he was fascinated. It would be wise to walk away or at least step away from the edge. Instead, he wanted to be near her this moment, to draw her close and hold her. He wanted to hear her heartbeat against his, and he wanted the world to stand still. He knew how far he could fall and how much it could hurt in the end. He didn't pretend he could relate to her childhood. Yes, his father had left them struggling, but before that, Roberto had a happy childhood. All of them had helped out and worked on the ranch. But none had gone hungry, and all had the security of their mother's love. His siblings could be a pain in the neck from time to time, but they cared about each other and supported each other. He knew that, if he called, they all would be on his doorstep in 10 minutes, and most wouldn't take that long. He couldn't imagine what it would feel like to have a childhood and adolescence like hers. How much it all could damage a person. His perspective was different from hers. Did it mean their worlds were too far apart? He couldn't make it work with Celeste, whom he knew well, who was part of his world. Yet he was dying to hold Cat like the precious wonder she was, and he wanted to hold her forever. Cat felt restless the next 2 days. Well, she did manage to review another woman-owned, disadvantaged small business, identify weaknesses, create marketing intentions, and write grant applications. Yet waves of turmoil rolled through her, and she took breaks to go for runs with Bruno more often than usual. Muscle strain and fresh air helped clear her head, and she isolated the reason for her restlessness as she washed Bruno's paws back in the house. It wasn't about the assault charges. She'd been notified the guy had changed his story about them this morning. It was about her relationship with Roberto. Relationship? Well, there was a budding relationship, right? She toweled Bruno's paws and gave him a decent back rub while he expressed his gratitude by taking the makeup off her face. After providing him kibble and fresh water, she washed her hands and drank 2 glasses of water to stay hydrated. She walked to the shower and closed the door. Sometimes the aroma of her favorite jasmine-scented shampoo helped her calm down. Minutes later, wrapped in a soft, fluffy white robe, she sat on the bed, the drag of tired muscles making her reluctant to get up again. Bruno stretched comfortably on the carpet near the bed and looked up but didn't get close. Maybe because the robe reminded him of the neighbor's cat. Her budding relationship with Roberto had developed a crack, and she had only herself to blame. Was it a sign she should back off? Finally, she was on the brink of something great in her life, and she'd ruined it. She leaned and patted Bruno, drawing strength from his silent companionship. "You're the only male I ever fully trusted." "Yeah, I know, pathetic." Looking up with those soulful eyes of his, Bruno licked her hand. He never judged her, one of many things she was grateful for. Well, she felt she could trust Roberto, too. But her issue was even worse. Could she trust herself with him? The meeting with Nellie's husband and Cat's lack of remorse sent a chill down her spine. What if she could eventually turn into a version of her father? Roberto and his precious daughter deserved much better. "What should I do?" she asked herself out loud. Bruno must have thought the question was for him because he rose to his paws, picked up his leash, and rushed to the door. "We've just been outside." She chuckled. Then she thought a minute. "You know what? You might be onto something here." Gianna adored Bruno, didn't she? Until now, Roberto had been the one to pay surprise visits. Despite those protesting muscles, Cat got up from the bed. "It's time for me to return the favor, right?" Bruno barked cheerfully, showing he couldn't agree more. "Now what can I bring, besides myself?" She picked up mascara from the drawer and dabbed a more generous amount than usual on her eyelashes. Bruno lifted his front paws. "Yes, you, of course. I know he likes horses, but I don't think I can arrange getting him a new horse on such short notice." She covered her lips with pink lipstick and studied her blonde hair. "Maybe I should go back to my natural color, which is close to the color of your fur." Bruno gave his enthusiastic approval for that. Go back to my roots, literally. She'd done her best to build a life for herself different from the one she always knew, tried to change herself, too. She'd bottled down her anger and frustrations, changed her hair color, muscled up, and covered her scars with tattoos. She'd needed to see a different person in the mirror then. Did she still need to? Was she still scared of what she might see? Then she snapped her fingers. "Oh, I know. Pizza. I'll do the same thing Roberto did. I'll bring pizza ingredients to his place." Bruno tilted his head to the side, probably because he didn't understand pizza's allure. "You know, sausage, bacon, mushrooms, onions." Bruno perked up at sausage, bacon, and Cat smiled, anticipation building in the pit of her stomach. He hurried to the door again as if he couldn't wait to see Roberto and Gianna, and Cat could relate. After grocery shopping, she was on her way to the ranch. Bruno tried to insist on riding shotgun, but she vetoed that, so he was secured in the rear passenger seat. He whined to complain. "It's the safest place for you to be." Yes, she talked to the dog. But then, she talked to the furniture, too. Some people would consider her crazy. "Come on. I'll put on your favorite song." So she did, and Bruno joined the tune with a howl. Excitement at seeing Roberto soon bubbled inside her. Would he be glad to see her? Or did she scare him as much as she scared herself now? "Maybe I should go back." Bruno barked in protest. She pulled up to Roberto's house. It really shouldn't be so easy to find people's addresses on the internet, and turned off the engine. Then she didn't move. His navy sedan was parked in front, so he should be home. The excited anticipation changed into an apprehensive chill. Bruno barked unhappily. I know. I know. She placed her keys in her purse, but she didn't open the car door. But what if he isn't glad to see me? Bruno barked again clearly protesting. Yes, you're always glad to see me. But humans are different. They don't always love unconditionally. Or conditionally, for that matter. With her stepbrother's exception, she hadn't met a single man who'd truly cared about her. Fine, maybe she'd pushed them away before they had a chance to. But she'd let Reese get close to her, believed his promises, and in the end, he'd treated her worse than his old shoes. He'd blamed her for that bad treatment, too, because she was too cold. She covered her face with her hands. Would the same happen with Roberto? She'd never be able to open her heart to him completely, and he'd hate her in the end? A knock on the window made her wince. Why didn't Bruno give a warning bark? She looked up. Ah. Because he recognized Roberto, that was why. Her heart leaped in her chest at the sight of his signature lopsided grin. Her lips curved up as she rolled down her window and the scent of grass filled the car. I hope it's not bad timing. Any time is a great time to see you. His grin widened. But actually, I just got home from work a few minutes ago. Gianna is playing with Danica and Bianca. He opened the door for her and snatched her into his arms once she slid out of the car. I'm so glad to see you, Mia Cara. Mia Cara. Ditto. She wove her hands around his neck as an unfamiliar feeling, as if she'd finally found home, expanded her chest. She filled her lungs with his masculine scent and the fresh air and struggled with the urge to kiss him. Bruno's bark reminded her she'd left him in the car, as well as the groceries in the trunk. Reluctantly, she eased out of his embrace. I need to let Bruno out. I hope you don't mind that I brought him. I figured it might be a nice surprise for Gianna. Wind whipped her hair around, and he moved it away from her face. Of course, I don't mind. I love animals, and Bruno is awesome. And she will be thrilled. She inhaled sharply as the back of his hand brushed against her skin. Then she tried to remember what else she needed to say. Oh yes. I have pizza ingredients in the trunk. Unless you got tired of pizza. He laughed. Who can get tired of pizza? Let me bring it all inside and put whatever needs to go there in the fridge. Then how about you, me, and Bruno go for a walk before cooking? The weather is amazing today. As she let Bruno from the car, he gave his full support to this idea, wagging his tail happily. After Roberto had unloaded the groceries, they left the house. Bruno ran ahead of them, exploring everything, while Roberto took her hand in his, making her pulse spike. She took in the endless greenery. The azure sky seemed bigger without buildings in the way, and something about the herd of horses in the distance spoke to her. In the same way, the air of integrity and honesty in the cowboy walking near her called to her on a deep level. She'd been to a ranch before, though not this one, of course, when her stepbrother had worked as a ranch hand at the same place where his mother had worked as a maid. He'd taken Cat with him a few times. But she'd never imagined herself living on a ranch. Until now. She stared at the horizon as if she could find answers to her questions there. My stepbrother told me nature was healing. He was right. Roberto's fingers tightened around hers, sending a pleasant jolt through her. Could it finally heal her here? She called for Bruno when he ran away too far, and he obediently returned. Bruno did heal some rough spots inside her, so there was some wisdom to those words. But she was a practical woman, not a dreamer. Maybe too practical. A few female acquaintances, including Tulia, had said she thought like a man when they told her about their issues. She'd rushed to solve them when all they'd needed was for someone to listen. Do you think I made a rushed decision in Nellie's case? The DA's office dropped the charges when the guy recanted his statement, which you probably know. Yet violence shouldn't have been my first response to the issue. She stopped near the long brown fence and looked into his eyes. I thought so at first, but I haven't gone through what you went through. And I understand you wanted to help in your own way. Wow. How could he support her after his initial reaction? Thank you. But then, other people's issues seem so much easier to fix than my own. Her voice dipped, and he drew her a little closer as if offering silent support. Like my failed marriage. She told him about Reese, all the things she'd never told anyone. He touched her hair in a gesture at once light and intimate. It's not your fault your marriage ended. From what I understood about your story, he was an emotional abuser. She wanted to stop talking and simply enjoy looking into his luminous hazel eyes. But she needed him to know who she was, even the sides she'd never shown anyone, maybe not even herself. There are two sides to every story. His contempt grew from me not being passionate enough. He called me a cold fish. Huh. I remember our kiss. I'd never consider you a cold fish. Just thinking about it takes my breath away. His head dipped toward her. Based on how blood rushed through her veins now, she could agree with him. I was the one who left after 8 years. It wasn't exactly because I was scared of who he became. It was because I was scared of who I was becoming with him. He moved back slightly and studied her, his forehead crinkling, his eyes creasing. What do you mean? He grew a large beard and she swallowed hard. He started smoking. Inside the house. He said it was his house, too. Roberto's hands fisted. Didn't he know how it reminded you of a person who assailed you? He said it wasn't his problem. She shuddered. Maybe he was trying to arouse emotion in me. He succeeded. Once he started criticizing my cooking again, saying I couldn't do anything right, while he smoked that cigarette in my face, something snapped in me. I started pummeling his chest with my fists. I just couldn't see straight. That was when he slapped me across the face. What? Rage filled his eyes. She lifted her hand. Before you say anything, I deserved it. Maybe I needed it to make me stop. But I didn't want it. I did want to hit him so badly everything was shaking inside. I got up from the floor and went to the bathroom to stop my nosebleed. Once I returned, the food was in the trash, and he was in the bedroom, reading a newspaper. He didn't say a word to me. How could he do that? His outrage calmed something inside her, though the lump in her throat made it difficult to speak. That night, I packed my suitcase. Another shudder went through her, despite the air not being cold. I guess he was right. I didn't love him enough. Bruno stopped chasing squirrels, ran to her, and licked her hand. Come here. Roberto drew her into his arms and stroked her shaking shoulders. I'm grateful to God that you got out. Otherwise, he would have destroyed you. We would have destroyed each other, she whispered. He cupped her face, sending a delightful wave through her. I'm not here to hurt you. She looked past him as clouds started gathering in the sky. I know. But what if I hurt you? Chapter 14. This is yummy. Gianna was clearly enjoying her pizza. Roberto's chest swelled as he looked at his pride and joy, and he poured more lemonade into her glass. Then his gaze switched to Cat. The softness of her luscious lips as she smiled at his daughter, and yes, he'd stolen a few kisses during the pizza preparation, touched him. A contented warmth soothed him as if, in this moment, the dinner was complete, his family was complete, and his heart was complete. Her gaze moved to him, and an adorable blush pinked her cheeks. Gianna's giggles made him look at her. Daddy likes Miss Cat. Heat rose on his neck. There was no point in blushing, really. His attraction to Cat was difficult to hide, and he didn't even try. He placed another slice of pizza with pepperoni, sausage, bacon, mushrooms, onions, and extra cheese on Gianna's plate, racking his brain on where to invite Cat for Saturday. "What do you think about going to the Osteopathic Medicine Museum on Saturday?" Cat interrupted his musings. He blinked at the big word. "What kind of museum?" Gianna clapped. "How awesome! Can we, Daddy?" Cat leaned toward him. Doctors of osteopathic medicine regard the body as a whole, as an integrated system, instead of treating specific symptoms. They also get extra training in the musculoskeletal system. You know, muscles and bones. There is a museum relatively close to Springfield for that kind of medicine. He resisted the urge to whistle. That someone would want to spend part of the weekend looking at muscles and bones was beyond him. The only bones he wanted to see were barbecue ribs, and he hoped there was a good barbecue place near that museum. He helped himself to pizza, too. "Well, if my two favorite girls in the world want to go to osteopathic, Daddy." Gianna grinned. He'd never get tired of that sweet smile. "Yes, that one. Of course, I'll be glad to go with you." Gianna rushed around the table and hugged him. "Love you, Daddy." With such tenderness flooding him, he didn't mind if she left oil stains on his t-shirt. "Love you, too, pumpkin." When she walked back to her chair with a skip in her step, he caught a tinge of wistful sadness in Cat's eyes. He wondered why. Was she thinking of her father? After dinner, Roberto and Cat placed dishes in the dishwasher while Gianna played with the dog in the living room. With the ranch house's open room floor plan, they could see his daughter from the kitchen. "I love how you embrace your daughter's uniqueness instead of telling her she's too young for looking at muscles and bones." Admiration shone in Cat's electric blue eyes. He stood a little taller. "We love our children the way they are and encourage their dreams. Besides, Gianna makes it easy to love her." "That's true," Cat whispered, the same wistful sadness appearing in her baby blues again as she lined dishes in the dishwasher. "He did the same with the cups. One of my cousins went through a lot with his little girl. Danica made her kindergarten teachers and his dates cry. She's the spunkiest and feistiest child I've ever seen. But a precious treasure nonetheless, and we all adore her. We were raised with a lot of love, so it's only natural we pass that love to others, especially our own children." Too late, he realized her childhood was the opposite. He didn't mean to hint that, if she was raised with hatred, she was going to pass it to others. Clumsily, he tried to change the topic and cheer her up. "There are challenges with Gianna's affection, too. For example, she asked for a skeleton for Christmas. Where does one buy a skeleton? Wrapping the present is going to be interesting, too." A cup slipped from Cat's hands and landed on the tiled floor. Horror filled her eyes, and her entire body shook. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." He snatched her trembling hands in his before she'd do something crazy and try to pick up the shards with her bare hands. "Look at me, Mia Cara. Listen to me. It's fine. No one is going to punish you for a broken cup. It's fine. You're fine. In fact, you're better than fine. You're gorgeous. Bellissima." A weak smile appeared on her lips, and her hand stopped trembling. "Thank you. It's just when I was a child." "Yes. I know." He drew her into a hug, relieved when she relaxed inside his arms. The place where he wanted her to stay. Whoa. He'd never considered remarrying after Celeste, the roller coaster life with her taking everything he'd had to offer. Or so he'd thought. "Daddy, can we watch a movie?" Gianna's voice threw him out of his mental fog. Cat untangled herself from him and moved back. I should get Bruno home." His heart tanked a little. He didn't want her to. Huh. When he'd met Celeste, he'd thought God meant her for him. Roberto certainly didn't have such thoughts about Cat when he'd met her. Yet after spending time with her, being apart even for a few days was difficult. Gianna came to the rescue. "Miss Cat, watch a movie with us. She thought a moment and added the Clark children's signature saying, pretty please? And Bruno doesn't want to leave yet. Right, Bruno? The girl took the dog's head into her hands and moved it as if he shook his head. The dog patiently let her. Roberto laughed. Let's take a vote. Who's in favor of Cat and Bruno staying for the evening? He raised both hands. Like he'd expected, Gianna lifted both hands, too. Then he bent to the dog and offered his hand in greeting. Thankfully, Bruno was trained to give a paw. He straightened out. I count this as a vote for yes. Cat, you're outvoted. Cat shook her head, sending blonde curls flying, but her lips curved up. What am I going to do with you? He was about to say, love us, please, but he stopped himself in time. Gianna rushed to the remote control, Bruno in tow. Can we watch a movie with a dog in it? So Bruno can enjoy it, too? He smiled at his daughter being so considerate while he slid popcorn into the microwave. What do you think, Mia Cara? Cat nodded. Of course. And on behalf of Bruno, thank you. He took out the popcorn bag and poured the buttery goodness into a bowl while the yummy aroma spread through the room. After he placed the bowl on the rustic coffee table, they all settled on the plush sofa, while Bruno stretched out on the rug nearby. Roberto placed his arms around his wonderful girls. A pleasant feeling filled him at having them close, and he wanted the evening to last forever. Gianna found a movie she liked and took a handful of popcorn, then looked up. Daddy, you can't get popcorn if you hug us. It's okay. I enjoy hugging you both more than I love popcorn. He squeezed her tiny shoulder slightly to prove it. You love us more than you love popcorn, Daddy? More than all popcorn in the world. He placed a kiss on the top of his daughter's head, breathing in her sweet shampoo scent, then winked at Cat. That means you love us a lot. Gianna munched on more popcorn. He did, indeed. Cat didn't say anything but snuggled against him instead, and he felt as if he found the missing piece in his life. Too bad Cat could slip out of his life just as easily as Celeste had. Not only would that crush his heart, but it would also crush Gianna's little heart. Was he being selfish letting his daughter get attached to Cat? His stomach clenched. As much as he loved the ranch and horses, Gianna was his priority. And he remembered too well Gianna's tears after Celeste's disappearances. Maybe he needed to talk to his married cousins since they'd managed to balance romance while raising a child on their own. He was grateful to God for Gianna, as well as for her kind heart and calm character. Unlike her cousin Danica, a little tornado, Gianna never had a rebellious streak. Well, he was out of his element when it came to her interest in anatomy. She could barely read, but her favorite app was the one showing how a human body worked. He'd learned a lot of things there himself, too. She was different from anyone in his family, but he didn't love her any less for that. Instead, he wrapped her in his love like he wrapped her in his arms, or laid her in the soft blanket when she fell asleep. After he'd carried his sleeping daughter to bed, he was disappointed to find Cat in the hall, dressed in her jacket and boots already. Near her, Bruno was sitting quietly, as if knowing he shouldn't wake up Gianna. Roberto's heart dipped at having to say goodbye to her, even if only until Saturday. You're leaving already. He placed his hands on her forearms as if that gesture could make her reconsider. It's late, and you need to get up early tomorrow. For a moment, she leaned toward him. Her jasmine scent wreaked havoc on his senses. May I see you before Saturday? Her eyes narrowed. Yes, but you might not like it. He leaned toward her, aching to kiss her. It's impossible. How was he not going to like it if he was going to see her? The urge to kiss her became nearly irresistible. I want to set up a meeting with Dr. Anslow tomorrow, Friday. I have a feeling he knows more than he admits. You're welcome to be present in the cafe as long as he doesn't notice you. He cringed. Okay, he saw her point now. Why don't you leave it all to Jenna? I feel I should do something. And Jenna is married. I might get more information as a single woman. That hurt. He thought their meetings meant something to her. So you're going to have a date with another man and invite me to watch while you flirt with him? Bruno must have heard something threatening or upset in Roberto's voice because he growled and moved closer. You're right. It wasn't a good idea. I made a mistake. She stepped back, throwing off his hands. I'm glad you think so. I met you and I is not a good idea. I made a mistake coming here. Don't you see? You're wonderful. And I'm far from perfect. Please don't slip away. You're perfect to me. He pinned her with a gaze, willing her to stay. She tipped her chin. I'm a woman who constantly does things you don't approve of. Things society doesn't approve of. And, as much as I'm attracted to you, I'm not going to change my ways. With that, she turned around and hurried outside with Bruno. Roberto's mind latched onto I'm attracted to you before it registered that she was gone. He ran after her the way he was, in his slippers and vulnerable. Chapter 15. Cat's heart was heavy as she sat in a small, but expensive cafe, the kind she felt Dr. Anslow would like. Guilt constricted her rib cage. She didn't mean to hurt Roberto's feelings, but she had her suspicions. If those suspicions were right, how was she going to tell Roberto? She'd done her best to curtail Dr. Anslow's flirting, and she refused his lunch invitation, limiting herself to a cup of coffee. That sweet liquid currently soured in her stomach. She'd asked questions about the rehab center, her excuse for the meeting to start with, but didn't ask anything about Celeste. That wasn't the reason for her disappointment. By the time he left, she had what she'd wanted, the napkin he'd used tucked safely in a resealable bag in her purse. No, her conversation with Roberto yesterday and his leaving early today was the reason for the tension in the pit of her stomach. She could lose the best thing that had ever happened to her because of her stubbornness. What was wrong with her? A tall, slim blue-eyed woman in a stylish coat entered the cafe, carrying herself with confidence and turning men's heads. From Cat's research into her stepbrother's family, she knew this was Connor's half-sister and Roberto's cousin, Jenna. Apparently, Jenna knew who Cat was, too, because she sauntered to Cat's table and sat down without asking permission. Instead of being irritated, Cat smiled. She didn't care for conventional politeness and liked straightforward people. Jenna gestured for a latte to a waitress who appeared with surprising speed. Once the waitress left, Jenna braced her elbows on the table. I believe there's no need for introductions. You're right. Care to tell me why you're here? Is it because I'm stepping into your territory? Cat meant the investigation, but she wouldn't need to explain. That, and the fact that you might hurt my cousin. Cat wondered how Jenna would react to the fact that Cat was a stepsister of Jenna's half-brother, but she didn't say anything. Was the world really so small? What would Cat do if her stepbrother walked in this cafe as easily as Jenna had? Duck under the table? Do you want me to walk away from Roberto? Cat studied the elegant woman's striking combination of short raven black hair and blue eyes. Jenna brushed aside her impossibly long bangs. It's too late for that. Anyway, if you're going to send something for a DNA test, don't bother. Cat gasped and lowered her voice. How did you know? Jenna took a sip of her latte. I think Aurora suspected something for a while, but she doesn't talk. Since I returned from Europe, I noticed the similarities, too, but I decided to leave it alone. That is, until Celeste died. Wide-eyed, Cat stared at the newcomer. So you sent a sample for a DNA test. Will you let me know the result? Jenna's lips thinned. That would be the easy part. Way more difficult to figure out whether we should let Roberto know. Cat was thinking about the same dilemma. She pushed aside the empty cup. She never wanted to hurt Roberto, but then, hadn't she done it already? Your family has a lot of secrets, doesn't it? Regret flashed in Jenna's eyes, and she took a sip of latte. You have no idea. Cat had an unusually bright color of eyes, as well, which she'd learned to make duller by dressing in pastel colors and hiding her emotions. Jenna's electric blue eyes were even brighter, and obviously, she didn't try to hide them. Behind all the elegance and confidence, Cat sensed an edge similar to her own. Jenna was known as the rebel sibling in the family. And yet, Jenna was a happily married woman now, raising a wonderful stepson. Cat had even met the boy, little Bianca's boyfriend. "I saw you at Connor's wedding wearing a disguise, then disappearing at the beginning of the reception." Those electric blue eyes narrowed, and the voice took on the sharp edge. "Who are you, really?" Cat suddenly wanted to share her secret with Jenna, hoping she might understand. "His stepsister." Jenna didn't even flinch. "Remarkable woman. And the reason you needed to hide?" "He thinks I'm dead." Cat waited for a gasp, but none came. "Did you kill someone?" Jenna's voice was even as if she were asking Cat if she wanted another latte. Cat recalled the night she'd been waiting for her father with a knife, and just like then, a shiver traveled down her spine. "No, but once, I was afraid I might." Roberto wasn't proud of himself. In fact, guilt stung him like acid from too spicy food, for running a background check on Cat in the first place. But his daughter's safety was his priority. It was bad enough that Celeste had put Gianna's well-being at risk more than once. So, as he met Jenna at the booth in the restaurant in Cowboy Crossing, he had to feign the smile that usually made the appearance without any effort. "I need to know what was in that background report on Cat. Not just that she checked out. Yummy aromas of barbecue and fried potatoes swirled around them, seeming to dance to the country music playing softly through the speakers, but he had no appetite, another unusual thing for him. "Hello to you, too, cuz." Jenna took a slow sip of her sweet iced tea. Was she stalling? His mouth went dry, and he gestured to the waitress for sweet iced tea for himself. He'd make sure to leave a tip in the amount of a regular meal payment. His lack of appetite wasn't the waitress's fault. He leaned toward his cousin, trying to read her eyes, which was probably a moot point. No mere mortals could read Jenna's eyes. "Did you find something bad, after all?" "It's complicated." That didn't surprise him. The woman herself was complicated. He took the glass from the waitress, thanked her, and gulped down half of it. Cold liquid spread through him. "I'm ready. Frankly, I don't even know how she did some of the things she did and got away with it." "Okay, I gathered whatever information I could and took the info you gave me, and then my sister-in-law used her police connections." And he drained the rest of his tea. She studied him, then plunged ahead. "You already know about her childhood and how she ran away. Somehow, she'd survived on the streets for a while. Once her stepbrother and his mother left the abusive BAS man, Cat hitchhiked to a different state. She lived with the homeless there and was practically a skeleton by the time an elderly lady took her in. The woman was known around as Grandma B and had often taken in people who needed help. Cat got her GED, but she probably didn't have funds for college. Looks like, when she ran away, she took her birth certificate with her. So, once she was 18, she received an ID card in that state and officially started going by her middle name. He did his best to take this all in. Hold on. Didn't her father identify her as dead already? Yes, that was a strange part for me. Somehow, it still worked out for Cat, probably because she'd moved to a different state. She worked at a cafe as a waitress and helped Grandma B refurbish old furniture and take care of the house. When Cat turned 19, she enlisted in the army for 4 years. While Grandma B helped people, she encouraged them to develop their own path, and I understand it happened here, too. By then, Grandma B had several more people living with her, so Cat must have figured it was safe enough to leave her. He nodded. As Cat said, she sought the opportunity for free education and health care. How did she fare in the army? While Cat was no wilting flower, physical training must have been tough. Actually, pretty well. Lots of praise from her superiors. I guess, with the way she grew up, she developed a high level of pain threshold, so she didn't notice pain during rigorous exercise. And to run faster, she probably just needed to imagine she was back on the streets. He cringed. That was way too much for one person. And as a father, he couldn't fathom someone being so cruel to their daughter. What was next? 3.5 years later, there was a fire at Grandma Be's house. One of her, human projects was a recovering alcoholic. In the middle of the night, he couldn't take it any longer and went and got booze. He got drunk and then started smoking. Then he fell asleep. His jaw slackened. Wait a minute. He dropped the cigarette, and the house went up in flames? She sank against the back of her chair. Her pensive gaze watched one finger trace the rim of her cup. The house was old. Grandma didn't update the smoke alarm, and it malfunctioned. To the guy's credit, once he woke up, he helped Grandma B and the other 2 inhabitants out. They called 911. But the cat stayed inside. He rubbed his forehead. He didn't like where it was going. Someone went back for the cat and didn't come out. Jenna's incredible eyes glistened slightly, something he'd never seen before. Yes. Grandma B. As his hand dropped from his forehead, he shook his head. No. She took a slow sip of her tea as if she needed time before she could speak again. The cat only had 3 legs, but she loved him. And, from what I understand, that pretty much sums up the way she was. By the time the fire truck arrived, there wasn't much to be done. Cat must have been devastated. Besides her stepbrother, Grandma B was the only person who was kind to her. Jenna gestured to the waitress for more tea. More than devastated. If I am reading into these events right, she blamed herself for not being there that night. Her entire demeanor changed after she came back from the funeral. She had a bright future in the army, but she didn't re-enlist when her 4-year tour ended. Instead, she went to Africa. What a story. His hand returned to rubbing his forehead. Man, his temples were throbbing just from listening to her life. Why Africa? To rebuild one of the countries there after a war conflict. The living conditions were awful and the work grueling. She worked long hours, weekends, too. Besides, though the war ended, it was a dangerous place to be. Wow. I mean, I highly respect this, but how could he word this? Just thinking it disturbed him. Do you think she had a death wish? With her chin tipped to one side, Jenna seemed to choose her words carefully as she stared somewhere past him. I think she was heartbroken. That lady was her entire family, the only person who loved her. Cat's world was shaken. The heavy lump in his chest throbbed. I had no clue. I actually liked the story of how you met. Her taking your car to escape showed she still had the instinct of self-preservation. He certainly hadn't looked at it that way at the time. He'd been terrified something had happened to his daughter. Moving his hand from his forehead to hold up his chin, he braced for more bad news. What happened next? Jenna shook her black bangs away from her eyes and sat up straight with a slight smile. When she was bringing food and other supplies from the U.S., she met the man who later became her husband. She loved him enough to return to the States. She got an MBA, using her veteran benefits. After that, she worked with small businesses. Air whooshed out of his lungs. Mirroring Jenna, he sat up straighter too and nibbled on the chips provided with her drink. Okay, I know that part. Though something doesn't fit again. If she's successful, why is her house filled with old things? Jenna swirled her tea. Why don't you ask her? Okay, maybe she doesn't always succeed, so her income fluctuates. Or maybe she likes antiques. Major groan. Who could figure out this woman? Let's continue. Then her husband became emotionally abusive, and she left him. He might have been jealous. When she started helping him in his business, things improved tremendously. That must have hurt his ego. Interesting part. When she left, she didn't take anything. His brows shot up. Nothing? Well, she took her clothes and her purse. But the house, business, bank accounts, even her car she left behind. He whistled. And she called me strange. Then she started training women in self-defense pro bono. Yes. Another interesting detail. About a year ago, the husband of one of her students was sporting a black eye after Cat talked to him. Domestic violence calls from that household stopped right after that. Roberto nearly choked on the chips. So this isn't the first case. Nope. She hesitated. There is something else, isn't there? Chapter 16. Curious, he folded his arms on the table, the soft checkered tablecloth wrinkling beneath his arms. Jenna seemed to make a decision. She has an interesting connection to our family. But you need to hear it from her. She'll tell you soon enough. He slouched to lean on his arms. Wow. You're going to keep a secret from me. It's something she should tell you. Besides, another person is involved. Anyway, those are the facts. Care to know what my instincts are telling me? Those electric blue eyes zapped him with a stare. Then her gaze became distant again. Something bothered her. Something more than the story she was telling him. He stilled. Was everything okay in her marriage? Her husband seemed like a great guy, but Roberto was deceived before. Yes. Of course. He gestured for the bill. But as much as he wanted to hear more about Cat, he couldn't be that selfish. So he blurted out, "Are you okay?" An unexpected smile widened her lips. I'm more than okay. I'm very happy. We're expecting. Roberto leaped to his feet. Already? Then he coughed. Right. He snatched her into his arms. Congratulations. Thank you. It's a honeymoon baby. When he let her go and took his seat again, he realized what niggled at him. I mean, you do want this baby, right? He'd expected her to scream and laugh, but unlike him, she didn't show emotions easily. Kind of like Cat, come to think about it. You have no idea how much. It's more than I could dream of. My husband is thrilled. She touched her stomach. I'm just scared. I know plenty of women over 40 deliver healthy first babies. But I can't stop thinking about Liberty's miscarriage. He clasped her other hand in his and squeezed. Listen to me. You're going to be fine. The baby will be fine. And you're going to be a terrific mom. Not to mention that I'm going to be a terrific uncle. That earned him the chuckle he hoped for. Then she pulled her shoulders back. Thank you. There must be a reason I love you. This time he was the one who chuckled. They'd been close as children and had grown close again after she returned from Europe. Then he became somber again. I'll pray for you. I appreciate that. She brushed her fingers through her long bangs. Okay, well, I need to share my instincts about Cat. She paused as if deciding if he was ready for it. From what I can see, she was hurt too many times by the men who were supposed to love her. She's learned to walk away from them. Or run away sometimes. He waved both hands in the air. I'm not like them. You know that. And wouldn't she realize that, too? With her mind, yes. But more often than not, we act on our emotions. Her blue eyes dimmed as if she could relate. Frowning, he pushed his glass away. Wow. That means. If she senses you're falling in love with her, she'll try to walk away. You might be able to bring her back if she starts thinking you're just friends. Plus, she seems to adore your daughter. But if she ever realizes she loves you, she'll run. You'll lose her forever. He almost lost his balance in the chair. Gripping the table edge with both hands, he righted himself. You're kidding me. Her lips pressing tight, she reached over and touched his hand. I wish. I hope I'm wrong, though. So did he. Because if his cousin was right, then, either way, he was going to lose Cat. He didn't think he could stop falling in love with her. Cat smiled as she rode horses with Roberto in his family's vast, vibrantly green pasture after visiting the museum with him and his daughter that morning. His younger female cousin, Liberty, whose hair matched these sprawling hills, had taken Gianna to ride ponies with the other children. By now, Kat's tension about telling Roberto who her stepbrother was tonight and maybe even having a meeting with Connor had dissipated somewhat. Something about endless skies, fresh air scented with wildflowers and hay, and sharing it all with the man who attracted her against her better judgment filled her chest with hope. Do you like it here? His eyes were serious as if the answer mattered to him. I'm a city girl through and through, but I do. She meant it. She could even imagine herself living here, though mucking the stables was questionable. Bruno would love the fields to run in and chase rabbits through. On the other hand, she was getting attached to her quirky rental. A smile lit his face. I'm glad. Maybe we can do it again sometime soon. She returned his smile before she remembered that, any time she'd gotten attached to a man, she'd gotten hurt. It was like something about her drew out their worst instincts, and she refused to be a perpetual victim. Or worse, because she didn't like her burst of anger when she'd discovered Nellie's abuse. That probably was what her father had felt when he'd hit her. I don't know if we should. She looked at the clouds, because, if she allowed herself to look into his eyes, it affected her so much. He guided his horse closer to hers. Why not? I love spending time with you. I thought you felt the same way. Gianna deserves a better mother than I am. You said that yourself. You deserve a wife who isn't so damaged. Hold on. Did she say a wife? She cringed. He'd talked about spending an afternoon, and she'd started talking about marriage. Great. He leaned a tad closer. I think you're incredible. And why don't you let me help you heal? She liked his confidence. She twisted the reins around her fingers. I have a secret I haven't shared with you yet. Anne. I don't want to get hurt again. Even less do I want to cause pain for someone else. Now she realized she hadn't left her husband because of his derogatory remarks, his constant needling and contempt. She'd left because of the anger building inside her. If she'd stayed, she'd eventually explode and kick him to the ground. Roberto was different, of course, but then, Reese had been too while courting her. Mia cara, the only way you'd cause me pain is if you walk away. His words were quieter than usual. A noise in the woods ahead attracted her attention and made her horse's ears become pinned to her head. Alarmed, she looked in that direction. She didn't want her bay Appaloosa to get spooked. She was too inexperienced a rider to know how to handle that. A chill ran down her spine. Was it an animal? A person? Or just a false alarm? You might want to. But before he could form the rest of the sentence, her mare took off in a gallop, bouncing Cat on her back. She did her best to recall what Roberto had said to do in this situation. First and foremost, she needed to remain calm. In a different situation, she'd snort. She wasn't calm to start with. She forced herself to take a long and slow breath. Do not show stress. Well, too late for that. Her horse had just received confirmation from Cat's distress that there was a legitimate threat and she needed to run as fast as possible. And, man, could this mare run. Bouncing up and down, Cat held on for dear life. Another deep, ragged breath. The good news was that she hadn't fallen. Yet. She should pet the horse, right? She reached toward the withers and stroked that place where the neck met the back, sadly with no effect. What else could she do? This constant bouncing didn't help her think, and her brain was getting scrambled. Oh, okay. She needed to apply lateral flexion or relaxation cue. Now, if only she could recall what that meant. Her heart was beating so wildly it threatened to break her rib cage. Then she saw the fence separating Roberto's family's ranch from their neighbors. Oh no! No, no, no. She needed to stop. She pulled on the reins, but that seemed to make the panicked mare speed up. Oh no! Wrong move! Roberto came galloping close behind her as if he tried to catch up. This would be such a good time to pray. Then her mind registered 3 cowboys on the other side of the fence. Well, this was getting better and better. Her heart tumbled into the grass. She moved her feet from the stirrups because if she did fall, she didn't exactly desire to be dragged by a horse. Roberto had said something about these stirrups being designed to break off if she fell, but who could trust that? Whoa! Her stepbrother was among the cowboys, gesturing wildly to her. Her momentary surprise at seeing him cost her valuable seconds. Then she yelled at them to get out of the way. Didn't they realize that, if this mare landed on them, damage would be done? Great, they moved. Oh. She was close to the fence. She was so not ready to die. She tried to pull on the reins again, but it was too late. Her insides shook. The horse leaped into the air over the fence, and horror tingled in Cat's every cell. One saving grace was that she'd been trained how to fall. Muscle memory took over as she went one way and her horse another. Someone screamed. Roberto? She landed on the grass and thankfully not on the cowboys, though that would have provided a welcome cushion. Did any of the 206 bones in her body crack? Cat. Roberto sounded terrified. She should say something, but the impact of landing knocked all air out of her lungs. The men gathered around her, including her stepbrother, whose eyes were wide. You're alive. She managed to push a few words out of her throat. Right now I wouldn't be so sure about that. Chapter 17. That's not the way I imagined the family reunion, Cat grumbled after Roberto brought her back from the ER. He'd overreacted to her fall. And now he was overreacting to the entire situation. There was no need to drag her to the hospital once she felt sure that not a single bone was broken. But no, he needed proof. When were you going to tell me about your stepbrother? He twisted his grip on the steering wheel, his forearms flexing. Today. Yeah, that sounded lame, but it was the truth. However, his ex-wife had kept an important secret from him, and look how that had turned out. Really? Doubt accompanied the word. Doubt or sarcasm? She didn't like sarcasm. Reese used to smother his words with sarcasm like other people smothered chicken wings with ranch sauce. She lifted her chin. Yup. The process just got sped up. You can say that again. Definitely sarcasm this time. She closed her heavy lids and saw again her stepbrother's shocked expression. She'd literally appeared out of the blue for him. There was hurt in his eyes, too. If she was alive all these years, why hadn't she let him know? Why had she let him grieve for her all this time? She shifted in her seat, curling her arms over the hurt in her stomach. He'd been nothing but nice to her, and she'd hurt him twice. Once, when she'd let him think she was dead. Now, when he realized she didn't care enough to correct that error all these years. Only she did care. Maybe too much. Tears burned behind her closed eyes, and one slid down her cheek while only the motor's purr interrupted the silence. What was wrong with her? Was this why her father and her ex-husband called her useless and good for nothing? Was something so absolutely, irrevocably wrong with her that she'd caused men to say the worst things? It was just a matter of time before Roberto would be saying such things to her. He was probably halfway there already. She'd be better off covering her ears with her hands like she'd done when she was a child. Only her father had ripped her hands away, making her listen. Besides, she wasn't a child any longer. So, let's hear it. Instead, his voice softened. How do you feel? She was still shaken up and slightly in shock, but he didn't need to know that. She opened her eyes. Fine. Wow. The streetlights strobing his face as they drove flashed over a tender concern. They were close to his house where her car was still parked. Perdonami, mia cara. I took out my anger on you. No, not even anger. I was terrified when you fell. I should have caught up with you. I shouldn't have let that happen. Her throat went dry, and her protective hold on her tummy loosened. What? You blame yourself? It was me who messed up. No, you're inexperienced in this. I should have prepared you better. Made it to you faster. While his left hand remained on the steering wheel, he reached for her fingers with his right hand, brought them to his mouth, and kissed them. Aya. Delicious tingles spread over her skin from that simple kiss. Are you kidding me? Then it dawned on her. So you worried about me, huh? Finally, his lips kicked up. You have no idea. Not to mention, my family would kill me if something happened to you. His family had shocked her when they'd all wanted to go with her to the hospital. She'd practically begged them not to. Why they cared that much was a mystery. Tulia had wanted to meet her in the hospital, too, and Cat told her not to. No need for all that fuss. Roberto and Cat were on the dark farm road near the ranch now, and she felt a little empty because the drive was over already. She could spend hours nestled in the seat near him, staring at his handsome profile in the streetlights, letting his baritone make her go liquid, having her hand in his. But he had his responsibilities, and she had hers. Though, thankfully, they'd stopped at her house on the way here where they'd walked and fed Bruno. How was she not supposed to fall for Roberto when he was this considerate, when she could melt if he as much as brushed his thumb over her fingers like he was doing now? She'd thought she'd hardened her heart like she'd hardened her muscles. Well, Gianna would probably tell her that her heart was a muscle, after all. But somehow, while his voice caressed her ears, while his thumb caressed her fingers, while his kindness caressed her heart, she didn't know how to resist. She searched for the right words. Well, you can reassure your family that, her eyes widened. A bunch of cars were parked near his ranch-style home, and her heart sank. Oh no. It can't be 2 accidents in one day. What happened? Could something have happened to Gianna while Roberto was taking care of Cat? If so, how could she ever forgive herself? The moment he parked, she leaped outside. Well, leaping was her intention, but she rather tumbled outside this time. Thankfully, the front door of the house burst open, and Gianna ran out to her, followed by adults and children. Yay! Miss Cat, you're okay. We worried 5 billion times. Well, who could look at this precious girl and not love her already? Her heart shifting, Cat caught Gianna into her embrace and breathed in her sweet mango shampoo. And I missed you. She thought a moment. 5 billion times. Mrs. Moore studied her. What did the doctor say? No broken bones. I might have a concussion, so I need to stay up for some time and be careful. She blinked. Wait a minute. Are you all here because of me? The matriarch jammed her hands on her ample hips. Of course. Mia Figlia, you're staying with me tonight. I'll look after you. Cat stared at her. She must have misheard. But first, you're going to have the dinner at Roberto's house she missed. Cat still gawked. She'd missed dinner at his house? Maybe she'd hit her head worse than she'd realized. What dinner? A good one. Or at least I hope so. She sent a glance her son's way that probably meant she still hadn't forgiven him for letting Cat fall. This was a strange family indeed. Cat wasn't used to people caring about her. It felt unnatural. But nice. A pleasant warmth rushed through her. People kept hugging her, and she even managed to return some of the hugs. Then her stepbrother stepped up to her. With a beard and earned wisdom in his eyes, he looked different from the boy she'd once known, even different from the man she'd once dragged from a smashed car. But like at his wedding, his beard didn't associate with a threat for her. Sisterly love expanded her chest. Then all the expanding hope contracted into something painful. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have kept it secret from you that I was alive. But first, I didn't even know I was identified as dead. Then I lived in another state. Parts of me healed until I became a mess again, and believe me, you wouldn't want to see me then. Cat. A lump forming in her throat, she lifted her hand in the universal stop sign. Please let me say everything before I lose my courage. I was a part of a life you probably wanted to forget. And I guess, deep down, I feared you wouldn't want to see me again. He opened his arms for her. How could you even think that? I'm the one who should be sorry. I couldn't stop the abuse, and you had to run away, risk your life, go through hardships. She walked into his embrace. So they both had an overgrown load of guilt they shouldn't be carrying. They made me who I am today. And I'll understand if you won't want to have me back in your life. Are you kidding me? Connor whispered into her ear. I want to know all about you. I'm happy you're back. Once he let her go, he glanced in Roberto's direction and winked. But I believe I'm taking too much of your time when someone else wants you back, too. You're not going to disappear again, are you? She shook her head, since speaking around the lump in her throat was difficult. A girl with pigtails and magenta overalls over boots of different colors marched to them. Danica. One of a kind. Uncle Roberto, let Gianna have a sleepover at my place. I'll let her play with my cat. Pretty please? Then, as if that was solved already, she turned to Cat. Don't be sad. Just get a cat. I'm gonna help you with that. Cat was about to reply she already had a dog, but maybe the girl wouldn't consider it a valid excuse not to get a cat. Just like Grandma B thought many issues could be solved over a cup of tea, Danica obviously thought they could be solved by a feline. Both of them had a point. Daddy, may I? Gianna puckered her brow in thought, then added, pretty please? Roberto hugged her gently. Of course, pumpkin. I'll miss you, though. 5 billion times? She giggled. More. He grinned at her with so much love. I need to pack you an overnight bag. Aurora stepped forward with a pink duffel bag. A puppy applique wiggled when she brandished the bag. Already done. Roberto chuckled. How did you know I'd say yes? She nudged his shoulder. Ah, despite that buffed-up appearance, you're a big softy at heart. Cat's heart slowly started opening up. She loved these family dynamics. This wasn't abnormal. This was what a father-daughter relationship should look like. This was what families should be like. This was how people should act. If there were more people like this bunch, the world would be a better place. But was there a place for her, so complicated, so broken, among this family? From what she'd seen so far in her professional and volunteer jobs, most women had chosen the men, but they would gladly skip their husbands' mothers and other relatives if they could. Some weren't too excited for the stepchildren. But Cat wanted the entire package, desperately, not only Roberto, but also his daughter, his mother, his siblings, and even his cousins and nieces and nephews, even if she didn't deserve them. It hurt inside how much she wanted it all. She hung her head so they wouldn't see her wistfulness. Mrs. Moore rushed everyone away, probably thinking Cat was either tired or feeling the aftermath of the fall or both. Cat needs her rest. And you all need to get up early tomorrow. More hugs and good health wishes ensued. Then Roberto loaded his daughter into his cousin's truck, waved goodbye, and guided Cat inside his ranch house. Once inside, she stopped in her truck's tea lights covered most surfaces, and white roses on the dining room table emanated a romantic aroma. That aroma mixed with the comforting sense of chicken, garlic bread, and herbs until the place felt welcoming. An immaculate white tablecloth dressed a table set for two. And, true to his word, a blooming cactus on the coffee table displayed a sumptuous, snow-white flower. A plate with desserts waited in its shadow. Her throat clogged up again, though for a different reason. You did this all for me? He cleared his throat while he helped her shrug out of her jacket. I can't take all the credit. The roses and desserts miraculously appeared while we were away. Your meddling family. She walked to the table and sank onto the chair he pulled out for her. Your amazing meddling family. Yup. They can't help themselves. I can guarantee you, though, that no prawns or crustaceans were in a mile radius of here. He opened the plate cover to reveal chicken and pasta Alfredo. Why didn't you tell me about your shellfish allergy when Liberty mentioned my nephew's peanut allergy? I'd have asked Mama to make something else for dinner. I didn't think about it. She breathed in enticing aromas. Communication is key in my family. Not always, she wanted to say as she remembered Aurora keeping a secret from Roberto. A very important secret. Should she tell him? He had the right to know and would be upset if he found she'd kept it from him, too. She opened her mouth but didn't say anything, only spread the pristine white napkin on her lap. Probably, from a strange loyalty to Aurora and Jenna. If they hadn't revealed it yet, maybe Cat shouldn't either. Communication wasn't her strong suit. And why should it be after she'd been punished so many times as a child when she'd spoken up? She'd learned to keep her mouth shut. She'd shown him some broken pieces of herself by telling him about her father, but she'd never revealed the rest. That could be one of the things Reese meant by her being cold, besides lack of great passion. She didn't let people in because she knew how much they could hurt her once she had. Always a gentleman, Roberto filled her plate with food. I must confess something. She tensed. When anything was going well, she always expected the other shoe to drop. Most of those times, it had, into her stomach, sometimes ribs. Daddy had worn heavy shoes. Was this an apology dinner? She wobbled out a smile. Yes? I wanted to know more about you. So, remember I had my cousins do a background report on you when we first met? Well, I asked Jenna what she'd found out about your life. Yes, I know that sounds creepy. But I couldn't help myself. It wasn't just about Gianna's safety, frankly. You fascinate me. Despite the compliment, she nearly groaned. Her life was far from glamorous, and based on what she'd seen about Jenna, she didn't doubt the woman had done a thorough job. Anne, what do you think about what you've learned? I have even more admiration for you now. Her tense muscles uncoiled. Wow. Okay, she didn't expect that. He bowed his head and said grace while she was trying to recover. When she tried the chicken Alfredo, it was tender and delicious, but her mind kept returning to his words. You fascinate me. He fascinated her, too. She had to be honest with herself. She was falling for him, and maybe, just maybe, he was falling for her. She couldn't maintain a professional relationship with him. They were way past that. That meant the time might come soon when she'd have to walk away. No matter how difficult that was going to be. Chapter 18. Roberto had never remembered being nervous at family Sunday dinners, except maybe the one Cat attended 2 weeks ago when he introduced her to his family. That one had gone way better, or worse, depending which way you looked at it, than he'd expected. This time, the dynamics had shifted as he entered his mother's house and caught Gianna in his arms. His cousin had already brought her there. Daddy. Her noodle-like arms wrapped around his neck, her silky hair tickled his cheeks, and her darling face beamed. Missed you, pumpkin. He breathed in the sweet scent of her mango shampoo. Missed you, too, Daddy. She grinned when she eased out of his embrace, too soon for his liking. She didn't say 5 billion times, and if he were a sensitive type, his feelings would have been hurt. I'm gonna play with Bianca, okay? Gianna gestured to the terrace where her little cousins, Bianca and Tadeo, were running around. Giorgio, Roberto's brother and Bianca's father, waved in greeting and gave Roberto a nod. That usually meant he'd look after Gianna. Sure. Don't run too fast. He ruffled his daughter's soft hair and watched her dash behind the glass doors. He hugged his mother, then his siblings and niece. The conversation with Cat about her childhood and lack of blood family reminded him how blessed he was to have them. His pulse sped up just at thinking about her, and he craned his neck to search for her. Huh. Not here yet. Was she all right? After dinner, she'd insisted on going back to her place, no matter how he'd tried to insist she stay with his mom. What was he going to do with such an infuriating woman? Cat isn't here yet, Aurora hugged him. Am I that transparent? He whispered back. Grinning, his sister nodded. When it comes to Cat, yes. I'm sure she's coming soon. Mama gave him a warm smile as she passed by. No one is going to miss my meals voluntarily. Though don't get me wrong, I'm still upset you let her go home instead of bringing her to me. He spread his hands. She's as stubborn as you are. Need any help in the kitchen? We've got it. She turned to Aurora. You should bring Jake to dinner next time. As her hair bounced over one shoulder, her eyes dimmed. He was my boyfriend 2 weeks ago. He was going on tour, and I didn't want to tie him up. I'm dating a different guy now. Their mother sked. Mia figlia, me scusi, for not keeping up with your boyfriends. I guess by next Sunday, it's going to be a new one again? Roberto hugged his sister once the family matriarch marched to the kitchen. She means well. She just wants you to be happy. Aurora eased out of his embrace and flipped her black curls back. I'm content with my life. Then a mischievous smile appeared. Imagine if I joined him on tour? He asked, by the way. You'd have tremendous success. He took her hand, and they walked to the terrace where the tables were set up already and the children were running in the garden. It was an unusually warm spring day, so soaking up the sun made sense. He pulled out a chair for Aurora, and they sat down at the table. The scents of wildflowers mixed with aromas of fresh bread and spices, while the shouts of happy children accompanied their running around. A glaze of sadness in Aurora's brown eyes made him wonder whether she missed the days when she'd performed in restaurants. Yes, she seemed content working on the ranch, just like she'd said, but was she happy? She was a talented singer and songwriter, in his unbiased opinion, and it was a shame the world missed out on such talent. Once married, she'd stopped writing and performing. A year after her divorce, she filled that void by dating musicians. Most of the family had given up on trying to remember their names a long time ago. Rebellion seemed to be brewing inside her. She'd taken her divorce in a surprisingly calm manner and didn't unravel like they had worried. But, if life with Celeste had taught him anything, it was that women could unravel in stages, the most devastating part coming when others least expected it. Suppressed grief could be like acid, destroying the person who held it. He'd seen his ex-wife in a downward spiral, and it wasn't pretty. So worry about Aurora often had him sending up prayers. She'd introduced him to some of her boyfriends. He didn't feel any of them were good enough for his little sis, so he was a tad partial, but he didn't trust them one bit. Why should he? They had a hunger for fame and a thirst for fortune in their eyes. Combine the influence of those boyfriends with her growing need to numb the pain. Unease constricted his gut again, and he said another prayer for her. Are you okay? He studied her, Gianna happily playing with her cousins. A half shrug was her response. I'm fine. Right. That was another thing Celeste had taught him. When a woman said she was fine, it often meant she was anything but. Can I help in any way? He'd asked that question many times, and the answer had always been, no thank you. She hesitated as if she considered asking him for something. Then she ducked her chin. I want you to be happy. Did she mean for both of us? Even after life with Celeste, he wasn't good enough at reading women's thoughts to know for sure. Women were a mystery to him. He recalled Cat's enigmatic smile. Some more than others. Mom is on my case. She says I need a more stable life. Aurora snorted. I told her I have plenty of stables in my life while cleaning them. It wasn't the answer she'd needed. Huh. Well, maybe he could help there. He wanted to go back to the kitchen, anyway, in case his mother and siblings needed help, despite her words. And maybe he'd get a chance to talk Mama into giving Aurora some breathing room. But as he looked at the children chasing each other, he didn't want to shove his parental responsibilities. His only married brother seemed to read his concern. Don't worry. I'll watch Gianna. I'll be back soon. Roberto strode inside his childhood home and to the kitchen that, for the most part, looked exactly like it had when he'd grown up. It still smelled of basil, oregano, garlic, and freshly baked bread. The constancy there comforted him, as if he could always rely on some things. His mother took one look at him, then gave a salad bowl to Constanzo, and sent Roberto's brother to the terrace. Then she placed her hands on her hips, another familiar thing since his childhood. What's going on? He infused his voice with all the warmth he felt. You look beautiful today. Correction, you look beautiful every day. And did I mention how much I love your cooking? She pinned him with a gaze. Cut it. Just say what you wanted. Did she realize it was from her that her only daughter had inherited stubbornness and a rebellious streak? Give Aurora some space, please. Mama threw her hands in the air. Per favor. That girl has plenty of space. She just needs to figure out what to do with it. Constanzo wandered into the kitchen again, and she shooed him out by placing the plate with garlic bread into his hands and pointing him to the patio. The doorbell chime made them look at each other, probably thinking the same thing. Whoever rang the bell wasn't part of the family because everyone in the famiglia knew they should just open the door and enter on Sunday. His pulse quickened. Cat. His mother smiled. Go get your girl. She's not mine. And I was going to help you. Waving both hands in a shooing motion, she shook her head. Why do I have to repeat myself twice to you today? Go. Va bene. I'm gone. He hurried to the hall. Then he stopped in his tracks. Was this really Cat? She was wearing a vintage midi dress with magical sky blue flowers. It hugged her curves perfectly. The keyhole cut out on her neck did strange things to his senses. Her high-heeled aquamarine-hued shoes probably weren't a good idea given her recently sprained ankle, but he couldn't complain. Her blonde hair flowed over her shoulders, and her makeup, subtle this time, simply dusted her features, highlighting their natural beauty. He couldn't imagine a woman looking any better. Someone whistled near him. He glanced back and caught Constanzo gawking before his brother shrugged at him apologetically. Roberto finally found his tongue. Thank you for coming. You look stunning. Thank you. Her luscious lips curved up, and he took his words back. She looked even better now, with a smile. She handed him a pie in a box. I wasn't the one who made it, so it should be edible. I'm sure, when you do bake a pie, it's going to be super yummy. He led her to the terrace. Because I'll be doing it with you? She teased him. He liked it as a pleasant wave spread through him. You've got it. And she got him. When he just looked at her, he was a goner. Too bad she didn't seem to feel the same about him. Well, best not to think about it. He added the pie to the table. It doesn't have peanuts, does it? Remember, Constanzo's son has an allergy to them. The moment he said it, he regretted it. As someone with a food allergy herself, she wouldn't forget such a detail. No, it doesn't. I remembered. Greetings erupted when she joined his family, followed by many hugs. His family were huggers, unlike Cat, he could tell, but she returned all the hugs with a slightly strained smile, lingering longer with the little ones, especially with Gianna. He helped his daughter into a chair and pulled one out. He was glad Cat was here, and based on the smiles, he wasn't the only one. There should have been awkwardness, considering her relationship to one of their own had been revealed yesterday. But nobody asked unnecessary questions, only how she felt. She was different from them, yes, and still, she fit in here. Then Jenna's warning doused his joy. How could he hide his attraction to Cat if it was probably written on his face? He wasn't like Constanzo, all calm and reserved. And even Constanzo acted differently around Cat. Roberto's heart shifted as he breathed in the scent of her jasmine perfume. Her eyes sparkled brighter today than her silver earrings, and he was drowning in their blue depths. But the main question was, how long did they have until she bolted? Cat's gaze moved over the table while premonition prickled her senses. During her time in the army, and especially in Africa, she'd learned to pay attention to her surroundings, zoom in on vulnerabilities. Why did she have that strange feeling? Dinner was yummy, and the way Roberto looked at her made her heart thump. Drinking in that admiration left her thirsty for more. A few times during the meal, he'd taken her hand, and every time, the simple gesture stole her breath away. Despite the lively conversation, everyone seemed okay with her keeping quiet. Somehow, they accepted her the way she was. How could that be? Her throat closed, and moisture burned the backs of her eyes. With the atmosphere inviting, little wonder everyone except for the married family with Bianca lingered even after dessert, enjoying the breeze and fresh fruit. She must be paranoid. She'd lived too long in an environment where staying on high alert meant staying alive. Then Constanzo's son, Tadeo, started wheezing, and his face turned pale. His eyes large as saucers, the boy pointed at his throat, and Constanzo's face contorted. He's choking. Roberto leaped to his feet, as did the other adults. So did Cat, ready to perform the Heimlich maneuver. But then she remembered Roberto's words about Tadeo's allergy as she rushed to the boy's side. He stopped coughing but seemed to have difficulty breathing. Maybe he'd been choking on something at the same time as he had an allergic reaction. Adrenaline surged through her veins as she checked his pulse. It was weak. He was pale now, too. Worried, she leaned to him. How do you feel? Weak. Dizzy, he whispered, his speech slurred a bit. Her heart sank. She didn't want to risk him going into anaphylactic shock. Aurora, call the ambulance, please. Tell them the child might be having a severe allergic reaction. Aurora reached into her pocket. On it. I'll meet them and guide them when they arrive, too. Mrs. Moore wrung her hands. Oh no. There shouldn't have been anything with peanuts in my kitchen. It was best not to say some things could be made in facilities that produced peanut products. Her heart thundered, but she willed herself to remain calm. She'd been in a few dangerous situations in Africa, where she'd had to act quickly and get cooperation from others or she wouldn't be here today. She steadied her voice. Mrs. Moore, bring a blanket and a pillow, please. Roberto, you're going to assist me. Constanzo, you do have an EpiPen, right? She had one in her purse, too, but the adult dose was twice the child's. Shaking, he reached into his pocket with trembling fingers. Of course. 2 of them. But I never had to administer it before. I have. On herself. Not a situation she wanted to remember. She accepted the emergency pen and kept her fingers as steady as her voice. Mrs. Moore appeared with a white blanket and pillow and spread them on the grass while Roberto moved the boy from the chair onto the blanket. Cat knelt and fixed her gaze on Roberto. Hold his leg still, please. She didn't need the boy to jerk and waste the shot. Roberto did as she asked, a muscle twitching in his jaw. What can I do? Gianna inched closer. Determination set her jaw, no panic in her voice or expression. That little girl really was something. Drawing a deep breath of the fresh air, Cat estimated the boy's mid-outer thigh. He was wearing jeans, but one could administer epinephrine through clothes. Constanzo and Gianna, watch me, so if needed, you can do it next time. Though she hoped there wouldn't be the next time. Despair twisted Constanzo's expression as it was. Blood rushed faster through her veins. Chapter 19. Do not inject into feet, hands, or veins. Cat injected the emergency pen into the muscle, then held the EpiPen firmly. Count to 3 slowly. 1, 2, 3. Gianna finished for Cat. The wail of the ambulance made her wince. Grazie, Dio. Mrs. Moore lifted her arms to the sky. Cat removed the pen and handed it back to Constanzo. Watch out for the needle. It'll need to be discarded in a puncture-proof container. Please get a replacement EpiPen from your doctor. His eyes wide, he nodded. Of course. I don't know how to thank you. Don't thank me yet. She watched Tadeo closely. The boy's face started regaining its color, and his breathing evened out. She exhaled a whoosh of relief. There might not be a need for the second EpiPen, after all. Roberto's lips were moving, so he must be saying a prayer of gratitude. Her heart shifted. How would it feel to have faith like his? Would she ever know? Paramedics rushed in with a stretcher across the lawn, guided by Aurora. Fatigue weighing on her shoulders now, Cat tried to get up to clear space for them, staggered, and let Roberto help her up. He brushed a hand across her cheek. Are you okay? She gave him a half-smile, allowing herself to lean on him. Yes. She pulled herself together and explained to the paramedics what she'd done, then mentioned she wasn't a relative. The male paramedic nodded approvingly. Good job. We'll take it from here. Constanzo stepped forward while the paramedics checked the vital signs. I'm the boy's father. I can tell you his medical history. After Constanzo finished, Roberto gave his brother an encouraging pat. Will you go in the ambulance or? In the ambulance. Constanzo pulled his shoulders back. I'll follow and bring you and Tadeo back, Roberto suggested. Thanks, man. Constanzo followed the paramedics to the vehicle. With tears in her eyes, Mrs. Moore hugged Cat even tighter than usual, if possible. Grazie. I haven't really done much. Despite her dismissive statement, grateful tears prickled behind Cat's eyes. Mrs. Moore waved her hands up in the air after letting her go. Are you kidding me? You saved my grandson's life. Before Cat could reply, Roberto gestured them to his car. He'd drive them to the hospital. Aurora mentioned she'd take her own car, which made sense. I just administered the pen, Cat said on the way to his sedan. It wasn't like she'd even done CPR, like she'd had to do in Africa, then watched the man die anyway because of lack of medicines. Her heart became heavy. You're awesome. Gianna studied her with even more respect than usual while Roberto opened the car. Next time, Uncle Constanzo and I can do it. Roberto lifted her into the harnessed seat and buckled her in. I have no doubt you'd do a great job, Pumpkin. But let's hope there's no next time. He closed the door behind his daughter. Cat didn't wait for him to open the door for her as she and Mrs. Moore climbed inside. Cat offered the shotgun seat to Mrs. Moore, but the woman refused. Cat found the familiar scent of coconut car air freshener and leather seats surprisingly comforting. After they took off, Roberto leaned to her. From now on, you're a hero in this family, like it or not. His words touched a soft spot. She didn't want to be a hero. But she did want a family. Way too much. Once in the hospital in Springfield, Cat and Roberto stayed in the visitor's room with forest green sofas and armchairs and colorful magazines on the low side table. Nobody touched the magazines. The room filled up fast with Roberto's relatives and then with people Cat had no clue who they were. People in Cowboy Crossing seemed to drop everything and come to support Constanzo and the Moore family. How would it feel to be part of such a community? Another thing she'd never know. Roberto introduced her to the other people and them to her, causing curious glances, but the names mixed in her brain. A lot of hugs were involved, which she didn't initiate but did her best to return. Minutes later, another question wiggled in her brain as she slumped onto an uncomfortable chair and wrapped her hands around her middle. Why had her father never hugged her? She'd thought it was because she was a horrible daughter, not good enough, but maybe, just maybe, it wasn't her fault at all. She moved her hands from her waist and straightened out, like a curled hedgehog opening up to reveal its sensitive parts. A lot of people thanked her for what she'd done, and she kept repeating that she hadn't done much. Since she'd been a child, she'd learned she didn't deserve praise, and even a successful business didn't make her unlearn it. Would you like some coffee? Roberto brushed her arm. Then he winked at Gianna. Or pastries? Gianna voted for pastries, then returned to her app that traveled through different parts of the human body. Right now, she was in the stomach and looked rather fascinated. Cat didn't want coffee, but she nodded anyway. She doubted the vending machines had tea here. With the small room getting crowded fast, she needed fresh air. Okay, fine, she wasn't great with the crowds, especially people she didn't know. She'd learned to be on guard around others, because strangers, and yes, even her family, could signify danger. Especially strangers with beards, like some of Roberto's cousins. The memory appeared in her mind, and her hands flew to her throat as if she could still feel fingers choking her. Just like then, she gasped for air. Besides, some people here might need to sit down more than she did, like the older lady with blue hair. Thanks. I'm going to step outside while you're bringing coffee. She got up, giving her seat to the lady who must go to the same hairdresser as Roberto's cousin with emerald green hair. It could be a good idea for Cat to get that hairdresser's number, too. Are you okay? He followed her to the hall, his gaze worried. She hadn't been okay since she'd been a child. But she gave her usual answer. I'm fine. He sent her a doubtful look, but he didn't pressure. Just know I'm here if you need me. If? As broken as she was, she needed him already. Way too much. But she'd learned another lesson early in life. Needing people was a luxury she couldn't afford. Just like she couldn't afford the faith that came to people like Roberto so easily. Because while God loved other people, he didn't seem to love her much. Otherwise, why would all those bad things happen to her? Could there be some truth in her father's shouts and, later, in Reese's contemptuous whispers? You're worthless. You can't do anything right. Did God create her and regret it afterward? She hurried outside and gulped fresh air. For some time, she stared at the sky. Then she rather felt than heard movement behind her by the movement of air, an army habit, and whirled around. Jenna stepped outside. Her hands were in the pockets of her stylish cream-colored slacks. I've had difficulty finding the person who brought in drugs for Celeste. That probably didn't happen to Jenna often, not finding someone fast. Cat moved aside to give Roberto's cousin space. I have a theory why. Because that person doesn't exist? Cat nodded. Yes. To distract attention from the staff at the center, one of the employees might have come up with the idea to invent the visitor. Jenna's red lips kicked up a bit. Was that admiration in her electric blue eyes? I'm checking everyone who works there and who was at the center around the time Celeste overdosed. I'm doing background checks on them, too. It's a long list. Add to that the fact that most people don't tell the truth, Cat winced. She still hadn't told Roberto her suspicions about Gianna's paternity. And the longer she waited, the more difficult it was going to be. About that DNA test. It's positive. Cat's heart tanked. Suddenly she missed him, even though she was away for only a few minutes, and the longing unraveled her, one carefully tied together thread at a time. Jenna must have read her thoughts. Ready to go inside? Cat nodded again. Did Roberto send his cousin here because he worried about Cat? Some time ago, she'd find it controlling. But as she started getting to know his family, she found it touching. Caring about one another and worrying about each other was just what they did. Such a foreign concept, though. When she was back, people were holding hands. Oh. Did they form a circle of prayer? She was about to back out. But Jenna was following her, and Roberto already saw them and gestured for them to join in. So she did, swallowing hard, one hand in Roberto's and the other in Jenna's. Mrs. Moore led the prayer. Dear Lord, please keep Tadeo safe in your care and help him be okay. We thank you for all your blessings, and we ask for your mercy. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen, everyone echoed. Everyone, except Cat. When had she become such a fraud? She didn't belong here. Was this another sign proving that? Finally, the doctor gave them news. Tadeo was stable, but they were going to keep the boy overnight for observation. Several people gave thanks to the Lord. Cat would do that, too, but she didn't think he'd hear her. After giving Constanzo hugs and support, his cousins started filing out of the visitors' room. Roberto and Gianna stayed. Gianna insisted because one of the nurses had agreed to answer her questions, which the kind woman would probably regret soon. Cat decided to stay, too. Once again, thank you for all you've done, Aurora told Cat before taking Mrs. Moore home to get some rest, a sentiment the older woman seconded. I didn't do. You're welcome. How was it Cat was praised so much for something so easy to do? She'd gone out of her way to please Reese, and still, she'd barely ever gotten a thank you. Dinner was either too hot, too salty, too spicy, or too bland. His shirts were overly starched. And any time anything had broken in the house, it was inevitably her fault. Even when it had rained, which he didn't like, she'd felt it was somehow her fault. As if she'd forgotten to order sunshine, like she'd forgotten to buy his newly favorite condiment for dinner. At least, he hadn't hit her like her father had when she'd done things wrong. She sucked in a quick breath, feeling jabbed in the solar plexus when she realized something that had been obvious for a long time. Praise had been so scarce in her personal life that she didn't feel she deserved it. The time of waiting stretched, and she closed her eyes for a moment. Then she drifted off to sleep. When she opened her eyes, she found her head on Roberto's shoulder. Her hand was in his. Tingles traveled from his hand to hers. His breath feathered over her, the kindness in his eyes making her bask in their light. I thank God for you. You know that? Something changed inside her. Awe mixed with apprehension, at once light as air and heavy as hope, filled her. Oh no. She knew that feeling. She'd had to jump with a parachute because one of the remote African villages she was going to wasn't accessible by road due to the weather conditions. She'd had that awe mixed with apprehension then. She was falling now, too. Falling for Roberto. Only now, she didn't have a parachute. She didn't know whether she was going to survive once she hit the ground. Chapter 20. The next day, Cat allowed herself to sleep in. She'd gotten home late and then had done her best to catch up on business inquiries and marketing intentions. Then Roberto had called early that morning, saying Tadeo's vital signs were good, and he should be discharged from the hospital later today. Relieved, she'd gone back to sleep. She could still hear Roberto's voice in her ears, still feel tingles in her hand when he'd told her he thanked God for her. With her eyes closed, she stretched in her bed, reluctant to get up. Then Bruno's barking made her flinch. She flung her eyelids open and grimaced as he bolted to the hall. To the front door, most likely. He had a doggy door to the garden, so he shouldn't need to go outside. Was someone at the door then? The doorbell chime confirmed it. She'd given Connor her address during their reunion brunch on Sunday when she'd officially met his sweet daughter and new wife. But they were all planning to get together again for dinner in a few days, so there'd be no reason for him to come now. She stretched in bed, thinking of how welcomed she'd felt, first Sunday brunch with her stepbrother, then Sunday dinner with Roberto's family. She and Connor still had so much to talk about, things that couldn't be said with his innocent daughter around, but they had a lifetime now. She got up and slipped her feet into her slippers. Could this be Roberto? Her pulse picked up. No, he was supposed to be working right now. But just in case, she brushed her fingers through her hair as she hurried to the door. Too bad she didn't have on something more presentable than sweatpants and an old t-shirt. But then, he'd seen her in sweatpants with marinara sauce in her hair and still came back. As she looked into the peephole, her mouth opened. Nellie with her sons, who, based on the loud voices, were arguing. Blinking fast, Cat opened the door. Sunglasses covered Nellie's eyes, but her shoulders were pulled back. I left my husband. You said I could stay with you for a while. So here I am. Or rather, here we are. I see you're surprised. Her shoulders slumped now. We can leave. Cat promptly closed her mouth and stepped aside. No, it's okay. Come on in. The boys rushed inside first. Bruno took one look at them, then ran to the bedroom, flopped himself on the rug, and covered his head with his paws. Cat could relate. But she did offer her help, didn't she? So she took a deep breath and smiled. Of course, you can stay here. I'm glad you had the courage to leave your husband. That didn't happen often in her volunteer job. The younger boy was holding a large 4-story cage with what looked like a rat, a gray rodent with a long tail and beady eyes. But she didn't ask, in case it was something else. Did hamsters with tails exist? Thank you so much. Nellie placed her suitcases on the floor and sank onto a dining room chair. She introduced her sons, who kept quiet for about 4 minutes, long enough to say, "Glad to meet you, ma'am," and put down their duffel bags and the cage. Then they started chasing each other around the table, screaming. Stop running. Be careful not to break anything, Nellie told the boys. The taller one bumped into the coffee table and knocked the vase with Roberto's roses down. Cat had a good reaction and caught the vase before it kissed the hardwood floor. He let out a gasp, his eyes big as he stopped. Sorry, ma'am. It's okay. She tucked the vase on a high shelf and slid a few porcelain cups into the cupboard. Nellie waved at the cage. Cat, I hope you don't mind the rat. His name is Gus. So Cat's guess was right. The boys started running again, jumping over the duffel bags in their way. Cat sat down too, wondering when the boys would tire out. Maybe by the next year. I don't mind. She preferred not to mention that she'd been offered rat for dinner in Africa together with crickets. It had tasted like chicken. Crickets, however, were a bit crispy. She placed the cage on the coffee table. Nice to meet you, Gus. She needed to talk to Nellie alone and frankly wanted to keep her eardrums working, so she looked at the boys, who started jumping in one place now. The table rattled, but at least she didn't have a basement. She thought lovingly about the window the landlord just replaced, then got up. Would you like to play ball outside? If all windows are still intact later, we'll have barbecue wings for dinner. If that's okay with your mom, of course. Nellie gave a weak smile. I can see them from here, right? Right, Cat said. The boys looked at each other, then at their mother. Mom, please. Nellie nodded then, and her sons took the ball and ran outside. Cat walked to Bruno and asked him to keep an eye on the boys. Bruno gave her this look, then trotted into the garden. Poor thing. He'd need a special treat later. Distraught, Nellie rubbed her temples. I'm sorry about the noise. I don't have the heart to yell at them when I just took them from their father. I asked my brother, who's been sober so far, if I could stay with him. But he couldn't stomach the rat. Cat swallowed. Stomach the rat wasn't the word choice she would have used. Closing her eyes, Nellie lowered her hand from her temples and sighed. He said it would have driven him back to drinking. We can't have that, Cat said carefully. Don't worry. I have plenty of space. Though maybe not enough furniture. Namely beds. We've got sleeping bags. Nellie sniffled as she reopened her eyes. Arg. Cat wasn't a hugging type, but there were moments when some things needed to be done. She got up, bent to Nellie, and hugged her. I admire you for taking this step. Really, I do. It's going to be all right. Do you hear me? Nellie sniffled again as she hugged Cat back. I didn't do it for myself. He stopped hitting me. But today he hit Mason, their youngest son. Cat's fingers fisted, and she uncoiled them one by one. How could he? I asked myself the same question. I guess I should have seen it coming. The misery in Nellie's voice broke something hard inside Cat more thoroughly than those boys could smash anything she possessed. Please stop blaming yourself. It's his fault for acting like this. Not yours. When Nellie finally took off her sunglasses, Cat gasped at the black eyes. Enough was enough. Her eyes narrowed, and her lips pressed tight. Would you be willing to go to the police station and the hospital with me? Those bruises should be documented. She clasped the woman's shaky hand. Several long seconds passed, and then Nellie squeezed Cat's hand. Okay. Both visits weren't easy, and Cat said more than a few unkind words toward the guy in her mind. Finally, it was done, and they stopped for chicken wings on the way home. When the boys were asleep in the spare room, Cat gestured to Nellie toward the kitchen. Are you up for some snacks? Nellie nodded, so Cat made mint tea, retrieved the blueberry muffins, and placed the tray on the table. She might not be good at girlish stuff, but she knew how to organize businesses. The same principles could apply to life. She leaned forward while an invigorating mint aroma spread in the kitchen. What are you going to do? And how can I help you? Folding both hands around her teacup, Nellie lifted her chin. I'll need to get a job. You're great, but I can't stay here forever. I checked, and he already moved all the money from our joint accounts. I can't afford my own place right now. And I don't know how I'll be able to get a job. He didn't want me to work, so it's been a decade since I worked. Cat pushed the muffin plate toward Nellie. Correction. You worked and have been working. A mother's job is tough. You can put great organizational skills on your resume. But before that, what did you do? I helped a few businesses here, and I can make some calls. After getting married, I enrolled into college to become a nurse. But after 2 years, my husband decided it would be too difficult a job for me. So I dropped out of college and worked as an assistant at the hospital. He said I was working too much, and after a year, I quit. In reality, I think he didn't like that I wasn't at home to meet him with a freshly cooked dinner every day. Nellie finally sipped her tea and took a tiny piece of muffin. If Cat didn't know better, she'd think it was God's intervention. Roberto had mentioned Constanzo's assistant had left and they'd been looking for one. The job came with rent-free living quarters in a guest house. She resisted the urge to rub her hands. I have an idea. How do you feel about living on a ranch? Nellie blinked and took another sip of her tea. I never thought about it. I'm sure the boys would be excited though. Always thinking about her children first. Cat drained half her cup, enjoying the sweet, warm liquid. I can get you enrolled in several online courses to bring you up to speed. And if anything, I'm only a phone call away. I'd offer you any clothes from my wardrobe, but we're different sizes. I'll drop off your boys at school and then take you shopping tomorrow. Tears filled Nellie's eyes. Why are you doing all this for me? I'm a stranger to you. Not any longer. Cat plucked off a corner of her muffin and dropped it in her mouth. Tangy blueberry juice squirted on her tongue. Besides, once, when I nearly died, a kind woman took me in. When I asked her why, she told me she was repaying the kindness that was given to her. I'm doing the same. While she couldn't repay Grandma B. A lump formed in Cat's throat, and she plunked the rest of the muffin back on the plate. That's admirable of you. Nellie lifted her cup and put it down. What if they don't hire me? There are plenty of other jobs. Some of them can be done online, and I've got a great network of people I know nationwide. Cat had always been more comfortable with communicating online than in person. I'll prep you for the interview and help write your resume. You just need to believe in yourself. Also, you should get child support and half the assets. I can hire you a lawyer. Thanks, but I just want my boys. Nellie looked down. What if I made a mistake? What if I could have tried more? Done better? For a moment, they kept silent. Then, Cat hooked her feet around the chair rungs. Let me tell you my story. And so she did. Her skin crawled at the memories. At the time, she'd done everything to do better. She'd also taken consolation in the fact that at least Reese didn't hit her. But now, she realized he knew she had good reflexes. She'd strike back automatically. She took a break to pour more tea for Nellie and herself. When Cat finished her story, silence joined them again. Then Nellie asked so quietly Cat could barely hear her, "Have you ever regretted leaving him?" Never. I only regret I didn't do it sooner. Cat looked Nellie straight in the eye, meaning every word. Whatever you need help with, I'm here for you. And I walked away with nothing besides a bruised ego from my marriage, but you don't have to do the same. You're entitled to half the assets. Don't let him bully you into giving it all up. Thank you, but he can have the house and the assets if I get the boys and the rat. Are you sure? Cat wanted to say that a good lawyer could get at the very least half of the assets, and she was willing to pay for one. He'd pay for child support and set up college funds for the boys. I'll hold him up to that. As for the rest, we both received what we valued the most. Frankly, I'm sure I got the better part of it. The rest will come later. Nellie pulled her shoulders back, and the depth of affection in her voice warmed Cat. Cat studied her with respect. Nellie had a backbone. It was a pity that it had taken her life crashing down for her to see that. Cat would make sure Nellie received decent child support. Cat sipped her tea. The famous saying about teabags was right. Nellie made sure to get custody of the rat, even if Bess scared her. And she was ready to work hard to rebuild her life and herself. Or maybe find the girl she'd once been before marriage. No, better. Cat wanted to be friends with Nellie, and though at the moment Cat was helping Nellie, she knew with time they'd be equals. Cat tried to find the right words. The main thing now, you need to heal. Then you'll laugh again, you'll have joy again, and you'll love again, too. Like you're doing? Cat's feet, tucked back around the rungs again, slipped and thudded to the floor. Was that true? She wasn't there yet, but she was trying. Yes. Cat smiled encouragingly the next day while Nellie whirled near the mirror in a new silver-gray suit, white blouse, and glamorous shoes. The hairdresser she'd referred Nellie to had done a great job styling her hair and adding highlights. You look great. Now go ace that job interview. Nellie returned the smile, but it wobbled at the edges. I wish I had your confidence. Thank you for prepping me and buying the business suit and shoes. I'll pay you back from the first salary. Cat waved her off. Oh please. Don't even think about paying me back. Now, chin up, shoulders back, and let the world see that smile. Nellie did as told, then fiddled with the purse strap. Are you sure you'll be okay with staying with Mason? Cat glanced in the living room where the boy played computer games on a tablet, her recent acquisition. Worth every penny, and her eardrums agreed. While his older brother left for school, Nellie had allowed Mason to stay home because he'd been coughing. Interestingly enough, the cough was gone now. It's going to be fine. Then Cat whispered to Nellie, I don't think he's sick, though. Nellie sighed. Yeah. I know. He tricked me. Cat had an idea. Is it okay if I take him with me for a run outside? Nellie gave her a conspiratorial smile. Sure. Now go. You've got this. Nellie didn't look so sure, but she walked into the living room, hugged Mason, told him to behave, and then told the same to the rat. The rat was the only one who seemed to pay attention. "You'll do awesome. And stay-at-home mom is one of the most difficult jobs in the world that gives one valuable skills. Many employers understand it." Cat walked her to the front door. Would she have to give Nellie a friendly nudge out the door? "I hope so. Thank you for everything." Nellie hugged her. Cat stiffened, then awkwardly returned the hug. She closed the door behind her guest. When she returned to the living room, she found Mason watching her from behind the tablet. "Aha." She sniffed the air. "I think it's time to clean Gus's home." Mason grinned at her. "Sure. If you hold him while I clean." Then he went back to his video game, probably thinking that was the end of the conversation. "No problem. I'll be glad to hold Gus." She strode to the cage and stayed nearby to let the rat adjust to her scent. The tablet slid from the boy's hands. "You're serious?" "Totally." Mason slipped from the sofa, muttering something. For the next half an hour, Cat bonded with the rat while Mason scrubbed the cage furiously, and Bruno stayed nearby, obviously jealous of the attention Cat paid to the new pet. Gianna might love to have a rat or a few of them. Maybe Cat should bring it up to Roberto. Surely, the girl wouldn't use the rats for lab tests. The nearly irresistible urge to call him hounded her, but Cat pushed the thought out of her mind with a gigantic effort. Mason scattered rat nuggets over the cage floor for the rat to find. Then she walked to the kitchen and cut tiny pieces of peaches and pears and added them to Gus's lunch. Soon Gus was back in the cage and enjoying his meal. "I can give Gus broccoli and carrots from my lunch," Mason said generously. She suppressed a chuckle. "I've got enough vegetables for you both. Now, care to join me and Bruno for a run?" Mason looked like he was about to cough, then thought better of it. "I'm gonna put on my sneakers." Bruno was near the door with his leash before she could even blink. She shortened her daily run because of the boy, and Bruno got distracted by too many squirrels. It must have been the day of the squirrels, but overall, they seemed to have fun. After they'd gotten home and everyone had taken a shower or two, Cat had learned that taking a shower before bathing the dog was pointless. Mason slumped to the sofa as if he barely had enough energy to pick up the tablet. Exactly what was needed. Cat doubted he'd be racing circles around the table today. It wasn't time for lunch yet, so she gave him juice, yogurt, and a few peach slices. Then she strode to the kitchen. While having a cup of tea with oatmeal cookies Nellie had apparently bought, Cat looked at her email on her phone. One from Jenna attracted her attention. So far, Jenna had checked out a lot of people at the rehab center and hadn't found the culprit who'd brought Celeste drugs. But Jenna had one more version she was going to work on. A thought appeared. Cat rested against the back of the chair. Why hadn't she seen it already? She'd wondered about it the day she'd visited the center. It just didn't fit. She rubbed her forehead. Maybe it was a figment of her imagination. The doorbell chimed in, and she rushed to the hall, accompanied by Bruno. Her heart warmed at the sight of Roberto with a cactus in his hands. A blooming cactus. She laughed as she waved him inside. "You shouldn't have." Bruno looked at her with reproachful brown eyes. It wasn't enough that a rat moved in, now a cactus moved in, too. "Do you like it?" Roberto winked at her. "Yes." She eased the pot from him and placed it on the windowsill. "I love it." More reproach in Bruno's eyes. She stooped and petted him. "But I love you more." "Wow. I'm flattered." Roberto's lopsided grin melted her heart. Wait a moment. Did he think she said she loved him? And did she love him indeed? I'm meant. His grin stretched wide. "I know what you meant." Before she could protest, he kissed her on the lips, leaving her breathless. Once her mental fog lifted, she shifted back and found Mason looking up at them with curiosity. Bruno, on the other hand, covered his eyes with his paw. Heat rose up her neck. Let me introduce my friend, Roberto. Roberto, this is Mason. Mason, she was lost for words. It's okay. I've seen people kiss before. Mason grinned. Okay, her babysitting skills were rather rusty. Mason, his brother, and their mother are staying with me for some time. Great to meet you, Mason. Roberto shook the boy's hand. Mason volunteered, yeah, and Gus stays here, too. Is Gus your friend's husband? Roberto mouthed to her. No, it's a rat. Though to think about it, Nellie's husband could be called. Mason studied the newcomer. Are you Miss Cat's boyfriend? Cat coughed a little as she led them to the living room. I'd like to be. Roberto's cheerful voice rang out behind her. She didn't need more matchmakers in her life. But her heart flutters told her the idea was appealing. Too appealing. Roberto picked up a ball in the hall. How about we play in the yard? She felt dizzy, and her mind became foggy. Strange. It couldn't be the aftermath of the kiss, could it? She waved them off. You go ahead. I'll stay here for now. Are you sure? With his eyes narrowed, he looked her up and down. Yes. She waved away his concern. Have fun. I have some things to do. Maybe she'd feel better after a short nap. She hated looking like a weakling in front of him. He hesitated, but Mason tugged him outside. Bruno lingered, too, but she waved him off. Once they were gone, she slumped onto the sofa, already regretting her decision. Something was off. Her thoughts tumbled onto each other. She closed her eyes, hoping for her mind to clear. It didn't. Breathing became difficult. Her mind was becoming foggier by the moment. She tried to open her heavy lids, and it took a moment. She couldn't be having an allergic reaction, could she? Just like Tadeo had? It didn't make sense. She was careful not to eat anything with shellfish. Cookies. Okay, the cookies shouldn't have contained shellfish, but she'd never asked how they'd appeared in the kitchen. She'd assumed Nellie had brought them, and assuming was never the right thing to do. Alarmed, Cat picked up the phone from the coffee table in front of her. She didn't want to interrupt Nellie if she was already at the interview. But Nellie's phone should be on silent, and a text wouldn't hurt. So Cat sent a text. Sorry to bother you. But did you buy the oatmeal cookies on the kitchen counter? She staggered to her feet and considered calling Roberto back from the yard. But no words came out of her mouth. Okay, no reason to panic. Even if she were having a severe allergic reaction, she just needed to make it to the medicine cabinet in the bathroom where she had her 2 EpiPens. She knew how to administer it. She'd just done it yesterday. Her phone beeped. She looked at the screen, her vision getting blurry. A text from Nellie, your neighbor stopped by and dropped them off for you while you were in the garden. I thought that was sweet. Letters jumped in front of Cat's eyes. If she had enough strength, she'd groan. She didn't have that kind of relationship with her neighbors. In fact, she'd kept to herself and barely knew them. Which meant the cookies were possibly not from a kind neighbor. Clutching the phone, she moved along the wall to let it support her. She needed to call for help. Some noise filtered through her mental fog. Bruno rushed in, followed by Roberto and Mason. She'd never imagined she'd be so glad to hear the screams and barks. Bruno knew she needed him. Roberto caught her when she was about to collapse. What's happening? I need EpiPen. Nausea rose to her throat. Bathroom. Medicine cabinet. I'll get it. He scooped her up and carried her to the sofa, then eased her onto it. Do you know how to call for the ambulance? He asked Mason. Mason nodded, and Roberto handed him his phone. Punch in 911. I'll be right back. He dashed to the bathroom. It was going to be okay. Administering the shot was easy. Easy peasy. Easy peasy squeezy. What was she thinking? Oh right. She just needed the emergency pen. She closed her eyes. It's not there. Was that Roberto's voice? Chapter 21. What? It didn't make sense. Cat must have misheard. Roberto took the phone from the boy and reported that a female was going into anaphylactic shock. The word sounded strange to her ears. EpiPen. It should have been there. Medicine cabinet. The bathroom. What do you mean? Her swollen tongue didn't want to obey her. Mason started wailing. I did something bad. I didn't mean to. Roberto leaned to him, his voice strained and patient at the same time. What did you do? Just tell us. The boy sniffled. I was looking for a band-aid. I cut my finger and didn't want to tell Mom. Two white long thingies there looked funny. I wanted to see what they were. And they slipped. I dropped them into the toilet. So he swiped a fisted hand at the tears forming in his eyes. I just flushed it. It's okay, she managed to say. It would have been worse if Mason had administered epinephrine into his arm by accident. She'd put her gun in the gun locker. She should have done better with the medicine. How did she let this happen? She wasn't paying attention. She was a horrible babysitter. She would be a horrible mother. Well, if the ambulance didn't make it here in time, she'd never have the opportunity to find out. Roberto's heart thudded. He couldn't lose her. Lord, please, please, please. He did his best to calm the boy down, then knelt near the sofa, holding Cat's hand, willing, hoping for strength to go from him to her. Constanzo would have the second EpiPen pen still, but he wouldn't make it here in time from the ranch. Besides, yesterday, Constanzo told him the child's dose was only half the adult's. Roberto's heart ached. He could only hope and pray the ambulance could get here in time. Her fingers moved slightly. I'm glad you're here with me. He'd had a nudge to take a day off and drive to Springfield, though he'd hated bailing out on his siblings at the ranch. But now he knew God guided him. Roberto couldn't help much without an EpiPen, but at least he was at the right place at the right time. He had strong feelings for her, no doubt about it. This scare made him realize he couldn't imagine a day without her, much less a lifetime. But Cat was getting paler by the moment, and her breathing growing more labored. Everything inside him shook. Mason wailed again, and Bruno let out a mournful whine, so Roberto took Cat's and Mason's hands and started praying. Not to be left out, Bruno placed his paw nearby. Then Roberto sent a quick text to Aurora. She was picking up tractor parts in Springfield today and hopefully hadn't left the city yet. She texted back that she'd meet him in the hospital. Then another text came in. Breathe, darling brother. She'll be fine. I'll have Mom start a prayer chain. She knew him well. He took a shaky breath, grateful for his family. The siren made him jump to his feet. I'll open the door and guide the paramedics. You'll be okay here? Mason wiped his tears and nodded. Cat didn't answer. Roberto placed a quick kiss on her cold cheek, not knowing if she even felt it. Bruno got up and started licking her face. Roberto ran to the front door, opened it, then hurtled down the porch toward the ambulance now parking at the curb. He should have moved his car, but too late for that. The same guy and young blonde girl who'd come to the rescue of his nephew leaped out of the vehicle. The guy gaped. You again? Roberto bristled, his patience in short supply. It's not like I hope for a discount while ordering your services in bulk. We have a life and death situation here. The girl elbowed her colleague. That was unprofessional. My apologies for this brute. What happened, sir? While the paramedics unloaded the stretcher, he explained the situation, surprised by how calm his voice sounded while his insides trembled. "You don't have EpiPens?" The paramedics carried the stretcher while he led them inside. Seriously, this guy needed a social skills course. Roberto would even offer to pay for it. She had two, but a child dropped both in the toilet by accident and flushed them. "Maybe you should get 5 EpiPens then." "Just saying." Ouch. The paramedic must have been elbowed again. Roberto made a mental note to thank the girl later. Right now, too much worry consumed him. They found Bruno barking and running back and forth, Mason chasing him, screaming to stop, and the rat squeaking. The guy took one look at the chaos and said, "I stand corrected. Get 10 EpiPens. And a safe." "No, 2. The paramedics hurried to Cat, administered the EpiPen, and checked her vital signs. Roberto prayed as he'd never prayed before. The girl gave him a sympathetic glance. "She should be fine. If needed, we'll give the second dose in the ambulance. But we have to take her to the hospital." His heart slammed toward his stomach. Yes. Right. As the paramedic started putting her on a stretcher, his heart shook. He told himself it was standard procedure, but what if the emergency pen didn't work? She still looked pale. Too pale. Tadeo had reacted to epinephrine faster yesterday. While his heart was beating hard enough to break his rib cage, he glanced at Mason. Things happened, and he couldn't hold a grudge for a boy. And neither could he leave him while he went in the ambulance with Cat. "Listen, buddy," Roberto started. Mason interrupted him. "I want to go with you and Miss Cat to the hospital." "Can I? Please?" Roberto really didn't have a way out of this situation. He didn't know Cat's friend's phone number, and Cat was in no condition to provide it. Bruno barked and raised himself on his hind legs. "Okay, Mason, you'll go with me." "No, Bruno, you can't go. No dogs allowed." The big guy let out a disappointed whine. Roberto tried to think straight. Should he get Cat's toothbrush and some of her personal belongings? But going through her things would be an invasion of privacy. And at this point, he couldn't guarantee her toothbrush hadn't visited the toilet like the EpiPen had, but just didn't get flushed. "Okay, buddy. Let's go." He found Cat's keys on the counter while Mason put on his sneakers and a light blazer. Roberto's hand shook, but he didn't drop the keys on the porch and even managed to lock the door on his second attempt. Since they were allowed to go with Cat in the ambulance, he held her hand. Her breathing was the best sound in the world right now. 2 days later, Cat climbed out of her car at his ranch and breathed in fresh air filled with the scents of grass and foliage. The endless cerulean blue sky stretched above her. Roberto had insisted on spending time with her even after her discharge from the hospital yesterday, just to make sure she was okay. They'd reported the incident to the police and surrendered the cookies. She wasn't sure how they could have contained shellfish, but obviously, it could be done. Her stomach clenched at the memory of the certainty she was going to die, at the horrifying feeling inside her then. Then Roberto walked to her, a familiar lopsided grin on his face, and everything was right with the world again. For a moment, she wished she'd brought Bruno with her. He'd love running around here. So much space. So many squirrels to chase. But Nellie and the boys had felt guilty and wanted to take care of her pet, so she'd let them. She'd gotten a home-cooked meal out of the deal, too, though she didn't milk it, honest. It was a glorious day to be alive. How many people had shown up at the hospital yesterday still stunned her. Not only Tulia and Connor, but also Roberto's family seemed genuinely worried about her. And she'd never seen so much concern as she'd seen in Roberto's eyes when she'd come to her senses in the ambulance. It was as if her life was truly valuable to someone, and not only because she'd helped their businesses survive. She wasn't worthless like her father and her ex had called her. That realization buoyed her until she could almost float into that cerulean sky. One of the most basic needs in life, after food, shelter, and clothes, was to be appreciated. She'd been deprived of it for too long. She'd worked so much at her job not only because she'd wanted to help people, but also because she'd wanted to be valued. However, it hadn't filled the void. She craved to be valued not just for what she brought to the table, but also for herself. As scary as the allergy incident had been, it had shown her that maybe, just maybe, she was finally valued for who she was. "Are you feeling okay?" Roberto asked for the millionth time, his expression still pinched. She inhaled his signature scent of hay, leather, and soap and resisted the urge to lean into him. Maybe she should be irritated, but no one had worried about her this much before. Well, except for Grandma B and Bruno. Totally. She shrugged. It was just a scare. His eyes darkened. It was much more than that to me. I can't imagine my life without you. The air thickened. Their gazes met and held. Her heart was beating fast. This was when she was supposed to say she couldn't imagine her life without him either. But love and pain had gone hand in hand for her for too long. Once she'd started loving someone, either she'd lose that person, or they'd hurt her and she'd have to walk away. Despite how her heart swelled, how she couldn't imagine her life without him either, she said nothing. Instead, she braced her back against the tree and stared at the horizon as if she could see her future there, because she couldn't look into his eyes. From her peripheral vision, she saw his shoulders sag, but then he straightened his stance, stepping further into her line of vision, his hazel eyes bright again. "What would you like to do?" Nice of him to give her the choice instead of suggesting horse riding. It wasn't the horse's fault, but Cat had had enough hospital visits already. She considered where her strengths were. "How about I'll help you with the ranch paperwork?" His brows shot up a bit as if he'd expected she'd suggest a more fun activity, but then he nodded. "Well, Constanzo does most of the paperwork, but I pitch in sometimes. I'm sure he could use help after his assistant left. By the way, thank you for sending Nellie for the interview. Did she make an impression on your brother?" A strange expression flickered in his eyes. He opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again. "I think you can say that." Huh. What exactly did he mean? But she wouldn't prod further. He led her to an office she liked immediately. But then, she was fond of rustic furniture and reupholstered sofas. Beyond the large window, sprawling emerald hills created a majestic vista while birds chirped and swooped outside. She'd never furnished an office in her Victorian rental, preferring to do her computer work in the kitchen. But if she ever did, that was what it would look like. Minus all the family photos. She dismissed the sudden sadness like she always did. After all, Connor was once family and had accepted her back as if she truly were his long-lost sister. They'd gotten together again this morning and finally been able to talk freely without little ears around. She'd even been able to tell him how she'd wanted to be part of his life, how she'd followed him but stayed in the background, afraid he didn't want her. How she'd been there that night of his car accident and pulled him and his first wife out. She shivered and refocused. Roberto didn't exaggerate about needing help, though. Papers covered the entire rustic desk. Folders in disarray stacked the shelves and waited on the floor. If Nellie got hired, she'd have her hands full. Constanzo met her like she was an old friend and shook her hand vigorously. "My son, your help. I can't thank you enough." "Oh, please stop it." She waved her now freed hand to cut him off. "Or I'll never stop by again." Roberto chuckled. "She means it, too. You'd better stop, bro." Constanzo picked up a couple of folders from the chair and gestured for them to sit down. "I'll do my best. Cat here wonders if she can take a look at the paperwork. Maybe find ways to improve things," Roberto said. Cat sent Constanzo a worried look. "I don't mean to intrude. It's just..." Constanzo rubbed his hands together. That would be awesome. She could have hugged them both if she was a hugger type. So they didn't think that the woman's place was just in assisting, like her ex had thought. Of course, I'd be glad to pay you a consulting fee, Constanzo continued. She nearly repeated her sentences about asking him to stop or she'd never talk to him again. Then she thought better of it. Sure. I'll take my payment in barbecue and French fries. He blinked. That doesn't seem fair. She smiled sweetly. You're underestimating my appetite. Roberto chuckled again. I've seen her eat half a pizza by herself. She had to be kidding herself that his voice didn't sound derogatory, but admiring. She peeked at him, and he winked back. Wow. Not kidding herself. I'll log you in and show you the files. Constanzo's fingers flew over the keyboard. I'll give you privacy. If you have any questions, please call me. He rattled off his cell phone number. Roberto and I will go check on the horses, their feed and water. Roberto rose to his feet, his gaze lingering on her as though he were reluctant to leave. Despite her independent streak, a pleasant feeling loosened the tightness inside her. I'll be okay. Seriously. I'm not going to faint. And I do have EpiPens in my purse. His care was sweet, but really, insisting on getting 5 EpiPens and a safe for 2 of them was overkill. For the next several hours, she lost herself in numbers and spreadsheets. Despite the setback when Roberto's father had disappeared with the profits, the ranch was doing well. But it could do better. She started jotting down notes. Someone tapped on her shoulder while she was still in a world of formulas. Time for your payment. Roberto's baritone, as well as his breath, caressed her ear. Her pulse spiked. What payment? Barbecue and French fries. I'd rather take payment in kisses, she blurted out. Heat rose up her neck. He laughed. That would rather be a reward for me. For me, too, she wanted to say, but Constanzo entered. Still feeling the heat in her cheeks, she gave him the printout with her ideas. As he looked through the pages, his eyes went wide. You did all this in just 3 hours? Roberto kissed her cheek. You said it yourself. She's a genius, he boasted. She lived for moments like this. She basked in his adoring gaze, but her stomach chose that moment to rumble. The lunch on the terrace under the trees was yummy, and Mrs. Moore joined them, after squeezing all the air out of Cat, of course. The sun shone brightly. Roberto kept telling jokes that made them all laugh. He touched her hand a few times, either by accident or on purpose, and she melted like the ice cubes in her sweet iced tea. After she and Roberto placed the dishes in the dishwasher, her phone played her favorite pop song. She fished it out from the back pocket of her jeans and frowned at the screen. Nellie wouldn't have bothered Cat unless something happened. Please don't let it be the boys or Bruno. The half-prayer surprised her. Maybe hanging out with a God-honoring family rubbed off on her. She swiped the screen to answer. Is everything okay? She held her breath. After she heard the answer, she released her breath. Okay. I'll be there as soon as I can. She disconnected and slid the phone into her pocket. Mrs. Moore entered the kitchen. Cat gave her an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, but I'll have to cut the visit short. Thank you for the amazing lunch. Mrs. Moore waved her off. Ah, mia figlia, bienvenida, at any time. Grazie. Cat smiled, despite the worry inside. She only learned a few words in Italian, but she was making an effort. Roberto stepped closer and brushed a hand down her arm. May I ask, did something happen? And if so, what can I do to help? I'll manage. I think. She rushed to the exit. My guest's pet rat ran away. Roberto opened the front door for her. Huh. I never searched for a runaway rat, but there's a first time for everything. Chapter 22. Noise scares rats. We'll need to move as quietly as possible, Cat whispered as all of them gathered in her living room. She'd done her research on rats, and she was usually good with research. Nellie nodded. Talk as quietly as possible, too. He knows we're gonna feed him. Is he gonna come back? Mason blinked fast. He's safe here. It's his home. Of course, he'll come back. Roberto ruffled the boy's hair. He'd only met the boy recently, and already he treated Mason better than their own father. A lump formed in Cat's throat. He'd once mentioned he'd wanted a lot of children, and for one blissful moment, she'd wanted to be the one to give them to him, in a loving and mutually respectful marriage. What a crazy thought. Let's keep silent, and maybe we'll hear scampering movement of his little paws. They kept silent, but they didn't hear anything. Finally, Mason sniffled. I don't hear squeaking. Roberto squeezed the boy's shoulder. It's a good sign, actually. Rats only squeak when they are hurt or scared. She had even more respect for Roberto now. Who knew looking for a rat could be such a bonding experience? Let's check everything we can, Roberto said. Rats can fit through any openings their head can fit through. The 6 of them, including Bruno, crawled through all the rooms and looked in every drawer and every kitchen cabinet. She even checked inside the boxes she hadn't yet unpacked. Then inside kitchen appliances and containers, including a flour container she'd hoped to use someday for baking pizza from scratch with Roberto. Roberto moved the sofa away from the wall, as well as the dresser and then the stove. 0 results. The boy's eyes glistened suspiciously, but they held in tears. Still, Mason's lower lip trembled. It's all my fault. I let him out somehow while cleaning the cage. Things happen. Cat rested a hand on his shoulder. We'll find Gus. You'll see. Too bad she couldn't believe her own words. Roberto and Nellie offered encouragement, too. Roberto moved the stove back to its place and grunted as he slid the refrigerator along the floor. The rat owed them to be there for that much effort, but he wasn't there. What if he was hungry and looked for cheese here? Mason opened the refrigerator door. Cat sure hoped it wasn't the case. How would he open the door? Nellie's pained expression told her the rat wouldn't have to. The boys obviously could be rather distracted sometimes, and the rat could sneak in while they didn't pay attention. The floor on this old house wasn't level, sloping from the wall, and Cat had planned to get the front of the fridge raised so the door would automatically fall closed like they did everywhere else she'd lived. Cat's reaction was tainted with relief, just a bit, when they didn't find Gus gorging on chunks of cheese and packs of pepperoni. Well, cold temperatures wouldn't be good for the pet, would they? Let's check the cheesy bread. Mason screamed. Cat winced, but she could buy more cheesy bread if needed. She and Gus could share. She just wanted the boys to be smiling again. Cheesy bread seemed untouched. Rats have a sweet tooth, Nellie said. Nellie and Cat checked all the cookie packets. No prints from sharp teeth so far. How about the backyard? Roberto gestured to the patio door. Cat nodded, though her heart tanked. If Gus had made it outside, which was possible, he most likely wouldn't have stayed in the yard. Air fresh with the scents of grass filled her lungs as they all stepped outside. They divided the territory again. Let's do this. Hands on his hips, Roberto gave a determined nod. She suppressed a groan. Even if she found Gus out here, how was she going to distinguish him from wild rats, who, by the way, could carry dangerous diseases? The search of the yard confirmed Gus must have traveled farther. Mason studied the grass at his feet, his lips wobbling. There might be stray cats. Poor child. Cat didn't want him to think their beloved pet became some cat's lunch. Nellie leaned to him. It's going to be all right. Gus is going to be fine, do you hear me? She was a good mother. Cat had seen it from Nellie's interactions with her children, from everyday mundane tasks. Maybe too lenient, but she loved her boys. Not to mention how much she'd sacrificed for them. Cat closed her eyes against a sudden longing. Did she not have children because she wouldn't be a good mother? Reese hadn't wanted children because he'd needed to build up his business first, and Cat's opinion hadn't mattered. Roberto snapped his fingers. You know what? We're going to post flyers in the neighborhood. We'll also go to the neighbors and ask around. A sharp breath nearly whistled past her teeth. She still didn't know her neighbors, and hello. I am Cat. Have you seen our rat? Didn't seem to be a great introduction. On the other hand, they were past that, considering the police had already gone door to door to inquire whether any of them delivered the cookies that had caused her anaphylactic shock. The latter part wasn't revealed, but one of the neighbors figured it out. Mason brightened. Yeah. I have a picture where Gus looks very good. What did Gus do? Smile into the camera? Thankfully, she didn't blurt that out. The boys rushed back inside the house. Mason emailed her the picture, and she created a flyer on her laptop and printed out a stack of them. Hopefully, people wouldn't think it was a joke. Poor boys. She'd be devastated if she lost Bruno. Great job. It's probably best if we split up as we divide the houses to visit, Roberto said. Her heart skipped a beat. Ridiculous. Could she really not want to be separated from him that much? She found packing tape and glue and handed rolls and tubes to Nellie. Nellie took some of the flyers. Thank you for making these. I'll go with the boys. Good idea. Otherwise, they might be searching for the boys later, too. Cat, care if we go together? Roberto brushed a stray strand of hair away from her face. His touch sent a pleasant wave through her. I'd love to. She printed 2 maps of the neighborhood and gave one to Nellie. Then she took juice packs from the fridge and passed them to the boys. Nellie opted for iced tea, and so did Roberto. Cat chose a berry-flavored energy drink for herself. How about meeting in the front yard in 2 hours? Everyone nodded, and the boys wore hopeful expressions. Roberto bowed his head. Lord, please help us find Gus, amen. Amen, she echoed. The first time she'd said amen in ages, and it was for a prayer about a rat. Her gut tightened as they knocked on the first door, colored a burgundy hue. Except in business settings, she wasn't good with strangers. Thankfully, Roberto didn't have the same issue. He had his signature lopsided grin and charmed the ladies and talked up the guys. She and Roberto complimented each other well. Where she was reserved, he was talkative. While she was a pessimist, what she called a realist, his eternal optimism lifted her spirits. He brought out the best in her, and she could only hope she could do the same for him. Were they made for each other? She suppressed the longing. For a long time, she'd thought a man for her didn't exist. Could she be wrong, after all? How do you know so much about rats? She asked him after checking the second house. A muscle twitched in his cheek. I bought 5 rats for Gianna when she turned 3. When we were in the pet store, she chose them for the pets Celeste and I promised for her birthday. So I read up on how to take care of them. She waited when he paused, then asked, what happened to them? He looked away. One escaped when I was at work and got into Celeste's slipper. She freaked out when she put it on. She returned all 5 to the pet store. No matter how much Gianna begged her, Celeste didn't bring them back. She told me, if I did, she'd let them loose outside. I'm sorry, she whispered. They visited 4 houses, and nobody had seen the rat yet. Cat rubbed the chill from her arms. She'd hate to see devastation on the boys' faces. Should we buy a new one? Roberto said as they walked to the 5th house, a 2-story red brick with a white door and white window sashes. We could find one that matches Gus's description. Cat climbed the porch. Mason says Gus can recognize him, or rather recognize his voice. The rat did seem to go to him. Stayed on his arm, too. A new rat wouldn't know to do that yet. And what if the boys see it's not the same rat? Roberto grimaced. Point taken. Then he perked up. The day is young. He'll come back. Or we'll find him. He rang the doorbell. An older woman with short-trimmed gray hair and oval marmalade-hued earrings opened the door. She was holding a large cat. Roberto explained the situation and showed her the flyer. The lady scrunched her nose. I haven't seen a rat. But if I do, what do you want me to do, lift it by the tail? That was a good question. Cat was about to say rats have very sharp teeth. Roberto was ahead of her. Just call us. Any time of the day or night. He gave the woman his brightest smile along with the flyer listing the phone number. The woman's cat flicked its pink tongue. With his smug expression, he might have recently eaten a canary or, well. When the door closed, Cat placed a hand on his forearm, then moved it back quickly. Do you think that cat might have? No. At least I hope not. When they got back to the Victorian hours later, the boys' drawn faces said they'd returned empty-handed, too. Mason sniffled a little. Even Roberto's suggestion about buying them a new video game didn't make them smile. However, the offer to come to the ranch to ride ponies made them look less forlorn, and Cat sent him a grateful smile. Once inside the house, Cat made everyone tea. She seemed to be the only one excited about that, and opened a box with cookies. Everyone seemed to be excited about that. After Roberto left, she spent some time with Nellie, talking about the interview and coaching her for the next one. Another box of cookies disappeared while the conversation lasted. He might come out at night. You'll see. Cat heard Nellie saying as she put the boys to sleep. Cat stayed up late, working on her files and hoping for the rat to appear. Apparently, he had other plans. She went to sleep with a heavy heart and a heavy stomach and tossed and turned for a while. Frankly, she didn't worry so much about the rat, which might have been selfish of her, but rather what to do with her unexpected feelings for Roberto plagued her. Then, there was still the mystery of who'd sent the oatmeal cookies with shellfish powder. The police didn't find the fingerprints, but they did find traces of powder, and who'd broken the window with a brick and why. Was this because she'd poked her nose into the rehab center business? Jenna might be close to finding the person who'd given Celeste drugs, but that mystery wasn't solved yet. Or were these two separate cases and the cookie gift possibly from Nellie's husband? After all, Cat taught him about the danger of free meal deliveries. Too many questions remained unanswered. Then Roberto invaded her thoughts, his luminous eyes and his lopsided grin. The way his kisses had stolen her breath away. The way he might have already stolen her heart. Finally, she drifted to sleep. Seemingly only minutes later, a shrill scream made her open her eyes. Chapter 23. Did that sound like Nellie? Cat tumbled out of bed and reached into the drawer for her gun. The weapon wasn't there. What? She went cold, then remembered she'd secured it in a gun locker now, because there were children in her house. She guarded the code with her life, which meant it took her a few seconds to remember it. Why didn't Bruno bark? She could see his silhouette as he lifted his head, then stayed put. Strange. She retrieved her trusted Glock and crouched to Nellie's room, doing her best to be as stealthy as possible. Her pulse increased, and she took a deep breath, as much to calm down as to try to distinguish any foreign scents in the house. Okay, none. Bruno trotted beside her, but he stayed silent. She kept her steps quiet as she approached Nellie's room, plastering herself against the cold wall. That was when military training came in handy. Once there, she eased the door open and studied the room for a man's silhouette. But the only silhouette she could see was Nellie sitting up on her bed. What was going on? Only one way to find out. Cat clicked on the switch and, as the light flooded the room, shouted, "Freeze!" Bruno gave out a few barks. Nellie yelped again, and something jumped from the bed and scooted into the corner. Two beady eyes looked at Cat. Relieved, she put down the gun. She'd laugh if not for Nellie's horror-stricken face. Hurried footsteps scuffled into the room. "Mom, you found Gus," the boys squealed in unison. Cat had a different opinion on who found whom, but she kept it to herself. She told Bruno to stay, and he sat down near her. That pet will give me a heart attack someday," Nellie stammered. Mason called for Gus, but the pet looked too freaked out to move. Maybe he was the one on the verge of a heart attack. Enticing him with a cookie didn't work. Nellie kept the boys from running after Gus and scaring him again. Meanwhile, Cat secured her gun in the gun locker once more, then searched the kitchen cabinets for an alternative to cookies. Rats did have a sweet tooth, after all. Applesauce. She scooped some applesauce into a spoon. But how to get close to Gus? Step by step. Small step by small step, that was. She gave Mason the spoon. Approach slowly and quietly. Keep the spoon extended. You got it? He nodded. Nellie said a prayer. Cat surprised herself by holding her breath until Gus scampered toward the spoon. After the treat, Mason picked their pet up and carried him back into its 4-story chew-proof cage. Mason beamed. Maybe he ran away because he was lonely. We should get another rat. Or 2. Or 3, his brother said. Nellie winced, and Cat imagined looking for 4 rats at once. Yeah. That should be fun. With the way Nellie's lips twisted up, she must have a different opinion about fun. The doorbell chime made Cat frown. Who could be coming in the middle of the night? She considered retrieving the gun, but Bruno had already charged to the door, barking. So she checked the peephole first. Several of the neighbors she'd met for the first time the previous day had gathered on her porch. Sadly, she had promptly forgotten their names. She opened the door, wondering what had happened. How may I help you? We heard a scream from your house. Not like we could sleep with your rat running around anyway, said the woman with the large cat. Thank you for worrying about Gus. Mason grinned, obviously misinterpreting her words. Cat hid a smile. The scream was a cry of joy. Gus, our pet rat, is back in his home, safe and sound. Great! Now we all can sleep again, said a man in striped pajamas. Mason tugged at her sleeve. Miss Cat, we should offer them the cookies the rat didn't want to eat. Laughter bubbled in Cat's throat, but she managed to keep a serious face. Would you like some tea and cookies? No thank you. The large cat woman huffed. What would a good neighbor say? It would be awesome to finally fit in. Thank you for coming, Cat muttered. We're gonna get 2 or 3 more rats, Mason volunteered. Only the cat looked happy about that news. The next evening, while Cat placed a fruit and cheese tray on her small garden table, she told Roberto and Gianna how they had found the rat. Roberto laughed as he carried out a pitcher of raspberry iced tea, and Gianna giggled. Nellie had taken the boys for soccer practice, or Cat would have invited them to join. Bruno chased a rabbit unsuccessfully, then nibbled on a toy that, unlike the rabbit, wasn't going anywhere. Cat thought for a moment. Would anybody like applesauce? Roberto and Gianna looked at each other and shook their heads. Cat shrugged. Well, more for me. And the rat. He said grace, and then they sipped their tea and munched on cheeses and fruit. He made sure to refill their glasses. After a while, Gianna wandered off to play catch with Bruno, to the dog's utter delight. Roberto smiled at them. Then, as he brushed the back of his hand against Cat's cheek, her heartbeat skyrocketed. She barely resisted the urge to close her eyes and lean into his hand. That's one of the many things I love about you. You cared about the boys and their rat. You're much kinder than you allow people to see. She studied her reflection in his luminous eyes. You see me better than I see myself. Because I see the real you, the wonderful, gorgeous, amazing you. He bent toward her, his fingertips caressing the outline of her face. The way God sees you. Now her pulse became a staccato, and only Gianna's presence prevented her from leaning in for a kiss. His gaze became intense, too. Then she sensed something wrong. Bruno stopped running, and his ears stood up. The fur on his hackles rose, and a low growl rumbled in his throat. Her senses went on high alert. Then came the purr of a motor that quieted somewhere nearby. Premonition became a tight fist holding her heart. I believe we've got visitors. The doorbell confirmed her words. And they didn't just push the button, they kept pushing it. Gianna's eyes widened. Daddy? It's going to be okay, darling, she answered for him. Then to him, she whispered, stay with your daughter. She rushed inside the house. Sure enough, he didn't obey her, but was right at her heels. Gianna and Bruno, too. She unlocked the gun and turned to Bruno this time. Stay with Gianna. Keep her safe. Bruno didn't look happy about that, either, but at least he obeyed. If anything happened, Bruno would protect the girl with his life. Her pulse picking up, Cat looked into the peephole. Nellie's husband and a couple more guys. They held baseball bats, their expressions threatening. A shiver traveled down her spine. Open up, he yelled. I came for my wife and sons. I know they are here. They weren't. The guy couldn't even memorize his son's soccer practice schedule. On the other hand, Cat was glad Nellie and her boys didn't witness this. He probably wouldn't be so brave by himself. Roberto's jaw tightened. She heard him calling the police. She took the gun off safety while her blood boiled. Did the guy think violence could resolve everything? On the other hand, hadn't she started their interactions this way herself? Roberto stepped to her. I'll deal with this. She hesitated, but he was the most level-headed person in this situation. In every abuser, she saw her father, and it affected her judgment. Open up, or we'll break the door, the guy bellowed. Come on. Please let me do this. Roberto extended his hand for her Glock. Are you a good shot? Yes. Okay. Don't fire unless you have to. And step aside for now. She handed over the weapon. She had to trust him, even if she didn't trust herself right now. Especially because she didn't trust herself right now. She flung the door open, causing Nellie's husband to stumble inside. Before he could right himself, she pulled his arm behind his back, making him squirm and drop his makeshift weapon. Let me go. He groaned, growing red. She held him as a shield, in case the other two were armed with guns they didn't show yet. She did allow for a small opening for Roberto to aim. Have I got your attention? She whispered in the man's ear. Tell your friends to drop their weapons. He didn't respond, so she twisted his arm more. You're going to break it, he bellowed. Just like her father had broken hers when she was 10. Only 10 years old. She gritted her teeth and applied more pressure. She wasn't a helpless, scared girl any longer. No. Tell me why I should care. It's to their advantage to drop their weapons. How calm Roberto sounded. You guys are trespassing. She has the right to defend her property. And by the way, when I shoot, I don't miss. Guys. Drop your weapons. Nellie's husband spoke through his teeth. Louder, she demanded, adrenaline rushing through her blood. She felt empowered. She even enjoyed it? He repeated the words louder. The men looked at each other and placed the baseball bats on the ground. She loosened her grip but didn't let him go yet. I don't think she's going to be your wife much longer. The bruises you gave her and your son are well documented now. I'm also hiring the best lawyer in the state to get her full custody. You can't do this. He choked out. Her eyes narrowed. Watch me. I've got a lot of brothers and cousins. I don't think you'd want us to pay you a visit, do you? Roberto said. No, the man's shoulders curved inward now. Cat, let him go, Roberto whispered. Something snapped inside her. All this pent-up anger. She wanted this guy to make it difficult for her, to give her a reason to hit him. Let him go. Roberto placed his left hand on her forearm while holding the gun in his right. She breathed fast as if she'd run a marathon. Finally, she released the guy and pushed him forward slightly. He stumbled outside and tumbled down the porch. Once he was free, one of his friends picked up a baseball bat and waved it again. He started screaming obscenities and threats. A whiff of whiskey traveled to her, but her attention switched to the approaching police car. Nellie's husband hesitated. Then, as his face contorted, he picked up his bat. They are not going to shoot at us. His friend charged forward with more threats. Roberto shut the door. Breathing hard, she glanced out the window. The police car pulled up to the curb and 2 officers were running toward the house. Then they cuffed the would-be intruders. Cat let Roberto do most of the talking while she hugged Gianna and petted Bruno, as much as to comfort them as to let her rage subside. She was glad Roberto was here, not because she needed him to defend her, but because she probably would have beaten the man up otherwise. One thought kept repeating in her temple as she volunteered the surveillance tape from the security camera to the police. She was right. She was more like her father than she'd wanted to admit. Chapter 24. 3 days and 3 dates with Cat. Wow. Later, Roberto was walking to his house after an exhausting workday on the ranch when his phone rang. Gianna was having a playdate with Danica and the kitten, and while he missed his little girl, he had an idea for a romantic dinner with Cat. He fished his phone out of his pocket, hoping it was Cat. She'd been opening up to him lately, and they'd even gone on proper dates in a few Italian restaurants in Springfield, with Gianna playing an adorable matchmaker. Disappointment tightened his stomach when he saw Jenna's name. He stopped in his front yard, taking in the beautiful greenery, and swiped the phone to answer. Hello, cuz. You sound disappointed it's me. She chuckled. Anyway, I have some news. Care to meet me at Cat's place, so we can discuss it all? His pulse quickened at the thought of seeing Cat soon. I'd love that. Again, her deep chuckle rumbled through the speakers. I thought you would. I need to call her first to make sure it's okay, though. He was a spontaneous kind of guy, but one never knew with Cat. He'd been learning to remember that she thought differently than he did and overall was his complete opposite. I'm sure she'll be glad to see you at any time. Her voice turned gentle. See you there. Wait. Do you need an address? Jenna chuckled again. Seriously? You're underestimating me. She disconnected. Huh. He was grateful to have her in his corner. Humming a tune, he called Cat, then called Gianna. His girl missed him, but Danica and the kitten were so much fun that she wanted to stay longer. His heart shifted when he disconnected and started the car. How long would it be before she didn't need him anymore? She already acted too grown up for her age. He hoped they'd still have their easy camaraderie when she became a teen. His thoughts switched to Cat as he drove out and pressed on the accelerator, eager to see her. For him, things were simple. He adored her, and she seemed to have feelings for him, too. His daughter loved her, and her dog tolerated him fine. He'd jump headfirst into this relationship, but she was holding back. Was it because of her past? Because of all the abuse she'd suffered? Couldn't she see he wasn't the type of guy to hurt her? He slowed down around a curve. He'd noticed the change in her these last several days. She was a little more open, but still guarded. It was as if he'd unlocked one lock or one password to her, but plenty more remained. When he'd told Aurora about it, his sister had said soul wounds didn't heal so fast. And she should know. Well, he wasn't a patient guy, but he'd be patient with Cat because the treasure behind all those locks was worth it. His chest expanded at the way her eyes lit up when she opened the door. He couldn't help it. He swept her up and whirled her around. She squealed and laughed and flung her arms around his neck. Bruno barked joyfully, and joy filled Roberto's heart, too. Huh. He didn't hear the boys, though. She seemed to read his mind. Nellie and her sons left for the park. It's only me, Bruno, and Gus. Gus? It took him a moment to remember that was the rat. Her hair smelled of jasmine, and a smile curved up those pink lips he so desperately wanted to kiss. Gianna was growing up a happy child. The ranch already did better thanks to Cat's suggestions. His family adored her. And she already had a dog, to Gianna's utter delight. At that moment, his world was complete, and he gave thanks to the Lord. If only Cat allowed the Lord into her life. If only she allowed Roberto fully into her world. He didn't want to let her go, but a car was pulling up, so his cousin was here already. He placed her on her feet, already missing the feel of her in his arms. Soon the three of them were at the dining room table. His cactus bloomed on a nearby windowsill while Bruno got comfortable on the rug. Cat offered tea and pastries, but Jenna shook her head, sending her long bangs flying. Did you notice anything unusual in the rehab center when you visited? Jenna didn't waste time on pleasantries. The chair beneath him wobbled on uneven legs as he rubbed his forehead. The paintings? She nodded. Yes, the paintings. My specialty. What about them surprised you? They were too cheerful. Celeste was angry and irritated a lot. A recovery process is no picnic. I have difficulty imagining her creating the joyful painting they displayed on the wall. I came to the same conclusion. Maybe some patients did paint bright sunlit landscapes. But I feel at least a few would paint different kinds of pictures. Folding his arms on the battered wooden table, someone had painted a cheery yellow. He leaned forward. Agreed. Cat nodded, as well. His cousin continued. Let's say management wanted to create a nice, cheerful atmosphere of recovery but didn't have enough paintings for it. Therefore, they commissioned such art. Now, I made a long list of people who could have given drugs to Celeste. That includes even temporary employees. Whoever visited the center those days. One of them was the artist who painted outside the center and then placed the paintings on the wall. I suspect most of the cheerful paintings were done by that artist. I interviewed all of those people. Then I checked their background and financial records. Cat's mouth slid open. How did you get their financial records? Her eyes narrowing, Jenna waved the question away. Trade secret. Anyway, one person had a large influx of funds shortly after Celeste died. The same person has a boyfriend working at a different rehab center. Cat slapped the table, her jaw slackening. Wait a moment. So he was paid by a competitive center to make this one look bad? That's my guess. And that's a she, not a he. They paid the artist, not her boyfriend. My guess is she didn't intend for Celeste to overdose, and neither did her boyfriend. The goal was to show that this rehab could have patients access drugs. That would make potential clients pause before having their relatives and or friends check in there. Jenna sent Cat a sympathetic glance. An uneasy feeling grew in Roberto's stomach. An artist. A person who knew where Cat lived and could have delivered the brick. Someone who knew about her shellfish allergy. This can't be my friend, Talia? No, that's not possible. From what Roberto knew, their friendship was just budding, but Talia wouldn't do this to her, would she? Jenna sighed. I'm sorry. I guess her boyfriend didn't want anyone to know about that connection. He reached for Cat's hand. It's all just speculation. Jenna traced a scratch along the table's surface, much like she chased the trail left after a crime. Not really. I have a video of Talia's confession. He whistled. You're good. Jenna flipped her long bangs back. I'm great, actually. And I know. We'll need to press charges. Roberto squeezed Cat's fingers in support. Cat stared into space. Did I mean that little to Talia? I thought she was my friend. Jenna's finger stopped following the scratch. Her hand opened and almost reached toward Cat. I'm very sorry. How kind her voice sounded now. Looks like Talia fell in love with the wrong man. I'm sure she didn't mean to hurt you. She panicked when you told her you were investigating Celeste's overdose. And she didn't mean to kill you when she left those cookies. She just wanted to scare you enough to stop. Cat didn't seem to hear her. She wrapped her hands around her middle as if protecting a vulnerable spot and rocked back and forth. What should he do? Too many people had hurt her already, and now they'd added one more to the list. That only made him more determined to show her how many kind and generous people adored her and would never leave her, including him. Unless she pushed them away. She pried her hand free. Several more days passed in a blur. After recovering from the shock of the culprit's identity, Cat felt as if she lived in a dream and didn't want to wake up. Roberto was attentive and Gianna adorable, and the three of them explored caverns, strolled in the Japanese garden, and visited the zoo. Roberto stole kisses any chance he got, and Cat secretly loved it. He treated his favorite girls to scrumptious dinners and ice cream, which, though it didn't compare to gelato in his opinion, was great for her. The mystery was solved. Nellie got the job and looked brighter every day. Her husband had agreed to give her full custody after Jenna found some interesting facts in his history before he'd married her. Plus the police reports helped. Nellie's boys hadn't destroyed the house yet, and even Bruno and Gus seemed to become friends. But the main part was the way Roberto looked at her. She got lost in his eyes more and more every day. Not only did he see her better than she'd seen herself, he also prevented her from acting out on her most dangerous instincts, like he'd done with Nellie's husband. In a way, Cat could understand why Celeste had returned to what she'd craved so much. Cat loved her job and used to lose herself in it, but lately, any time she wasn't with Roberto, she felt emptiness and aches and an overwhelming longing to see him. It was as if she were going through withdrawals during his absence. But when she was with him, for the first time in her life, she experienced floating on air. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that the other shoe was about to drop. After all, it always had, and it would hit her on the head or stomach if she didn't duck in time. The euphoria was so unfamiliar, she felt she'd stolen it like she'd once stolen Roberto's car. The time would come to return it and probably pay a high price, too. But for now, she drank that happiness like a traveler finding water in the desert. Tonight, she rushed home carrying a shopping bag with an aquamarine dress she'd bought for their date. She usually bought clothes in thrift stores, faithful to Grandma Bea's teaching about recycling. This time, Cat couldn't resist the gorgeous off-the-shoulder maxi dress in the shop window. It brought out the color of her eyes and turned out exactly her size. She couldn't wait for Roberto to see her in it. Couldn't wait to see him, period. She also wanted to discuss something with Nellie. They'd become friends, good enough friends that Cat could ask advice about a secret that wasn't truly hers to share. Cat could use some of the other woman's common sense wisdom. She might be great in business, but human relationships still puzzled her. Nellie opened the door and reached forward. "Let me help you with your packages." "Never mind that." Cat rushed inside and plunged in before she'd lose her courage. "I need your advice. I know Gianna isn't Roberto's daughter, but Dr. Anslow's. Am I doing the right thing by keeping it away from Roberto? I mean, what if she has some genetic disease down the road?" Nellie shook her head. "Stop." Cat blinked. "What? Why?" Then she realized the reason, and her knees went weak. Roberto stepped out of the dining room. What did you say?" Her face draining of color, Nellie spread her arms, palms up. "Roberto came in to pick you up for dinner. I invited him to stay and wait for you." Cat closed her eyes and opened them, wishing she could take her words back. So much pain clouded his eyes that they weren't luminous any longer. She stepped toward him. "I'm sorry. I didn't want to hurt you." Yet she just had. "How long did you know?" Like a black hole, His hollow tones nearly sucked her into someplace dark and inescapable. Her heart aching, she resisted the urge to hang her head. Sometime. I don't think Celeste was in love with him. She wasn't thinking straight. She probably didn't mean to cheat on you. My guess is Celeste needed drugs, and he was glad to provide them in exchange for, well. His expression blanked. I need to process it. I've got to go. While her aching heart shattered, she watched him leave. She opened her mouth to say something, but what could she say? Bruno nudged her hand in silent support. Longing to disappear into a puddle on the floor, she petted him absent-mindedly. I'm sorry. Nellie closed the front door and hugged her. I should have warned you he was here. Not your fault. It was mine. Cat stayed in the embrace, then returned it and eased out. Tea? Nellie offered. For the first time, Cat said no to tea. Her throat was too clogged up. She sank onto the nearest of the mismatched recycled chairs and hid her face in her hands. Tears still burned behind her eyes, but she couldn't even cry. Her father had hurt her with his fists, but she hurt people she loved with her words and actions. She hadn't been there when Grandma B had needed her the most. She'd walked away from Reese. She hadn't been there for her stepbrother for most of his life. Now she hurt Roberto. There must be something irrevocably wrong with her. Cat? Nellie stroked Cat's hair. Bruno whined nearby. No doubt, he worried, too. Even the rat squeaked for some reason. Cat lifted her head, her eyes still dry, her decision made. You and the boys can stay here as long as you want. I'll pay the rent for months ahead. I don't think your husband will bother you here any longer. Nellie's hand jerked away from Cat's hair. Thank you, but... Are you leaving? Where? Cat dragged herself to her closet, pulled out a suitcase, and started packing. Houston. I had several inquiries from there. Might as well meet in person instead of online. Bruno brought his favorite toys so she wouldn't forget them. Nellie followed her to the bedroom. When are you coming back? You are coming back, right? I don't know, Cat answered both questions. Her stomach wrenched. Nellie grasped Cat's shoulders, turning her fully toward her. Don't go. We'll miss you. And what about Roberto and Gianna? Don't you care for them? Cat froze, realizing the simple truth. I love them. I'm hopelessly in love with Roberto. And that's why I need to leave. Maybe it was best to lead her life as she'd done before. Alone. Then she wouldn't hurt anyone. Except herself. Chapter 25. Roberto couldn't believe Cat had already left when he could think straight again the next day and drove to her place. His thoughts whirled as he drove back to the ranch in the evening, and his world seemed to crumble around him all over again. He'd done a lot of thinking, talked to his family, and decided, along with all of them, that paternity didn't change things. Gianna would continue to be their darling girl, and that was it. Celeste's betrayal still knifed him. Most likely, she'd done it for drugs, and it probably wasn't the first or the last time she'd cheated. He'd loved her too much to let himself suspect it then, but he didn't have those blinders on his eyes now. The issue of telling Gianna the truth, as well as the biological father, remained, but Roberto would think about it and do it later. He'd do everything to keep Gianna, and Dr. Anslow didn't behave like he wanted to be a father, anyway. Somehow, they'd figure it out. Right now, he just needed to bring Cat back. Her leaving hurt him worse than Celeste's betrayal. And that was how he found himself at Jenna's place. I need your help searching for Cat, he said when she opened the door. She left. For several months, probably longer. Without even saying goodbye. He struggled to breathe past the shattered pieces of his heart. Do I mean so little to her? The opposite. If she ran, that must mean she loves you. Jenna waved him inside. Her husband and son weren't home, making him grateful for the time alone with her. He could leap for joy that Cat might return his feelings if it hadn't meant she disappeared. He didn't have time to think about the irony of that. Can you find her, please? Jenna led him to a spacious living room with rows of oil paintings. She gestured to the fashionable armchairs and sat down in one of them. Even at home, she looked chic in black slacks and a white sleeveless top. I specialize in looking for paintings, not people. But I'll certainly try. When we're in crisis, we search for something familiar, even if it's familiar pain. My guess is she went to Houston. She grimaced. Or Africa. He slumped onto the armchair. Do you mean I'll have to parachute in and dine on rats? No offense to Gus. For Cat, he'd do it all, but what about his daughter? He couldn't take her somewhere where it wasn't totally safe for her. Jenna rolled her eyes. Oh please. Africa has made a lot of progress. You wouldn't have to do any of that now, I'm sure. But let's start with Houston. Hope soldered together one small shattered part of him. I'll talk to Nellie again. She must know where Cat went. She just didn't want to tell me. Jenna nodded. Yeah. Girl code. You know what? I'll talk to her. Cat would be traveling with a large dog, and that's more difficult than alone. Plus, she and Bruno would need certain immunizations, so I doubt she'd take him to Africa. I'll make some calls to my Houston connections, but no promises. Thanks, cuz. Looking somewhere far away, inside the painting, Jenna shrugged. That's what the family is for. Slight trembling in her voice made him pause. Is the pregnancy okay? Those electric blue eyes of hers flickered like a circuit was going out. What if I waited too long? No. It's going to be great. Really. If only he could give her his share of optimism. It's the right timing. It's God's timing. Just like it was God's timing for Roberto to find the woman God had meant for him. Now, if only he could make Cat see that. Bruno wasn't happy after the flight, and he let Cat know it with mournful brown eyes and a turned-away head. The travel crates probably reminded him of the rescue center. Perhaps he'd feared she'd abandoned him, or maybe he knew she'd abandoned everyone else. So Cat apologized numerous times in the cab on the way to the pet-friendly hotel and explained it was for the best. By the time they walked to the hotel entrance, Bruno looked at her, but those brown eyes, almost as hazel as Roberto's, remained chastising. So he wasn't persuaded about the for the best part. For that matter, neither was Cat. She sighed as she entered the room where mirrors reflected a widescreen TV and a king-size bed covered in a golden bedspread matching their frames. Her heart seemed heavier than her giant suitcase, and her shoulders slumped. She unhooked Bruno from the leash and guided him to the bathroom to bathe him. He gave her the silent treatment. Pouting? Or genuinely fearful she would leave him like she left everyone else? Listen, she toweled him off with his favorite towel. I have a few clients here that I could meet with. It can qualify as a business trip. Really? Bruno tipped his head to her, giving her the impression that, if he could roll his eyes, he would've. Okay, so he didn't think highly of her excuse. He let out a low whine as they walked back into the room, her suitcase still unpacked. I know. She gave him a back rub that didn't seem to leave its usual impression. I miss Roberto and Gianna, too. The entire family, actually. Bruno picked up his leash and trotted to the door. She stared at him. Are you kidding me? You just did your business on the way here. I already gave you a bath. She sighed. Okay. Let's go. Some fresh air might do her good, too. She changed into her jogging gear, placed a water bottle in her pocket, and put on her trusted sneakers. Once outside, he tugged her toward the yellow cab. It dawned on her. You want to go back? As his yip confirmed that suspicion she could relate too well. Tears prickled behind her eyes. Had she made the biggest mistake of her life? Bruno looked at her as if saying, "What are we still doing here?" She didn't know the answer. She pulled her shoulders back and took a lungful of air tinted with car fumes. She'd spend most of her time here. It was a city of opportunities, after all. She'd walk her marketing plans, now she'd meet with prospective clients in person instead of video conferencing. There was something to be said about meetings sweetened by lattes and pastries, and it was easier to read eyes and facial expressions that way, too. She'd go to the familiar soup kitchen to serve soup to the homeless. She pressed a hand to her stomach, cradling it as the possibility of encountering her father there twisted it up. No, it didn't matter. She knew better than to hope for closure now. She'd even accepted it. As her stomach twisted tighter in denial, she pressed the hand harder against it as if she could shield the sudden pain. Well, accepted it for the most part. She could never change his attitude toward her. But she could change her attitude toward him. Take back his power to hurt her. Houston had a multitude of great museums, too. She looked them up on the phone, and her lips curved up slightly. Even a health museum. Gianna would love it. It would be great to catch up with semi-friends and acquaintances in person, too. She lifted her chin as vehicles passed by. Everything was fast here. She'd have tons of things to occupy her mind and body. But this great metropolis didn't have one thing. Well, two things, Roberto and Gianna. Bruno looked back at her as he loped around a tree. He probably complained it didn't have many squirrels either. She slid her phone from her hoodie pouch. Whoa. Several missed calls from Roberto. She'd put her phone on silent for the flight and hadn't taken it off yet. Her pulse spiked. Should she call him back? No. She couldn't talk to him. She wasn't ready yet. Why had she run, really? Only because she'd blurted out a painful for him secret? No. She found a park nearby and started jogging, Bruno by her side. All this time, she'd thought she'd done well staying away from men who could abuse her, emotionally or physically. Instead, she'd become her own abuser. No matter how much she'd achieved, her father's and her ex-husband's words had stayed with her forever. That she was worthless. That she was good for nothing. They'd taught her so well that she didn't even need them later to get emotionally beaten up. She'd done a good job of beating herself up after losing Grandma B. Self-abuse was the hardest to stop because one could never walk away from oneself. She'd run away from her father, but she could never run away from the self-hatred he'd instilled in her. Even when she'd known she deserved better, she didn't feel she did. Humans were emotional beings, and emotions outweighed the mind's vote every time. Her pulse picked up from either the thoughts or the exertion. She didn't stop. People had taken the confidence away from her, but she'd let them. It was time to reclaim the girl she could have been. She lifted her eyes to the sky as her feet continued pounding against the asphalt. Do you hear me, Lord? Help me out here, please. I'm not good at this praying stuff. Well, obviously. Please help me figure this out. Do you really love all people, me included? Strange calmness overtook her as she looked at the large trees surrounding her, noticing the beauty of the place. God loved and cared about her. Even when she didn't care about herself much. God didn't create her for pain. God had created her out of love and for love. God had also sent her the best people to teach her that. Now it was up to her whether to accept that gift and risk pain again. Or to curl in a little ball, protecting her insides, and stay silent and alone. A lump formed in her throat, and her muscles strained. But she continued running. She wasn't like her father. She'd done what she had to do to help Nellie. She hadn't hurt someone weak for the joy of it. And yes, she'd had the impulse to hit the people she was angry with, but she'd stopped herself. She could pray, take anger management courses, do whatever it took to improve. To become the best person she could be. Did she realize all this too late? She stopped and took several sips from her bottle. Bruno stopped and watched her with understanding eyes. Then they started running again. Had she lost the man she loved with all her heart? Roberto could decide she was too much work, too much drama, and give up on her. She wouldn't blame him. If not, could she risk it all again and believe this time she could truly be loved for who she was instead of being taken advantage of? After they returned to the hotel, her muscles humming from tiredness, she washed his paws for the second time in a posh bathroom. Then she returned to the room to unpack. She hung her clothes in the closet, then unzipped the compartment containing one of her most treasured possessions. One she'd never even opened. Bruno walked to her and nudged her hand. She took out the yellowed envelope. "It's time, right?" she asked him, or maybe herself. Then she sank onto the bed because she needed to sit down for this. Bruno got comfortable on the carpet nearby. Her fingers trembled when she removed the letter from the envelope, shedding a protective shell around her heart at the same time. Before reading this, she felt like she could still have Grandma be in her life. Afterward, she'd have to accept the fact that Grandma was gone and her own fault in it. Kat's heart thumped as she unfolded the letter, and a lump formed in her throat. "My dear granddaughter. If you're reading this, it means it was time for me to leave. You're an incredible young woman, but we both know your heart is closed. Open it. Live your life. Make me proud. I love you with everything in me, and you're the best legacy I could ever have. So please carry on that legacy. Love, laugh, be happy. I know you have it in you. Embrace the amazing person that you are. Forever love. Grandma B." Tears streamed down Kat's face, washing away something inside her. Then she mustered all her willpower not to book a trip back. "Daddy, how are we gonna find Miss Cat here?" Gianna lifted her eyes at him as they were munching on steak and potatoes in a Houston cafe. That was a good question. Roberto suppressed a frown. How did one find a person in the fourth largest city in the nation? Hotels wouldn't violate their guests' privacy by giving him the information. Besides, Cat might have rented an apartment or a house. Good thing Jenna had been working on helping him, though she didn't have results yet and might not have them for a while. He called Cat again, but she wasn't picking up. His daughter, and she was still his daughter, no matter what some DNA said, sighed. Grown-ups make things so complicated. He ruffled her hair, the same amount of love for her overwhelming him as before he'd learned she wasn't his biological daughter. Probably even more. "Yes, we do, pumpkin." He pushed his mostly full plate away. He had no appetite, just emptiness inside. He missed Cat more than he could imagine, and he prayed again, asking God's help in finding her. But what then? He raked his fingers through his hair. What if Cat had run not because she loved him but because she didn't care for him at all? He could never understand women, but it didn't stop him from loving and admiring them. Not them. Just one. Ironically, he realized how much he loved Cat just when he might have lost her. He could lose Gianna, too, if her biological father filed for custody. Roberto's heart about ripped apart just at the thought. "What are we gonna do, Daddy?" Her gaze became serious, too serious for a girl her age. She drained her apple juice. "I'm ready." That was a good question, too. He gestured to the waitress for the bill, then adjusted Gianna's pink headband since it had shifted a little. How could he share this precious girl, especially with someone who didn't care for her mother and most likely wouldn't care for Gianna either? "What would you like to do?" She thought a moment. "Do they have a doctor's museum here?" He should have guessed. He paid the bill the waitress had brought, then started searching the internet on his phone. There are lots of museums in Houston. I'm sure there should be something like that. Okay. He brightened as he found it. The Health Museum. Various exhibitions about human organs, a science lab, and one can walk into a brain or an eye there. Yay! Gianna clapped as she leaped to her feet. Let's go, Daddy. If not for the circumstances, he'd chuckle about how her mind worked. While walking in the parking lot to his rental car, he called Jenna. Cat had flown to Houston indeed, but that was all Jenna had for him at this time. He swallowed bitter disappointment as he disconnected. He didn't want to change Cat. He accepted her the way she was, all the moodiness, complexity, and contrasts. She was kind, generous, guarded, broken, brilliant, sometimes timid, sometimes overconfident, and always absolutely gorgeous. Her eyes were often shadowed, but all the more precious then were the moments when they'd light up and he'd know he was the one who made them shine. No woman made him feel alive like she did, and he wanted her in his life. Forever. He put the museum's address in the GPS and drove away from the parking lot. Daddy, you didn't lose the ring, did you? His tesoro said from the back seat. Nope. He probed his pocket. Still there. Yes, this was a spontaneous decision, but he was a spontaneous kind of guy. Danica and I talked about it on the phone. She says it's better if I do the talking. Gianna's cousin should know. She'd done a good job herself, to which several happily married couples in his family could testify. But things weren't so complicated then. For starters, the guys had known where their future bride was supposed to be. Roberto had no clue. Good thing Jenna had guessed right and Nellie had confirmed that Cat left for Houston, sadly, without saying where she was going to stay, or he might be searching Africa right now. If he thought this city was large, try to go through an entire continent. Sometime later, they entered the museum as he held Gianna's tiny hand in his. He was never a science guy, but even he was fascinated. Meanwhile, she was completely entranced, her eyes huge, the entire time they browsed the museum. He was half scared she'd ask whether she could live there. After a few hours, he missed his horses, though. Then they made it inside the large eye, and he forgot everything. Cat was standing there, reading some information. Her hair, no longer blonde but a soft chestnut color, flowed over her shoulders, blue jeans hugged her legs, and her polo t-shirt matched her spectacular eyes. He'd never seen a more beautiful woman in his life. Chapter 26. Roberto's heart about stopped beating, and he was afraid to blink in case she was an optical illusion and could disappear. Miss Cat. Gianna bolted to Cat. His heart did a somersault. He and Gianna couldn't both be imagining this. When Cat whirled around, her eyes wild, he walked to her, his pulse erratic now. What should he say? How could he persuade her to stay with him? Miss Cat, will you marry my daddy? Pretty please? Gianna tugged at Cat's sleeve as if to keep her from bolting again. Women around them gasped. Well, his daughter solved the issue for him. Cat's wild eyes widened. Hopefully, that didn't mean she was about to say no. Daddy, the ring. Gianna's exasperated gaze clearly said, do I have to do everything myself here? He fished out the velvet box, opened it, and dropped on one knee. Cat stared at him. How did you find me? I didn't. I believe God led me to you. His heart thumped in his chest as if it were the defining moment of his life. Because it was. And I asked you to come here, Daddy, Gianna chimed in. How did you know we were going to be here, Miss Cat? Her lips curved up a little. I didn't. I guess I missed you so much I felt I'd be closer to you here. I really did miss you. Both of you. Maybe he should switch knees. I love you with everything in me. I'll always love you, and I don't know how I didn't realize it until now. Come back, please. Let's be a family. He didn't say it didn't matter that Gianna wasn't his biological daughter, that she was and would always be part of his family. But Cat would understand. More people gathered around them. Someone seemed to be filming the scene on their phone. He suppressed a grimace. Maybe he should have had this conversation before he proposed. As tears filled Cat's eyes, she blinked them away. I shouldn't. You're better off without me. A rush of angry heat surged through him. She truly believed that. How had those she loved and trusted made her believe that? Why would you think that? You're kind, generous, incredible. Daddy, say beautiful. Women like that, Gianna interrupted. A few people chuckled, but he kept a straight face. Yes, beautiful, hardworking, courageous. You're amazing. You bring light into my daughter's eyes and happiness into my soul. A blonde next to Cat muttered, "Girl, if you don't marry him, I will." Another woman coughed a little. He had me when he opened that velvet box. His heart thundering, Roberto continued. I said I thank God for you, and I meant it. You make the world a better place. Please give me the chance to make you as happy as you make me for the rest of my life. A brunette near Cat smiled. If you don't, I'll volunteer. Another one hissed, get in line. It must be time to pull out the big guns. He found the video on his phone. His entire big family gathered on the lawn with a large sign, "Marry our Roberto." Please. Cat blinked away more tears, they better be happy tears. Then she dropped on her knees near him. What was happening? I love you so much. Maybe I could change. No. Don't change. You. The way you are. Forever. Yes, she whispered. His heart leaped into his throat. His imagination wasn't playing tricks on him, was it? Did I hear that right? You said yes? Rolling her eyes, Gianna huffed. Daddy, just put the ring on. So he did, his heart expanding beyond measure. He took Cat's hands in his. You won't regret it. Ti amo tanto. Yay! Gianna clapped and jumped up and down. As applause erupted around them, his daughter ran to them, and while he hugged his favorite girls, his heart filled with more love than he thought it could hold. He winked at Cat. Well, we can always tell our children that I proposed to you in the blink of an eye. Without the blink part. 5 weeks later. Cat could scarcely believe it when she opened her eyes and stared at the elaborate ceiling. She was in Rome. For her honeymoon. With Roberto. She didn't think any of those things would ever happen. Gianna was in a separate room and already speaking better Italian than Cat. However, Cat had learned the most important words, according to Roberto, mio amore. She would have taken Bruno with her to Rome, too, but Nellie had talked her into letting the dog stay at home with the boys. Wrapped in a shawl and love, Cat stepped out onto the balcony, the city waking up in the mist, the view magnificent. A little breeze made her shiver, but she didn't want to leave. Amazing how things had worked out, too. Roberto's family had fussed over her in the wedding preparation, and Aurora, Nellie, Jenna, and Cat's stepbrother's new wife were beautiful bridesmaids in cerulean blue dresses. Cat had made a concession by not carrying a cactus as her wedding bouquet, but otherwise, the wedding was beyond her dreams. Gianna, Danica, Bianca, and Cat's little stepniece, Daisy, were adorable flower girls, with Danica being the most experienced one. Tadeo and Mason were ring bearers and thankfully hadn't lost the rings. The entire wedding and especially the reception had been chaotic, overwhelming, and every minute of it energized Cat. Especially the moment she and Roberto had been announced husband and wife. Euphoria claimed her every cell. Talking to Gianna about her biological father was difficult, but even then, the girl had turned out mature for her age. Danica had already told her it didn't matter whether mommies and daddies were related to you by blood. All that mattered was that they loved you. And Gianna knew she was loved very much. Dr. Anslow hadn't surprised them by having no interest in claiming parental rights as long as the family didn't reveal the information about his affair to others. The day would come, though, when Gianna, with her fascination for all things medical, would want to know her biological father. On that, Cat could only put her trust in God and pray that this precious daughter of her heart would not be hurt by her father then. Nellie with her boys and their pet had moved out of the Victorian, and her divorce was about to become final soon. Cat had decided to buy the quirky house as a place for other abused women to stay if they needed to, even though she herself planned to move to Roberto's ranch house after marriage. She was right. Bruno loved it there. She reduced her business workload and amassed a small collection of furniture from second-hand stores. With some effort, she was going to make the furniture look like new and donate. Just like Grandma B did. Cat had been thinking about planting some herbs, too. Roberto had offered acres of land for that, but she had assured him that a tiny plot near the house would suffice. Then Roberto wrapped his arms around her and whispered in her ear, "Buongiorno, mia cara moglie." Warmth spread through her, and she struggled to think as she melted in his arms like yesterday's gelato in the Italian Sunday. "Good morning, my darling." "What?" "Wife. My darling wife. Mia cara moglie." A beautiful word, isn't it? "See." She thought a moment. "Bellissimo." She turned her face to him. "What do you want to do today?" He found her lips, and for a few moments she forgot about everything else, even breathing. When they came up for air, he looked into her eyes. This is what I want to do today, tomorrow, and always." "Ah." She melted again. "Me, too. You know what I meant, though. Well, Gianna might want to go to Testaccio Market. I promised her some great little chewy pizzas they have there. Galleria Doria Pamphilj has an incredible amount of art. Capitoline museums have one of the best collections of ancient sculptures in the world." Cat thought a moment. Gianna might like human sculptures. The anatomy thing and all. He chuckled. "I didn't think about it that way. She might be interested in Cinecittà studios, movie and television studios that have some parts open to the public. Oh, and Villa Doria Pamphilj is Rome's largest public park. We can have a romantic picnic there." She smiled, wanting the moment to last forever. "Sure. But you know what's the best part about Rome?" "Tell me." He kissed her again. It took a while to be able to think straight. "What was I saying?" He laughed. "The best part about Rome. Though considering how amazing this city is, I'm surprised you managed to narrow it down to just one part. It's that I can see it with you." She meant it, too. Emotion glittered in his hazel eyes. "You're right. Same for me." "What about me?" Gianna screamed from the room. They went back inside, and he lifted his daughter in the air, eliciting a squeal. "Yes, and with you, too." Cat quietly thanked God for all the blessings. She was new at being a Christian, but she was going to learn. Okay, she was also new at being a mom and at being loved and even at being truly happy. But she was going to learn, too. Because the main thing was love, and she now knew her heart could hold love without measure. Epilogue. 6 weeks before Cat and Roberto's honeymoon. With horror, Nellie noticed the run in her pantyhose. When had she torn it? Not the best way to show up for a job interview. Especially considering that the last time she'd been employed was a decade ago. She'd dedicated all her time to her sons and her husband. The latter had shown his gratitude by beating her up from time to time, which was about to earn him the prefix X. She swallowed hard and followed a woman with curly black hair and exotic eyes to what was supposed to be an office. That was the same person she'd talked to on the phone about the interview, Aurora Moore, so she must be related to the family that owned the place. Nellie didn't expect rustic furniture in the office, but maybe that was the way they did things on a ranch. Then she cringed. Another reminder of how out of place she was and how minimal her chances were to get this job. She'd never been to a ranch before, and her ability to tell a cow from a horse summed up her knowledge of cattle. "I'm helping out temporarily, along with a cousin who's expecting a baby very soon. But as you can see, a lot of catching up will need to be done." Aurora gestured to a desk overflowing with papers. Her lips tightened a little, showing she didn't like being an assistant. Nellie sensed something wild and unpredictable about Aurora Moore, suppressed and therefore more dangerous. If Nellie got hired by some miracle, Aurora would be the one to watch out for. Nellie blinked. Was she seeing things wrong? Was that a desk? If so, it could barely be seen underneath the papers, and the same could be said about one of the chairs. A few folders littered the floor, and if people could attach folders to the ceiling easily, she'd probably have to duck. Weren't nearly all filings done electronically these days? My brother is old school. But you're welcome to set up a new filing system. Aurora read her gaze correctly and tapped a cowboy boot against the hardwood floor, her lips pressing into a flat line. He's running late again. Would they want to reschedule? Nellie probably wouldn't have enough courage to do this again. At least, not in the nearest decade. Her knees wobbling, she fought the urge to run and planted her new silver-gray shoes pinching her toes. She'd forgive them for pinching, but they'd already scratched some of her skin off. Now, every step came at a cost. If you need to leave, that's okay. Her hand flew to her mouth. Did she sound like she was kicking Aurora out of her own place? Aurora's gaze moved along the desk. Oh. Even worse, she might think Nellie wanted to snoop around while alone. There should be a folder with information about the ranch here somewhere. That would give you a better idea of what you might be getting yourself into. Aurora's glance stopped at the top shelf, and she sighed. Well, sure enough. I'll ask him to get it for you. I'll also give him a friendly reminder right now. If you don't mind waiting. Stiffening her knees, Nellie suppressed a relieved sigh. I don't mind at all. I can wait all day if needed. Arg. That didn't sound right. One eyebrow rising, Aurora gestured to the one visitor's chair offering enough clean space to sit. Thank you. Would you like coffee, tea, juice, water? Though her throat was parched, Nellie shook her head. No thank you. Her trembling fingers might spill coffee on her newly acquired, pristine white blouse or the expensive gray jacket that matched the slitted pencil skirt and painful shoes. May I ask why the previous assistant left the job? That should be okay to ask, right? Her 2-week notice officially said she found a different job closer to her home. Aurora smiled sweetly. But I think my brother ran her off. Nellie's jaw slackened. She'd already escaped one abusive man. She wasn't ready to work for another. Ran her off? Tossing her curls over one shoulder, Aurora shrugged. I shouldn't be telling you this, but I often do things I shouldn't. First, he's a workaholic who expects others to do the same. Second, she turned out to be somewhat of a gold digger. She wanted to trap him into marriage. Wow. If Nellie didn't need an income badly, she might reconsider staying here. You don't need to worry about me. I have zero interest in romance and marriage. Aurora studied her, then nodded and left, muttering she'd get Constanzo here soon, even if she had to drag him. Nellie sank onto the chair. What was wrong with her? She hadn't always been such a shy mouse. She mentally apologized to the pet at home, who, while a rat and not a mouse, wasn't shy at all. Maybe years of neglect, humiliation, and isolation from friends had taken their toll on her. She squared her shoulders. It was going to be different from now on, and getting this job was the first step. Her darling ex had used their sons and even the rat as a bargaining chip in getting the house and the assets. Right now, she lived with Cat, who'd also gotten her this interview and appropriate clothes and shoes. But Nellie was determined to be able to put food on the table for her boys and a roof over their heads. She resisted the urge to cover her face and stared at the folder that could contain valuable information. While she'd read about the ranch on the internet, she didn't feel it was enough. That folder could give her an advantage in the interview, one she badly needed. Unlike their pet, she couldn't climb the shelves, so she needed something. Oh, the chair. She grimaced as she dragged it to the floor-to-ceiling shelves, not because of the weight but because of the shoes. If she received the job, she'd celebrate by letting Cat's dog chew on them. Cheered up a little, Nellie stepped on the chair and reached for the coveted folder. Her foot slipped, and her hands flailed as she did her best to hold on to something. If this was someone else's story, a knight in shining armor would rush into the room at that moment and catch her, sweeping her off her feet. Such things, however, didn't happen in her life. She landed on the floor with a ripping sound, and something crashed nearby. A porcelain horse figurine. Her gut twisted. Great start. Not. She assessed her personal damage as she moved her hands and legs. Nothing seemed broken. Well, nothing except the figurine. Well, and her heart, but long ago, she'd learned her heart didn't count. But what was that ripping sound when she'd landed? And why did her skirt fit differently? Oh no. The slit that had previously ended slightly above the knee. Well, she pretty much ripped her skirt apart in the back. Her throat clogging up, she shrugged out of her jacket and covered the offending slit. Wait a moment. Did she break the heel off a shoe, too? She closed her eyes, then opened them. Was she going for a record here or something? Unwanted tears built behind her eyes. Her shoulder-length haircut with highlights, another recent improvement, probably resembled a bird's nest by now, but it was the least of her concerns. She felt like a disaster and looked like one, too. Her ex had laughed when she'd told him she was going to get a job. Who'd hire you? She doubted she'd get the job now anyway, considering the broken figurine. Heat scorched her neck, and her twisted stomach threatened to wring her breakfast from her. Good thing she hadn't eaten any. Still, she'd messed up. Her ex's shouts rang in her ears, and she winced from the memory of slaps when she'd broken his favorite cup. She needed to hightail out of here. She'd pay for the figurine later. She really would. She sent Aurora a text, saying she had an emergency, asking to reschedule, and promising to pay for the figurine. Now she just needed to leave the place with whatever dignity she had left. She picked up her purse and limped on the broken heel to the door. Then voices made her stop. Two female voices, one of them Aurora's. Sounded like the second voice belonged to another candidate for the job, unless it was the cousin the other woman had mentioned. The need to escape escalated. The window. This was ridiculous. Yet somehow, her legs carried her to the window. Before a second thought, she opened it. No alarm sounded. They should be more careful about the security here. She just needed to make it to her car, and none would be the wiser. One good thing about the ripped slit was that she could sling her legs outside easier. Well, the lower half of her was outside now. Oh. How far exactly was the ground? Then a male voice reached her from outside. May I help you, ma'am? The end. Acknowledgements. First of all, thank you to God for putting up with me and for all the blessings. A million thanks to you, my readers, for reading my books, for sending me encouragement, and for supporting me. Many thanks to my street team, Alexa's amazing readers, and to my beta readers, whom I love to pieces. Special thanks to Mary Ellen, Margaret, Virginia, Julie, Mary Jane, Terry, Debbie, Kim, and Trudy for their help typospotting. Heartfelt thanks to author Jessie Gussman for coming up with the idea for this series and for helping me so much on the way. Jessie, you make me laugh, you make me smile, and you make the world a better place. I also thank my wonderful editor, Deirdre, for coming through for me every time. Thank you for listening to Show Me a Mistaken Identity. A Cowboy Crossing romance. Written by Alexa Verde. Text copyright 2021 by Alexa Verde. Production copyright 2022 by Alexa Verde.